Chapter 36:13. Ghosts rushed into the mystic fire formation one after another. They roared angrily, but their eyes were full of unconcealable excitement. The competition in the Dargo city was too fierce. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to sound the bell and drum and passed away. The resources were scarce. Besides, those trapped in the Dargo city were all top experts. They were all proud and wanted to pass away. Therefore, it was extremely cruel. For countless years, those who were able to survive in such a cruel environment were basically the strongest ones. As long as they took a step forward, they would be able to recover their peak cultivation. Once they succeeded, they would be able to suppress the Dargo city and go to the end of the reincarnation road. Therefore, in the face of Fong Chun, a living human who came in with his physical body, they naturally wanted to kill him. Kill! Some ghosts roared and frantically searched for Fong Chun's traces. Some ghosts seemed to have found something strange when they looked at the mystic fire formation carefully. Of course, do you think a mere formation can stop us? Some of the more powerful ghosts began to attack the array formation. They had sealed off this area of the void. Even a fly would not be able to escape. As long as Fong Chun was here, he would definitely die. Human flesh is absolutely delicious. Some of the ghosts had already begun to fantasize about how they would enjoy the flesh and blood of humans. Seeing more and more ghosts in the dark, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. Here they come. The more the better, he said to himself. In just a few minutes, hundreds of ghosts rushed into the mystic fire formation. At this time, Fong Chun felt that the time was right, because the mystic fire formation had reached its maximum capacity. Moreover, most of the ghosts in this area had entered the mystic fire formation. Flying escort god? Someone recognized the flying escort god. At this moment, the flying escort god was lying in the center of the formation, motionless. It must be that human. The ghosts quickly walked over, trying to get close to the flying escort god to check the specific situation. However, at this moment, Fong Chun suddenly appeared. With the samsara knife in his hand and a wicked smile on his face, he glanced at the ghosts. "Welcome to my world," he said coldly and raised the samsara knife in his hand. "Human, you really are here." One of the ghosts instantly arrived in front of Fong Chun. However, the latter didn't even think and directly slashed out with his saber. Crack! The reincarnation saber struck the ghost's body, instantly shattering its remnant consciousness. At the same time, the other ghosts made their move as well. They rushed towards Fong Chun, wanting to get their hands on his flesh and blood. Hellfire, Fong Chun thought to himself. Then he brandished his samsara blade and slashed the flying escort god's body again and again. Rumble. A dark storm appeared in the sky, forming a frightening vortex. Within that vortex, frightening flames erupted. Like an erupting volcano, the karmic fire condensed into numerous fire dragons that carried endless power as they swooped down. At the same time, Fong Chun pushed the power of the mystic fire formation to the extreme. The power of the origin of fire swept through every corner of the formation. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As if it had sensed the origin of fire, the hellfire's speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the first fire dragon had already rushed into the mystic fire formation. Boom! The fire dragon, condensed by the hellfire, exploded when it came into contact with the ghosts. The terrifying hellfire swept through the world. Miserable screams were heard. Some ghosts were too close to the flying escort god and were instantly surrounded by the hellfire. Oh no! In the face of the hellfire, many ghosts felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They kept retreating and crazily bombarded the mystic fire formation, trying to escape. Damn human. They did not expect that human would dare to lure so many ghosts. Run! The hellfire was too strong. It was especially used to restrain ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the vast hellfire swept through the mystic fire formation, turning it into a sea of fire. Fong Chun controlled the sea of fire to burn the ghosts. One ghost after another fell into the sea of fire, their souls scattered. Their last hope of reincarnation was shattered. Human, let us out. Human, we were wrong before. How about we end this now? We can give you an opportunity. Ah, no. Many ghosts began to beg for mercy. But it was useless. They were doomed the moment they stepped into the mystic fire formation. Whoosh, whoosh. The hellfire burned. Inside the mystic fire formation, corpses and ghosts were everywhere. So powerful. Fangchen could not help but sigh. The hellfire might not be as good as the origin of fire, but it was really unparalleled in restraining ghosts. An hour later, the hellfire disappeared and the sky returned to normal. However, there was dead silence in the dark ghost city. Hundreds of ghosts had all died in the hellfire. The mystic fire formation was already damaged. Fangchen stood on the ground and looked at the corpses everywhere. He quickly collected them. Those that could survive the hellfire were the essences left behind by each ghost. In a short while, he collected a large number of bones. These bones are all at the level of an invincible saint. If they are refined into weapons, it will be amazing. Fangchen said to himself, at least it would be a weapon at the level of an origin sacred weapon. Deep in the dark ghost city, the three powerful ghosts that were cultivating suddenly opened their eyes. The hellfire in the dark ghost city alarmed them. Who triggered the hellfire to attack us? One of the wolf-like ghosts said coldly. Over 100 ghostly beings died under the karmic fire just like that. How cruel, the human-shaped ghostly being said. The final outsider's pitch-black eyes pierced through the void and landed on Fangchen. A human, and he even brought his body into the dark ghost city. The ghost muttered, could it be that he came here to train? Thinking of this, the ghost stood up and took a step forward. In the next moment, it was in front of Fangchen. Buzz! Suddenly, Fangchen felt a horrifying pressure pressing down on him. His body was actually unable to move. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a strange ghost descending from the sky. This is feeling the terrifying aura of the ghost. Fangchen was shocked. Could it be that he had just used the mystic fire formation and the hellfire to kill hundreds of ghosts and angered those in the depths of the dark ghost city? Human, the otherworldly ghost said. The dark ghost city is completely sealed. Only the grand sage at the end of the reincarnation road can open it. How did you come in? It was the first time in countless years that someone had entered the dark ghost city with his body. Training? The ghost continued to ask. Fangchen nodded. Strictly speaking, the grand sage chose me and asked me to carry out a plan. Before that, he wanted to use the dark ghost city to train me. As expected, the ghost said. Its guess was correct. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the other two ghosts also came. Chapter 36:14. The three ghosts were called Ghost Lords. They were the most powerful ghosts in Dark Ghost City. The three of them almost ruled the entire Dark Ghost City. Even so, they couldn't return to their peak state, so they couldn't sound the bell and drum. The three of them usually didn't care about the cruel battles of the ghosts in Dark Ghost City. They cultivated in the depths of the city and explored the deepest level of the path of reincarnation. But now, they were attracted by the hellfire. They found a living being who brought a body into Dark Ghost City. This was the first time in nearly 10,000 years. The wolf sovereign opened his bloody mouth, wanting to devour Fangchen. His body was emitting a fiendish aura. He was from the wolf clan and had the strongest wolf god bloodline in his body. Human. The human-shaped ghost was called Lin Zun. When he was alive, he was an almighty being surnamed Lin and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was wicked beyond redemption, he stole the heart-blood of young boys and girls to cultivate his demonic arts. After he died, he was thrown into Dark Ghost City by the great sovereign at the end of the Samsara Road. He was greedy by nature. When he saw that Fangchen was also a human, his eyes were full of greed. He was secretly thinking about how to take Fangchen and find a way to leave from him. How did you get in? Lin Lord asked coldly. His eyes were red. Among the three ghost lords, the foreign ghost was the strongest. He had 1 foot in the half-step chaotic supreme realm. Now he was cultivating in Dark Ghost City and had recovered to the invincible saint realm. He had tried to sound the bell and drum and almost succeeded. In the end, due to the heinous crimes he had committed when he was alive, He was punished by the flames of karma and failed. All these years, he had been unwilling to give up and had been looking for an opportunity. Roar! The foreign ghost roared at Lin Lord and the Wolf Lord. The two ghost lords were frightened and kept retreating. The two of them gathered together and seemed to be discussing how to fight against the foreign ghost lord. Fang Chun couldn't resist the foreign ghost lord at all. He felt that he didn't even feel such pressure when facing Palace Master Lei of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Is this the pressure from a half-step chaotic supreme realm? Even though the variant ghost lord had been dead for countless years, his primordial spirit had once touched the threshold of the primordial spirit. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Human, we can work together. The variant ghost lord transmitted its voice to Fang Chun. He told Fang Chun that Lin Zun and Wolf Zun were too evil and cruel. They would definitely attack him. Only by cooperating with the ghost Zun could he survive. Fang Chun looked around, not knowing what to do. The three ghost lords were covered in blood-red light. Their sins were too heavy. They were all vicious and merciless people. None of them was someone he could fight against. Fang Chun's mind spun. If he could leave this place and head to the bell and drum region, he might have a chance at survival. Impossible. Great Sage wanted me to temper myself here, not to throw away my life. Fang Chun thought seriously. He clearly knows that there are three ghost lords in Dark Ghost City that I can't fight against. Why did he still insist on having me come here? Fang Chun was very puzzled. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the guardian of the third layer of inscriptions was lying? Fang Chun shook his head, denying this idea. There must be hope. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun suddenly roared to the sky, causing the entire Dark Ghost City to tremble. The two of them released a terrifying power. In the huge Dark Ghost City, all the remaining ghosts prostrated themselves on the ground, suppressed by the aura of the two ghost lords. You too, the variant ghost lord said angrily. So what if we join forces? Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The three ghost lords suddenly fought. Fang Chun kept retreating. The space was cut, and the whole battlefield seemed to be about to collapse. The Wolf Zun turned into an illusory green wolf. He roared to the sky, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the world. Beside him, Lin Zun's body skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet tall. The two ghost exalts joined hands and unleashed an extremely evil secret technique. Once the secret technique was unleashed, the many ghosts in the Dark Ghost City let out miserable shrieks. Fang Chun was completely shocked. He found that the Wolf Zun and Lin Zun were setting up a vicious array. This array was crazily absorbing the power of the other ghosts to strengthen it. Let's go. Fang Chun didn't care so much. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle between the three ghost lords, he quietly left this place. All the ghosts trembled. Their power was dissipating. Once they were completely sucked dry, they would disappear from the world forever. Brothers, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Someone took the lead, wanting to break the array set up by the Wolf Zun and Lin Zun. They were all powerful figures when they were alive. Naturally, they didn't want to be pawns of others. All the ghosts joined forces and attacked the terrifying array, courting death. The Wolf Zun's bloody mouth suddenly appeared and crazily swallowed the ghosts. As for Lin Zun, he stood with his hands behind his back, confidently controlling the array. One could vaguely hear the angry roars of the variant ghost lords coming from the array. Phew! Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. There was no obstruction along the way. He quickly moved and arrived at the depths of Dark Ghost City in the blink of an eye. He looked up and found that there was a bell and drum tower at the top of Small Mountain. There was a bell and drum on the tower. Let's go. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He jumped and arrived in front of the bell and drum tower. Dong, dong, dong. He injected his power and wanted to sound it. But a moment later, he failed. Poochie. He spat out blood. His blood was boiling, and his body was almost sent flying. Am I not strong enough? Fang Chun smiled bitterly. Since entering Dargo City, he had been hunted by the ghosts. He didn't have time to cultivate. Although the process was considered training, he still didn't have a breakthrough in his realm. I feel like I'm almost there, Fang Chun said to himself. He could clearly feel that the power in his body was restless. His origin star had reached the limit. He only needed an opportunity to break through. If I use my full strength now, my combat power should be above the peak of the 9th stage. There's still a gap between me and an invincible saint. Fang Chun was calm. He was thinking. In the distance, the fierce battle was still ongoing. It seemed that the foreign ghost lords couldn't break the array, and the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord couldn't do anything to them. The 3 ghost lords were in a stalemate. Most of the other ghosts were devoured by the Wolf Lord. The remaining few hid far away and didn't dare to get close to the battlefield. Fortunately, the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord are maintaining the array and can't get away. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Fang Chun sighed. However, this couldn't go on. He needed to think of a foolproof plan at this moment. How about you and I work together to deal with the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord? This was the voice of the foreign ghost lord. Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect the foreign ghost lord to send him a message. Working with him was like working with a tiger. Fang Chun naturally wouldn't agree. Soon, the foreign ghost lord spoke again. Chapter 36:15. Fang Chun knew that cooperating with a variant ghost lord was tantamount to conspiring with a tiger. Once the variant ghost lords had a chance to breathe, they would definitely pose a threat to him. What should I do? Fang Chun was in a dilemma. If he did not cooperate with the variant ghost lords, then once the variant ghost lords were completely suppressed by the Wolf Lord and Lin Lord, the 2 ghost lords would definitely turn around and kill him. No matter what, Fang Chun was in a passive state. Blood curse. Venerable Hun Yi's skeleton trembled as he transmitted his voice. In the chaotic ancient era, there was a super powerful incantation called blood curse. This incantation is very ancient and extremely powerful. For ordinary warriors, it is basically useless. Moreover, with the strength of their soul, they can't bear the power of blood curse. Venerable Hun Yi quickly explained. But you can. Your primordial spirit has already formed a golden core and is complete. It can bear the power of the blood curse. In the ancient chaos era, when experts made a promise to each other, they would usually make a blood curse. Once the blood curse was made, the seed of the blood curse would be planted in one's body. If one broke the promise, one's soul would be destroyed instantly. This blood curse was very restrictive on experts. Fang Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately transmitted his voice to the variant ghost lord. We can cooperate, but you have to make a blood curse. Otherwise, Fang Chun expressed his attitude. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to make a blood curse. Otherwise, he would rather die. Obviously, the variant ghost lord had also heard of the blood curse. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Your primordial spirit is too weak to bear the power of the blood curse. You're courting death. The variant ghost lord tried to deceive Fang Chun. However, he would never dream that Fang Chun's mind had a bone of an expert from the ancient chaos era. You still dare to deceive me at this time? I can't see your sincerity in cooperating. Let's end it here. With that, Fang Chun stopped contacting the variant ghost lord. Rumble. The array became smaller and smaller, leaving less and less space for the variant ghost lord. He did not have much time left. At this time, the variant ghost lord was getting more and more anxious. Lin Zun, Wolf Zun, are you two really going to do this? The variant ghost lord roared angrily. If you push me too far, both of you will die with me. Lin Zun sneered. The formation that they had set up together was flawless, and they were not afraid of foreign ghost lords at all. Of course, they needed an enormous amount of energy to maintain the formation. Therefore, they had to speed up and suppress the variant ghost lords. Otherwise, if they took too long, it would be easy for changes to occur. Continue suppressing them. Lin Zun and Wolf Zun looked at each other. Then, the two of them frantically activated the array formation to suppress the foreign ghost Zun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A terrifying force swept over. The variant ghost lord felt threatened. He punched out, wanting to block it. However, he was shocked to find that the force ignored his attack and circled around his illusory arm. A blood-curdling scream came from the mouth of the variant Ghost Lord. In the blink of an eye, one of his illusory arms was destroyed. How is this possible? He was shocked. He didn't expect this array to be so powerful. Finally, he couldn't help but contact Fong Chen again. I can cooperate with you, or I can set up a blood curse. After suppressing Wolf Zun and Lin Zun, I will not attack you. I will personally escort you out of Dargos City. How about it? The anxious voice of the variant Ghost Lord sounded in Fong Chen's ears. Finally, can't help it, Fong Chen looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the majestic and bloody array formation cutting through the void and suppressing the variant Ghost Lord. This array is very strange. Once it successfully cuts through the void, even if the variant Ghost Lord doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Fong Chen murmured. At this time, he rolled his eyes and had a bold idea. No. You don't seem to understand your current situation. Fong Chen said coldly. We can cooperate, but the blood curse you set up is not that you won't attack me, but you have to obey my orders and serve me for 10,000 years. You've gone too far. The variant Ghost Lord was furious. When he was alive, he was the strongest. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He was burning with anger. If he could get out now, he would definitely slap Fong Chen to death. Unfortunately, not only could he not get out, but his situation was getting worse. I can break the array that trapped you, and I can use their array to reverse engineer it. I can make Lin Zun and Wolf Zun fall into an illusion for a short time, but it can only last for 3 seconds at most. Fong Chen continued. If you agree, I will do it now. If you don't, then pretend I didn't say anything. Fong Chen grasped the variant Ghost Lord's weakness. In a boring place like Dargos City, they had fought for hundreds of millions of years for reincarnation. They valued life too much. Especially the 3 Ghost Lords. They all wanted to escape from here. Once they died, they would be completely dead. Therefore, even if Fong Chen made a very disrespectful request, the variant Ghost Lord fell into silence. Damn it. The variant Ghost Lord clenched his fists, struggling in his heart. 10,000 years to him was just the blink of an eye. However, he was unwilling to work for a 5th-level Holy Emperor Ant. You should know that if we cooperate, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun will most likely be suppressed by you. All the power they have gained over the years will be taken by you. At that time, maybe we will all be able to sound the bell and drum. Fong Chen tempted step by step. He believed that nothing could be more tempting than reincarnation. Crack! While he was thinking, the array shrunk again. The majestic attack smashed into the variant Ghost Lord's body, instantly shattering his other illusory arm. The variant Ghost Lord roared in anger. His power was weakening. No, I can't die here. I want to be reborn. I want reincarnation. Thinking of the bits and pieces of his life, the variant Ghost Lord clenched his teeth and made a decision. How can I believe you? Although the variant Ghost Lord was prepared to work with Fong Chen, he still had a backup plan. He did not completely trust Fong Chen. If I set a blood curse and am controlled by you, what if you attack me after I suppress Lin Zun and Wolf Zun? After the blood curse was set, his life would be completely controlled by Fong Chen. As long as the latter wanted, he would die. He would not take such a big risk. Since it's a cooperation, I will naturally make you rest assured. I will also set a blood curse. You will be under my control for 10,000 years. During this period, you will protect my safety and obey my service. Of course, I will not let you do anything that will send you to your death. Fong Chen said. After pondering for a moment, the variant Ghost Lord agreed. Okay, I promise you. Then, Fong Chen taught the blood curse technique that Venerable Hun he had taught him to the variant Ghost Venerable. Chapter 36:16. The blood curse technique was a very vicious spell. However, it was very simple to operate. According to the method provided by Fong Chen, the variant Ghost Lord picked up a drop of blood left by Fong Chen in the previous battle and then began to operate the blood curse technique. After a while, a blood-red light appeared on his body. A blood-red flower grew in his illusory body. This was the blood curse seed. At the same time, Fong Chen's blood merged into the blood curse seed. Dong! Fong Chen's body trembled as he sensed the life aura of the variant Ghost Lord. Is this the blood curse secret technique? Fong Chen murmured, his heart shocked. He could easily control a peak powerhouse just like that. It was terrifying. Okay, I have planted the blood curse seed. It's your turn. The variant Ghost Lord said eagerly. Because outside the formation, Lin Zun and Wolf Zun's attacks were too fierce. He had to speed up. Okay. Soon, Fong Chen also planted the blood curse seed in his body. As for the variant Ghost Lord's blood, he obtained it from his seclusion. Fong Chen was secretly delighted. The blood curse seed he planted had no effect on his body, as long as he did not attack the variant Ghost Lords for 10,000 years. And his gains were huge. He got such a powerful bodyguard for free, it was simply wonderful. Can we start? The variant Drum Lord urged. Launch a fierce attack and attract the attention of the two Ghost Lords. Then follow the footwork I taught you and inject your power into several nodes of the formation. Fong Chen said telepathically. The variant Ghost Lord nodded and did as Fong Chen said. Boom! In the formation, the variant Ghost Lord roared and launched a fierce attack. In the eyes of Lin Zun and Wolf Zun, the former should be going all out. Maintain the formation. He is making the final attack. Lin Zun said. The mutated Ghost Lord attacked the array formation crazily and used its own body to resist the attacks of the two Ghost Lords. Its body was constantly turning illusory, but during this process, it still remembered what Fong Chen had said. His body seemed to be moving chaotically, but in reality, his feet were stepping in different directions. Every time his feet touched the ground, there would be a hidden force injected into the ground. Not long after, a deafening sound rang out. The deviant Ghost Lord could not hold on any longer and was sent flying. However, the mission was accomplished. It's my turn. Fong Chen concealed his aura with the Samsara knife and quietly approached the tactical deployment. He quickly patted the nodes of the array. Lin Zun discovered him and roared angrily. Human, you're courting death. However, it was too late. He grinned, and his hands formed seals. Lin Zun discovered that he had lost control of the formation. Rumble. Countless explosions could be heard from the nodes of the formation. Half of the array base was destroyed, and the array formation was instantly broken. Roar. Without the restraint of the formation, the strength of the mutated Ghost Lord was restored. It looked down at the two Ghost Lords in anger. You two actually besieged me. You deserve to die. The mutated Ghost Lord said coldly. You actually cooperated with a human? Lin Zun and the Wolf Lord looked at each other, ready to deal with Fong Chen first. However, Fong Chen was already prepared. The moment they rushed over, the incomplete formation suddenly reversed and ran in reverse. A terrifying force instantly enveloped Lin Zun and the Wolf Lord. No, the two Ghost Lords were trapped in the formation, and they were horrified. What kind of formation is this? They underestimated Fong Chen's attainments in formations. He was almost invincible in the world. Not only did he crack the formation set up by the two Ghost Lords, but he also made a reverse calculation. Now the formation was completely reversed. It was still a familiar formation, but it was not familiar with the power. Let's go, the Wolf Lord exclaimed. I can only trap them for 3 seconds. Fong Chen said. The Drum Lord nodded, and its figure flashed and disappeared into the formation. Fong Chen maintained the formation, and his face was pale. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When 3 seconds passed, the formation shattered with a bang, and Fong Chen was directly smashed away. Blood flowed, and he was seriously injured. At this time, the mutated Ghost Lord had successfully injured the Wolf Lord with the help of the formation. Gotcha! The moment the formation was broken, he took the Wolf Lord's head. Hiss! The Wolf Lord's body quickly collapsed, and finally turned into a vast force that was absorbed by the Ghost Lord. After absorbing the Wolf Lord's power, the Ghost Lord's strength had obviously become stronger. He smiled eerily and locked on a Lin Zun. Let me go. Lin Zun begged for mercy. In a one-on-one fight, he was not the Ghost Lord's strength at all. Ridiculous. The Ghost Lord attacked, and Lin Zun fled in panic. The entire Dark Ghost City was completely overturned by the battle between the two, and the remaining ghosts were also affected by the terrifying force. Do you really want to kill all of us? Fang Chun climbed up from the soil. He could vaguely hear Lin Zun's desperate and angry voice in the storm. Die! In the next moment, he heard the Ghost Lord's roar, and then the sky fell and the earth cracked, and hellfire poured down. Whoosh! The Ghost Lord's figure flashed, and he came to Fang Chen's side. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fang Chen nodded. After absorbing the power of the two Ghost Lords, the Ghost Lord's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He was even confident that he could recover his peak strength when he was alive. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen, he actually smiled. Are the two of them dead? Fang Chen asked. In a one-on-one fight, they are no match for me. The Ghost Lord was full of confidence. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. I will do what I promised you, but I also hope that you can keep your promise. The Ghost Lord suddenly said, and if you can sound the bell and drum, you must take me with you. The Ghost Lord increasingly believed that Fang Chen might be the successor chosen by the Great Lord. If he went with him, he might be able to reach the end of the reincarnation road and enter the reincarnation cycle. Don't worry. How can I leave such a powerful hand behind? Fang Chen grinned. I am seriously injured now, and I need to find a place to heal. Follow me. The Ghost Lord brought Fang Chen back to his place of seclusion. Dark Ghost City gradually calmed down. The death of the two Ghost Lords was a good thing for the remaining ghosts. Dark Ghost City was back on track again. At the end of the reincarnation road, there was an endless sea shrouded in gray fog. This was the legendary Sea of Rebirth. At the edge of the Sea of Rebirth, there was a statue. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the scene in Dark Ghost City through the reincarnation road. Beside him, the guardian with the three-layer mark was also speechless. All the crises were resolved so easily. Buzz! The statue emitted a terrifying light, and a message was transmitted to the guardian's mind. Chapter 36:17. This is... Fang Chen was completely stunned when he arrived at the cave abode of the variant ghost venerables. There was a pool in the cave abode. The pool was steaming hot, but the color of the water was black. Dark soul-cleansing water? Fang Chen almost jumped up. The dark soul-cleansing water that only existed in legends actually had such a large pool here. It was simply unimaginable. In the past, he had only seen records of the dark soul-cleansing water in the ancient books of the Tao Palace. The dark soul-cleansing water was a very powerful liquid. This liquid was specially used to cleanse the primordial spirit of martial artists. The primordial spirit golden core could form a nascent soul after being cleansed for countless years. In the five-element sacred realm, it was very difficult to comprehend the origin of heaven and earth. However, with the dark soul-cleansing water, it could cleanse the primordial spirit and form a nascent soul, making cultivation much easier. Moreover, it was said that in the chaotic ancient era, there was a peak expert who used the dark soul-cleansing water to cleanse the primordial spirit for a long time. Finally, he broke through the shackles and stepped into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Of course, this was just a legend. The legend is true. In his mind, the skeleton of Venerable Hun vibrated and spoke. It seemed that even Venerable Hun was shocked. He told Fang Chen about the legend, and then said that the dark soul-cleansing water was also very useful to him. If he could soak his skeleton in it, he might be able to condense his primordial spirit again and reincarnate. This was simply a great opportunity for Venerable Hun who had already broken his reincarnation road. Without saying anything, Fang Chen took out the skeleton and put in the pool. Hiss! After the skeleton entered the pool, it was constantly cleansed, and the last trace of Venerable Hun Yi's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. This is your place of seclusion? Fang Chen asked. The variant ghost Venerable nodded. The dark soul-cleansing water is rare in the world. It's not a rare thing in Dark Ghost City. Maybe the mighty figure at the end of the reincarnation road placed the dark soul-cleansing water here to cleanse the evil people in our lives, the variant ghost Venerable muttered to itself. After a long time, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. He let the variant ghost Venerable help to guard him, and then entered the dark, soul-cleansing water. Plop! Waves splashed on the surface of the pool. After Fang Chen sank to the bottom of the pool, he felt a strong pressure. At the same time, he also felt the power of the dark god cleansing water invading his mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His primordial spirit, golden core, spun rapidly as it was enveloped by the dark soul cleansing water. As for him, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. The path of reincarnation was a mystery to the people on the God's Fall battlefield. Many people regarded it as a taboo and did not dare to casually talk about it. When Fang Chen fell into the path of reincarnation, the black and white elders of the Tao Palace believed that he was doomed. During this period of time, the flames of war were unceasing in the demonic sky fire region. Moreover, the protectors of the no-demon cult seemed to have pledged allegiance to the young Marquis. Their strength instantly skyrocketed, and they began to launch a large-scale attack on the God's Fall battlefield. Just relying on Nether Ghost Lord alone, it was very difficult to resist. The God's Fall Alliance had suffered heavy casualties. Qing Jun's incarnation had collapsed, and his original body was still sleeping in the demonic mountains. While healing, he searched for the reincarnation road to see if he could rescue Fang Chen. After all, the latter had the essence blood of the Blood God clan. As for the black and white elders, after making arrangements for the Tao Palace, they began their journey to the demonic sky fire region to meet up with Nether Ghost Lord. After the three invincible saints met up, the alliance finally stopped collapsing and began to counterattack. At the critical moment, the young Marquis used his trump card and forced the three invincible saints to retreat. On the same day, the chaos battlefield that had disappeared for a long time suddenly appeared out of thin air, shocking the entire God's Fall battlefield. At the same time, many top invincible saints felt the terrifying power emanating from the chaos battlefield. In the Fire Marrow Mine in the demonic sky fire region, young Marquis, the chaos battlefield has appeared, a servant said in a low voice. I can feel the power erupting from within the chaos battlefield. I think the master has already taken action. Humph! A group of sinners wants to fight with the Carefree Mansion. What wishful thinking! The chaos battlefield is the master's territory. Once the so-called top invincible saints are trapped, they will definitely die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark figure suddenly appeared in the Fire Marrow Mine. It was the protector of the no-demon cult. Greetings, young Marquis. Although the protector of the no-demon cult was also an invincible saint, he did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the young Marquis. Moreover, he chose to cooperate with the young Marquis, which basically meant that he had surrendered. Of course, he was willing to do so. He was especially excited after learning about the situation in the chaos battlefield from the young Marquis. What's the matter? The young Marquis glanced at him and asked. I heard that the young Marquis was looking for the fire source mine. The protector of the no-demon cult said, I guess that it should have been obtained by Fang Chen. Fang Chen? The young Marquis frowned. He is a disciple of the Defying Heaven Alliance and also a Tao Palace genius. He once suppressed many geniuses in the demonic sky fire region by himself. He was the first to find the Fire Marrow Mine. The no-demon cult had always regarded Fang Chen as a person they must kill, so they knew a lot about him. Connecting the dots, if there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the Fire Marrow Mine, it was most likely Fang Chen. The young Marquis's expression finally turned serious. He stared coldly at the protector and asked, Then do you know where Fang Chen is? No matter what, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than miss out on one. This was the young Marquis's way of doing things. Besides, everyone here was a sinner. It didn't matter how many he killed. Not long ago, he broke into the demonic mountain range and snatched the fusion source fragment that we have been planning for a long time. He slaughtered our disciples and finally disappeared in the Dark Sword Mound. The protector of the no-demon cult explained the situation at that time. Hearing this, the young Marquis's body trembled. The path of rebirth, the other servants also exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God! Why would the path of rebirth manifest here? Is something big going to happen? Obviously, they were also very afraid of the path of rebirth. After a long time, the young Marquis finally calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "Pay close attention to the movements in the demonic mountain range. At the same time, speed up the attack on the sinner's land. As for Fong Chun, if he falls into the path of rebirth, he most likely won't survive." The path of rebirth was a matter of great importance. The young Marquis did not dare to be negligent. He wanted to rule the entire God's Fall battlefield as soon as possible, and then carefully study the path of rebirth. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed across his eyes. Young Marquis, isn't a little too hasty to act now. The sudden appearance of the chaos battlefield that had disappeared meant that although the top giants were trapped, they were fighting hard. They were attacking the seal from the inside. The servants hoped that it would not be too late for them to act after Xiao Yaoho had completely stabilized the chaos battlefield. Chapter 36:18. Reincarnation Road, Dark Ghost City. Hot air surged in the vast pool. Fong Chun dove to the bottom of the pool and endured the intense pressure from all directions. If it was an ordinary person, this kind of pressure would be enough to instantly shatter them. Fortunately, Fong Chen's physical strength was extremely strong, and he had the perfect bloodline to protect him. He could withstand the cleansing of the dark, soul-cleansing water. Buzz! After a long time, Fong Chun finally adapted to the power of the dark, soul-cleansing water. He then began to carefully guide the dark, soul-cleansing water into his mind. Hiss! When his primordial spirit golden core came into contact with the dark, soul-cleansing water, a terrifying power rippled out. At this moment, Fong Chun felt his body trembling. His primordial spirit golden core was trembling and on the verge of collapse. "Condense!" Fong Chun shouted. His perfect bloodline exploded at this moment and drilled into his mind. It covered his primordial spirit golden core and formed a strong defensive barrier. Whoosh! At this moment, the power of the dark, soul-cleansing water gradually decreased. Crack! The dark, soul-cleansing water gradually seeped into his primordial spirit golden core. The terrifying corrosive power kept eroding Fong Chen's primordial spirit. In a moment, a crack appeared on his primordial spirit golden core. Oh no! Fong Chen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The dark soul-cleansing water had begun to attack his primordial spirit golden core. He was anxious. If he did not stop it, his primordial spirit golden core would most likely shatter. Once his primordial spirit golden core shattered, it would mean that he would die here. Damn it! Fong Chen cursed and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Beside the pool, the variant ghost lord saw this scene and its eyes flickered. His primordial spirit has reached the golden core level, but his realm is too low. The dark soul-cleansing water was a rare item. Even a half-step chaotic supremacy would find it difficult to resist its temptation. One could imagine how powerful it was. Your primordial spirit can no longer bear it. Leave quickly. The voice of the outsider ghost lord entered Fong Chen's mind and exploded, waking Fong Chen up. However, it was too late. Fong Chen wanted to leave, but he discovered that his body was imprisoned by the dark, cleansing divine water, unable to move. Damn it! The ghost lord of the exotic species growled and reached out its hand to the bottom of the pool, trying to rescue Fong Chen. However, just as his palm was about to touch Fong Chen, he suddenly let out a miserable cry. A terrifying shockwave sent him flying. How is this possible? The variant ghost lord lying on the ground looked at his blood-stained palm and trembled. He hastily looked at the pool and was shocked to find Fong Chen at the bottom of the pool, emanating a vast aura. Above his head, a copper bowl was spinning. There were complicated patterns on the copper bowl. Every time it spun, it would trigger the movement of the dark soul-cleansing water. The light from the copper bowl shrouded Fong Chen's body. At this moment, Fong Chen was like an eminent monk, sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, receiving the cleansing of the dark soul-cleansing water. That is, the ghost lord was completely stunned. He felt the terrifying aura hidden in the copper bowl. That aura made even him tremble. A supreme weapon that is superior to a dual origin sacred weapon? The Ghost Lord exclaimed. Origin's sacred weapons were condensed from the origin energy of heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful and were almost the strongest weapons in the world. However, just like the supreme technique of the secret technique, there was also a weapon that belonged to the chaotic supremacy. It was called the supreme weapon. As the name suggested, it was a weapon that was personally refined by the chaotic supremacy. Only the chaotic supremacy could control it. There are supreme weapons in this era. When he looked at Feng Chun, his eyes were filled with shock. He could not imagine how a guy in the five-element sacred realm could have a supreme weapon and use it. At the bottom of the pool, Feng Chun felt the powerful power of the copper bowl, and his heart was in turmoil. He had once obtained this copper bowl from the altar in the North Sea of the primordial chaos. He vaguely remembered that the altar was dedicated to a super expert, and his trump card, the heaven-severing alchemy, was obtained from that super expert. At that time, when he left in a hurry, he obtained a copper bowl and had been carrying it with him. He did not expect the copper bowl to be so powerful that it could resist the power of the dark soul-cleansing water. Phew! Feng Chun carefully sensed the copper bowl and then breathed a sigh of relief. Rays of light shot out from the copper bowl and shrouded him. Under the deterrence of the copper bowl, the dark spirit cleansing water actually became much more docile. The dark spirit cleansing water flowed into his mind and cleansed his Yuan Shun golden core in an orderly manner. This, Feng Chun was shocked. The origin of the copper bowl was too mysterious. He even guessed that this copper bowl was most likely related to the primordial chaos. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing was to cleanse his primordial spirit. Buzz. He began to try to control the dark soul-cleansing water to cleanse his primordial spirit. A moment later, the dark soul-cleansing water had completely enveloped his primordial spirit. At this time, his primordial spirit golden core had already emitted a brilliant golden luster and was about to be perfected. Phew! In just half an hour, his primordial spirit golden core had already reached the peak and was only one step away from forming the nascent soul. Forming the nascent soul from the golden core is the most difficult and dangerous stage on the path of martial arts. Feng Chen's face was solemn. After all, it was a matter of life and death. He did not dare to be careless. Success or failure depends on this. A moment later, Feng Chun collected his thoughts and began to break through. Outside the pool, seeing this, the foreign species ghost lords were all shocked. How is this possible? He could clearly feel the pressure emanating from the copper bowl. That pressure even made his heart palpitate. It was definitely a supreme weapon. Only a supreme could control a weapon. But why does he have it? All of a sudden, the foreign species ghost lord had a bold guess. Could it be the foreign species ghost lord's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately exclaimed, "The reincarnation of the primordial chaos?" Other than this, he really could not think of any reason to explain what he was seeing now. Why did the mighty at the end of the reincarnation road choose him as the executor of the plan? And how did he enter the reincarnation road with his physical body? One had to know that since ancient times, even the three ghost lords could not do this when they were alive. A little guy in the five elements sacred realm did it. What the hell is going on? The foreign species ghost lord murmured. Could it be that the world has changed and the dark turmoil will reappear? At the same time, the entire dark ghost city and even the reincarnation road were shocked by the supreme aura emanating from the copper bowl. Even the statue at the end of the reincarnation road suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 36:19. The path of the soul had always been mysterious. Especially after entering the five elements sacred realm, one could absorb the origin of heaven and earth to cultivate, comprehend the five great origins, and truly fight against the heavens. At this time, the primordial spirit had basically formed the golden core, and it was extremely difficult to advance further. Forming the nascent soul from the golden core was the dream of every sacred realm powerhouse. Some people couldn't do it even after spending their entire lives. Some people failed midway and died. In short, there were very few people who could form the nascent soul since ancient times. Now, Fangchun had reached the most critical point of forming the nascent soul. His potential had already reached the top of all time, and according to Supremacy Hun E, there were very few people who could compete with him in terms of potential even in the chaotic ancient era. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. Therefore, his path of cultivation was much smoother than others. In addition to his perfect bloodline and the powerhouse behind the bloodline, all kinds of factors had made him who he was now. Now, he was using the dark soul-cleansing water to constantly cleanse his primordial spirit, and he wanted to form the nascent soul. The corrosive power of the dark soul-cleansing water was too strong, and it specifically targeted the primordial spirit. Once it invaded, even an invincible saint would find it difficult to resist. Previously, when the foreign ghost lord cultivated here, he didn't dare to immerse himself in the dark soul-cleansing water. He had a unique secret technique, and he only dared to absorb it slowly. Unlike Fangchun, who had the protection of the copper bowl that seemed to be a supreme weapon, the corrosive power of the dark soul-cleansing water's threat to him was greatly reduced, and the copper bowl even helped him absorb the dark soul-cleansing water. This allowed his primordial spirit to be cleansed faster. A month later, his primordial spirit had been cleansed by 10%. At this time, he felt that his primordial spirit was unprecedentedly strong, and he could resist the dark soul-cleansing water with a thought. However, it was still not enough. Continue. He summarized his experience and continued to immerse himself in the cleansing. A year later, his primordial spirit had been cleansed by 30%. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and he was a little tired, and his forehead was full of sweat. The deeper he went into the cleansing, the more time it took. In the beginning, it only took him a month to purify 10% of his primordial spirit. Now, after a year, he had only purified 30%. At this moment, the primordial spirit golden core in Fangchen's mind was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was becoming more and more transparent, and on the surface of the golden core, complex patterns appeared. According to the current speed, it will take at least 10 years. Fangchun thought to himself, for a Sage Realm expert, 10,000 years was like a snap of a finger. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Just like that, with the help of the copper bowl, Fangchun continued to purify his primordial spirit. During this period of time, his cultivation level had silently increased. He had risen from the 5th level Holy Emperor Realm to the 6th level Holy Emperor Realm. His physical strength had improved as well. Impressive. The variant Ghost Lord had been guarding Fangchun all this time. He had seen the changes in Fangchun with his own eyes and was amazed. Since the beginning of time, I have seen countless geniuses. However, none of them can compare to him. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. As time passed, Fangchen's primordial spirit golden core became more and more transparent, and the patterns on it became more and more numerous. In the end, they were densely intertwined, forming a complex pattern. Crack! 10 years later, Fangchen's primordial spirit golden core had been purified by more than 90%. One day, the dark holy cleansing water suddenly surged and spun wildly, attacking Fangchen's body. Splash! Fangchun suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura swept through the cave. At this moment, Fangchun could clearly see that a crack had appeared on his primordial spirit golden core. If an ordinary warrior saw a crack in his primordial spirit, he would be extremely shocked. However, at this moment, Fangchun was exceptionally surprised. This was because this was the sign that the primordial spirit golden core had been purified to the extreme. The crack was just the beginning. When the primordial spirit golden core was completely shattered, it would reform and form the nascent soul. Phew! Fangchun took a deep breath. His expression was very serious. During this period, Supremacy Hun, he had also given him a lot of advice, telling him to be careful. Fangchun nodded. With a thought, he controlled the copper bowl to temporarily isolate the dark, holy, cleansing water in the pool and absorbed it drop by drop into his mind. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. Another crack appeared on the primordial spirit golden core. Fang Chun felt dizzy. This was the aftereffect of the shattering of the primordial spirit golden core. Let's do it in one go. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, his primordial chi would be greatly damaged, and it would be difficult for him to form the nascent soul in the future. Absorb! He shouted and absorbed a drop of dark, holy, cleansing water, enveloping the cracked primordial spirit golden core. In the next moment, one could see with the naked eye that the primordial spirit golden core was like an egg. The cracks began to spread. Fang Chen's body was on the verge of collapse. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The pain spread throughout his body. He stared at the primordial spirit golden core without blinking. Crack! With a crisp sound, the primordial spirit golden core finally shattered completely. At this time, the perfect bloodline in his body surged wildly, protecting the broken primordial spirit and preventing the power of the soul, Tao, from leaking out. Condense the primordial spirit again and form the nascent soul. Fang Chen murmured. He sat in the pool with difficulty and began to condense the primordial spirit according to the method taught to him by Supremacy Han Yi. In fact, this method was very common in the chaotic ancient era. However, because of the battle of the gods, the world was limited and the method of forming the nascent soul was lost. Fang Chen's hands were constantly forming seals. He used himself as the array base and the pool as the array. An endless stream of dark, holy, cleansing water entered his mind. Rumble. Under the purification of the dark, holy, cleansing water, the shattered primordial spirit slowly reformed. Ah! Fang Chun could not help but let out a painful cry. The pain of the reunion was unbearable for ordinary people. Even Fang Chun cried out in pain. He succeeded? Beside the pool, the foreign species ghost lords widened their eyes in shock. He completed the purification of the primordial spirit in just 10 years? This is too. The foreign species ghost lords felt that they had suffered a great blow. They had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years and lived like a dog. The foreign species ghost lords stared at Fang Chun without blinking. After all, they had never accomplished such a feat when they were at their peak. As for Venerable Han Yi's skeleton, it was trembling non-stop with joy. He had seen countless elites, but none of them could be compared to Fang Chun. Once the primordial spirit forms the nascent soul, even the invincible sages will be no match for him. Right? Supremacy Han, he exclaimed. It was a long process to reassemble the primordial spirit and form the nascent soul. Even Fang Chun was no exception. However, Fang Chun was not in a hurry. He already saw hope and felt that there was a high chance of success. He was secretly happy and grateful to the Copper Bowl and the Super Overlord in the primordial chaos. If not for them, it would be almost impossible for his primordial spirit to form the nascent soul. At this moment, at the end of the reincarnation road, the statue opened its eyes and looked at Fang Chun through the gray fog. Chapter 3620. It took 10 years to cleanse the primordial spirit. After that, it took 50 years to reform the primordial spirit. It had been nearly 100 years since Fang Chun entered the reincarnation road. During this time, the outside world had been constantly fighting. The young Duke and the others, together with the remnants of the No-Demon cult, launched a powerful counterattack against the Godsfall alliance. Nether Ghost Lord was seriously injured several times, and in the end, his soul was almost scattered. Fortunately, the Black and White Elders intervened and saved him. The young Duke showed his powerful means in front of the world. Of course, these means were all prepared for him by his father, Duke Xiaoyao. If he really relied on himself, he would not be able to defeat an invincible saint. As the chaos battlefield was closed, the young Duke and the others spread the news that the Godsfall battlefield would usher in the greatest disaster in history. Some people began to waver, especially after Nether Ghost Lord was defeated. They were shocked to find that the heaven-defying alliance could no longer protect them. They began to seek other ways out. Some people could not stand the tempting conditions offered by the young duke and betrayed the Godfall battlefield, joining the young duke's side. There were also some who, although remaining neutral, were always ready to side with the young duke. For a time, rumors spread in the Godfall battlefield, and everyone was in danger. 100 years passed in a flash. Fang Chun, the once peerless genius, the top genius of all time, had long been forgotten by the world. He fell into the reincarnation road, and it was basically impossible for him to come back alive. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten by the people. Reincarnation Road, Dark Ghost City. Hiss, hiss. In the pool, the dark cleansing water kept bubbling, as if it would evaporate at any time. The foreign ghost lord, standing to the side, was secretly shocked. His heart was bleeding. The entire pool of dark cleansing water had been consumed by Fang Chun by 2/3. Now, the pool had reached the bottom, and there was only a little dark cleansing water left. This guy, the foreign ghost lord, could not help but shake his head. At the same time, he was shocked. A guy in the sage realm had actually absorbed so much dark cleansing divine water. Most importantly, he had actually succeeded, cleansing the primordial spirit and then forming the nascent soul. The nascent soul that had always existed in legends. He had seen it with his own eyes today. At this time, Fang Chun was sitting cross-legged in the pool, his clothes disheveled. His eyes were closed, and his body was surrounded by a red halo. The dark cleansing water was no longer much of a threat to him. The corrosive power couldn't even penetrate the copper bowl's defense. In his mind, multicolored light shot out in all directions. A small golden figure was sitting cross-legged, looking exactly like him. It was practically a miniature version of him. The golden dwarf exuded a terrifying power of the soul Tao. This was the nascent soul transformation. It was said that after the nascent soul formed, it would take on the appearance of a human and exist in the mind, providing an endless supply of energy. Right now, Fang Chun had successfully formed his nascent soul. The tiny golden figure was still in its growth stage. It closed its eyes and continued to absorb energy. The dark cleansing water and the power of the perfect bloodline were all absorbed by the golden dwarf. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the power of his soul Tao had skyrocketed. He could penetrate the reincarnation road with a single thought. Who? At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. After 100 years of hard work, I finally succeeded. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the golden humanoid, Fang Chun sighed and smiled brightly. Although the primordial spirit golden core realm and the primordial spirit nascent soul realm were only one step away, the difference between the two was simply too great. Only after successfully forming the nascent soul could one experience the difference. The power of a nascent soul realm primordial spirit is more than 100 times stronger than that of a golden core realm primordial spirit. Fang Chun exclaimed. 100 years ago, his primordial spirit could not penetrate the fog of the reincarnation road. But now, he could see the end of the reincarnation road with a single glance. If I were in the outside world, I should be able to cover the entire Godfall battlefield with a single thought. This was the terrifying nascent soul transformation. Since ancient times, anyone who could form the nascent soul transformation could basically touch the threshold of the primordial spirit. As for whether they could step into the primordial spirit, it depended on the right time, place, and people. At least, Fang Chun was far from it. I didn't expect my soul Tao to take a shortcut. Fang Chun stood up, the dark cleansing water falling from his body. The copper bowl above his head also lost its luster and fell into his palm. A supreme weapon? Fang Chun murmured. After his primordial spirit improved, his understanding of the primordial spirit had improved. Therefore, he knew the origin of the copper bowl. It's all thanks to it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to succeed. Fang Chun sighed and put away the copper bowl. Congratulations. The foreign ghost lord cupped his fists, his heart trembling. You are the first person to successfully form the nascent soul since ancient times. I was lucky. Fang Chun was more modest. After 100 years of hard work, Not only did his primordial spirit break through, but his cultivation also stepped into the 6th level Holy Emperor. However, to him, cultivation level was not very significant. After all, if he attacked with all his strength, he would not be afraid, even if he was an invincible saint. Unless a half-step primordial spirit expert attacked, he would not be afraid. Phew, he really did not expect to gain so much from the reincarnation road. Now that he thought about it, it was time to meet the Supreme Venerable at the end of the reincarnation road. It's a pity to leave so much dark, cleansing water here. Fangchen looked at the 1/3 of dark, cleansing water left and muttered to himself. This dark cleansing water is extremely corrosive. There are almost no containers that can contain it. However, before the foreign ghost lord finished speaking, it saw Fangchen take out the copper bowl and start collecting it. Whoosh! Although the copper bowl looked small, it contained a universe inside. Soon, it collected all the dark cleansing water. Anyway, the other ghosts in the Dark Ghost City can't use it to cultivate, Fangchen said. After leaving the cave, Fangchen said to the foreign ghost lord, "Try attacking me." The foreign ghost lord was a little hesitant. It had once said a blood curse. This is an order. Hearing this, the foreign ghost lord did not hesitate and directly attacked. Boom! It was a simple punch, but it contained a powerful force comparable to an invincible saint. Wherever the fist passed, the void collapsed. Condense. Seeing this, Fangchen growled. The void seemed to have frozen at this moment. Then, in his mind, the golden figure shook, and a terrifying force escaped. He punched the foreign ghost lord. Dong! The two fists collided, and a deafening sound erupted. The foreign ghost lord felt a shocking force rushing into its body, trying to destroy its remnant consciousness. Bang! 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 The foreign ghost lord was shocked and forced it out, retreating step by step. After stabilizing its body, the foreign ghost lord looked at Fangchen in horror. Was the nascent soul of the primordial spirit so terrifying? As expected, Fangchen nodded with satisfaction. It was similar to what he had guessed. With my current strength, I should be able to try to sound the bell and drum, right? Chapter 36:21. After transforming his nascent soul, Fangchen's strength had reached its peak. It was very difficult for him to go any further. However, with the reincarnation knife, his combat strength was extraordinary. Even if he fought with an invincible saint, he was full of confidence. No one in the Dark Ghost City was his opponent. The foreign ghost lords had also set up a blood curse to obey his orders. It was time for the blood curse to sound the bell and drum. In fact, in addition to wanting to leave this place and go to the end of the reincarnation road to see the great senior, there was another very important reason, which was the substitute talisman. It was refined by the great senior himself. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Having the substitute talisman meant that he had an extra life, which was a treasure that countless martial artists yearned for. "Let's go," Fangchen whispered. Not long after, he appeared on a mountain peak. On the mountaintop, there was a bell and drum. Runes flickered, and it was full of terrible power. So strong. Fangchen couldn't help but sigh. The closer he got to the bell and drum, the greater the pressure he felt. However, when he released a powerful soul path power, the pressure disappeared. The mutated ghost lord behind him also had a look of surprise on his face. He had come here countless times, but he couldn't get close to the bell and drum. He didn't expect Fangchen to be able to resist this terrible power. Buzz! Fangchen took a step forward and came to the bell and drum. Then he suddenly punched out. Dong dong dong. After a short silence, the bell and drum burst out with a deafening sound, echoing over the entire Dark Ghost City. The melodious sound rippled out one after another. Fangchen felt that the golden figure in his mind was vibrating. He had exerted his strongest power, but he could only barely sound the bell and drum. No wonder. Fangchen took a few steps back and stared at the vibrating bell and drum, sighing. If it weren't for his nascent soul, it would be impossible to sound the bell and drum. He looked back at the foreign ghost lords. Ghosts like them didn't have physical bodies or nascent souls. They only existed in the Dark Ghost City as remnants of their thoughts. Even if they had the battle strength of an invincible saint, they were destined to be unable to sound the bell and drum. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of bells and drums rang out continuously. Soon, it spread throughout the reincarnation road. The gray fog suddenly spread to both sides. A golden path was formed, running through the reincarnation road and extending from the end. It finally penetrated the void, entered the dark ghost city, and came to Fong Chen's feet. This mutated ghost lords were extremely excited. They had cultivated for billions of years in order to reincarnate, and now they finally had this opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the wisest choice to make a blood curse with Fong Chun. Perhaps he really can leave his name in history and become the pinnacle existence of prehistoric times? Mr. Drum thought to himself. The way he looked at Fong Chun became more and more serious. If it was said that he still harbored some hatred towards Fong Chun when he was forced to set up the blood curse, then now he completely approved of Fong Chun. At the end of the reincarnation road, the guardian with 3 layers of imprints grinned when he saw this. To be able to succeed in just 100 years, he really is a genius. He couldn't stop smiling. At the same time, he admired the great sage even more. He could see Fong Chen's potential at a glance. As expected of someone with a perfect bloodline. As he spoke, the guardian with 3 layers of imprints stepped out and came to the golden path to welcome Fong Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Fong Chun led the mutated ghost lords across the golden path and came to the end of the reincarnation road. Congratulations. The guardian with 3 layers of imprints nodded at Fong Chun. Fong Chun also greeted him. The illusory body of the mutated ghost lord behind him was obviously shocked, and he looked at the guardian with fear. After all, he was a heinous person when he was alive and was trapped in the dark ghost city by the great sage. Now, he was lucky enough to escape with Fong Chun and come to the end of the reincarnation road. He was afraid that the great sage would be unhappy and send him back. We already know what happened in the dark ghost city, said the guardian with 3 layers of imprints. Since you've already set up a blood curse with Fong Chun, you can be considered his servant. The great sage will be lenient and allow you to reincarnate. Then, he flicked his finger, and a crystal clear water droplet fell into the forehead of the mutated ghost lord. Dong! The mutated ghost lord's body shook, and he looked at the guardian in disbelief. Go, step into the reincarnation lake and reincarnate. The guardian warned the mutated ghost lord that after reincarnating successfully, he must remember not to be a heinous person. Otherwise, the next time he died, he would never have the chance to rise again. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Thank you, Master. The mutated ghost lord was very grateful. Splash! The mutated ghost lord jumped into the reincarnation lake and disappeared. Fong Chun could clearly feel that the sky above the reincarnation lake was filled with a mighty aura of reincarnation, sweeping away the remnant consciousness of the mutated ghost lord. This is the reincarnation of life and death. Fong Chun murmured. The reincarnation that he once thought he had comprehended was nothing in front of the reincarnation of life and death. Well, I will take you to see the great sage. At the end of the reincarnation road, at the edge of the sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness was also called the reincarnation lake. The sea of bitterness was boundless. Turn back and you will see the shore. A statue sat quietly by the sea of bitterness. Behind him, there were 2 balls of light. Fong Chun recognized the 2 people at a glance. They were the Blood Cavalry Saint and the Bloodline King. This, Fong Chun was overjoyed. He didn't expect the 2 to be cultivating beside the great sage. Buzz, the perfect bloodline in his body, was restless. At the same time, the 2 people in the 2 balls of light seemed to have sensed the familiar bloodline aura and instantly opened their eyes. After seeing Fong Chun, they looked at each other, their faces full of joy. Buzz. At this moment, Fong Chun felt a throbbing from the depths of his primordial spirit. He shivered all over and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Not bad. In the bone-chilling cold wind, a deafening voice came. At the same time, the statue opened its eyes. The great sage, the peak expert at the end of the reincarnation road, oversaw the reincarnation road and was in charge of the reincarnation of life and death. After seeing the great sage, Feng Chun was shocked. Only the peak expert in the ancient chaotic North Sea could be compared to him, right? Swoosh! A dazzling light shot out from the statue. Feng Chun subconsciously reached out to catch it and found that it was a talisman with complicated patterns. Death Substitute Talisman. He was shocked and carefully observed it. Is this the legendary Death Substitute Talisman? Feng Chun murmured. A small talisman could replace a martial artist's death. One could imagine how high the attainment of talisman had to be able to refine it. Thank you, great sage. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Feng Chun put away the Death Substitute Talisman and thanked him with cupped fists. You deserve it, the statue said. In 100 years, you can walk out of the Dargo city and transform your primordial spirit to the nascent soul stage. In this era, you're the first. Chapter 36:22. The statue's body was filled with a vast and mysterious aura. Feng Chun's heart trembled when he saw this. He could see the statue with his naked eye, but when he used his divine sense to check, he was shocked to find that the statue seemed to be hundreds of millions of miles away from him, and even seemed to be separated by an endless river of time. How terrifying! Feng Chun couldn't help exclaiming. His primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level and was almost at the peak of the five-element sacred realm. However, facing the statue, he couldn't see through it. Feng Chun rubbed his eyes hard and put away the Death Substitution Talisman. At this time, the statue spoke again. Do you know why I chose you? Feng Chun was at a loss. He didn't know, but he felt that it should be related to the battle of gods. I chose you because you have perfectly inherited the bloodline legacy I left behind, and you have even activated it in its initial stages. The statue said, back then, I spent my life researching the strongest perfect bloodline in the universe, and wanted to rely on this bloodline to create the strongest person in the world. When I researched it, I found that my body was defective and couldn't cultivate it all. Even if I forced it into my body, it couldn't reach the expected level. At most, my strength would be a little stronger. However, at their level, a slight increase in strength didn't have much impact on them. What he planned was related to the life and death of this world. If he was careless, he would be completely annihilated and become history. Because of this, he had chosen countless geniuses since ancient times, but they all failed in the end. Only Feng Chun succeeded in reaching here. After listening to the great sage's words, Feng Chun's heart was set off stormy waves. He didn't expect that the great sage had existed for so long, not to mention the prehistoric era, which was too far away from the present. The warriors of that era had already died. Without evidence, no one knew what the prehistoric era was like. However, the great sage had already existed in the ancient chaos era, which was relatively close to the present. His strength was beyond imagination. In that era, he was already a great sage, but because he was in charge of the reincarnation road, no one knew about him. In the ancient chaos era, there were tens of thousands of people who obtained the bloodline opportunity he left behind, but in the end, only 3 people succeeded in activating the bloodline. However, in the end, all 3 of them died. After that, the primordial age and the primordial age. Different geniuses were chosen, but the results were the same. Even the great senior didn't expect that a monstrous genius like Feng Chun would appear in the age of chaos. He had successfully activated his perfect bloodline, and the density of his bloodline was close to true perfection. Most importantly, he had brought his physical body to the end of the reincarnation road. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Great Senior believed that Feng Chun was the perfect candidate to carry out his plan. May I ask, Great Sage, what exactly is your plan? Feng Chun cupped his fists and asked as he tried to calm down the shock in his heart. The sculpture chuckled. You must have read some ancient books. You should know something about the battle of gods, right? Feng Chun paused for a moment, then nodded. Just as he had guessed, The Grand Monarch scheme had something to do with the mastermind behind the Battle of God's Fall. The Battle of God's Fall occurs every once in a while, and every time it occurs, it is extremely tragic. All the powerhouses in the world are forced to passively participate in the battle. In the end, the world is annihilated and the void collapses. The great senior continued, "The last battle of gods occurred at the end of the ancient era. During that battle of gods, 2/3 of the destiny of the Chaos Realm was sucked away, causing the Chaos Realm to almost collapse and barely survive." Fong Chun listened carefully. The Chaos Void, the Godsfall battlefield, and the Chaos battlefield all belonged to a world, and this world was collectively known as the Chaos Realm. At the beginning of the Chaos Realm, Yin and Yang were born, evolving into the 5 elements, thus giving birth to the Chaos Realm. It could be said that the Chaos Realm was born from nothingness. According to Fong Chen's understanding, the birth process of the Chaos Realm was actually the same as Panga's creation of the world in the ancient myths of Earth. Although the Chaos Realm is maintained by the heavenly Tao, with its destiny sucked away, it is difficult for monstrous geniuses to appear. This is also why during the Age of Chaos, the Chaos Supremacy became a legend. The sculpture side. Once, in the most ancient era, there was more than one Chaos Supremacy, but now it was almost extinct. The destiny was sucked away. Fong Chun was stunned. He really couldn't imagine who had the ability to suck away the destiny of the Chaos Realm. The peak of martial arts not only can move mountains and fill seas, but most importantly, can control the world and control the entire Chaos Realm. The great senior continued, "Since ancient times, the ultimate goal of countless Chaos Supremacies was to become the Chaos Controller. The Chaos Controller could control the entire Chaos Realm. However, the most basic condition to become the Chaos Controller was that one's strength had to reach the Chaos Supremacy Realm. During the Age of Darkness, there was a clan that appeared out of thin air. Their bloodline was extremely tyrannical, and they could devour other martial artists to increase their strength. They were extremely ambitious, and their clan leader used 3 eras to cultivate to the Chaos Supremacy Realm. After that, they began to wage endless wars. The great senior side. That clan wanted to rule over the Primal Chaos Realm, and their clan leader also wanted to become the controller of the Primal Chaos Realm. Therefore, they started a bloody massacre. They believed that the existence of other clans affected their cultivation, so they started a massacre and initiated the Battle of Gods. Fong Chun was shocked. Sure enough, behind the Battle of Gods, there were Chaos Supremacies. That clan had unimaginable talent, and coupled with the evil cultivation of their clan leader, they could shield themselves from the heavenly Tao order for a short period of time. In the battles with other Chaos Supremacies, they won again and again, and their clan ran rampant between heaven and earth. However, they didn't know that becoming the Chaos Controller wasn't just about strength. Even if one became the number 1 in the Chaos Realm, they might not necessarily become the Chaos Controller. After the clan leader learned the reason, he frantically launched the Battle of Gods. Every time in the Battle of Gods, he would defy the heavens and change fate, forcibly extracting the destiny of the Chaos Realm. Recalling the past, the great senior also sighed. The surrounding atmosphere became a little sad. Fong Chen also recalled the peerless powerhouse's incarnation in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Could it be that he was the clan leader of that clan? Or was he a powerhouse of that clan? Then, what was he planning in the Demon Emperor's tomb? With his strength, he could destroy the entire ancient Chaos Realm with a flick of his finger. It shouldn't be like this, right? Fong Chun was very puzzled, and, at the same time, very shocked. We have been planning to deal with that person, and you are the executor of our plan, the great senior said. Fong Chun was stunned and pointed at himself, somewhat in disbelief. When it came to the Chaos Supremacy, how could he be a match? Chapter 36:23. When the world was first created, it was extremely chaotic. In the end, after countless years of evolution, the chaotic realm was on the right track. However, since ancient times, The ultimate goal of countless cultivators was to become the legendary controller of the chaotic realm. Unfortunately, throughout the long river of time, no one had been able to transcend, and no one had succeeded. According to the great sage, the clan that appeared out of thin air in the chaotic realm was called the Devouring Demon Clan. This clan was very powerful and could devour everything in the world. Their potential was also very great, many times stronger than the thousands of clans in the universe. The clan leader of the Devouring Demon Clan was the one who started the Battle of the Gods. He wanted to become the controller of the chaotic realm, so he ordered the Devouring Demon Clan to start the war. After the Battle of the Gods, the clan leader used his great means to open up a small space in the chaotic realm. This space was the ancestral land of the Devouring Demon Clan, the origin world. Feng Chen was shocked. He did not expect the Devouring Demon Clan to be so powerful. The great sage shook his head. No one knew how the Devouring Demon Clan appeared, and no one knew how they were born. Even he, who was once the sovereign of the chaotic realm, did not know. After the Battle of the Gods, the Devouring Demon Clan took away 2/3 of the chaotic realm's destiny and poured it all into the origin world. As a result, the chaotic realm's heavenly Tao was incomplete. It was impossible for martial artists to break through to the sovereign realm with their own efforts. As time passed, generation after generation of martial artists died on the road to the peak of martial arts. In the end, the chaotic realm completely declined. The great sage said, "Back then, several supergiants appeared in the chaotic realm. When they joined forces, even the clan leader of the Devouring Demon Clan was a little wary. However, almost all of them died in the battle of the ancient gods." The great sage sighed as he recalled the battle. If it were not for that battle, his realm would not have fallen, and he would not have been at the end of the reincarnation road, unable to leave. The copper bowl that you activated in Dark Ghost City belonged to the former leader of the chaotic realm, Bloodsword Sovereign. Before he died, he also opened up an independent space, which is the chaotic void that you are in. Hearing this, Feng Chen was shocked. The person on the altar at the bottom of the ancient chaotic sea was the former leader of the chaotic realm, Bloodsword Sovereign. Feng Chen was a little short of breath. When he first saw the altar, he guessed that the person being sacrificed was most likely a super expert at the Invincible Saint realm. Later on, he realized that he had underestimated that super expert. The heaven-severing alchemy technique that he had passed on to him was known as the Supreme Technique. In that case, his identity was obvious. He was a legendary primal chaos supreme realm expert. Now, the great senior had personally confirmed his guess. What he hadn't expected was that the primal chaos void had been created by the Bloodsword Sovereign. Back then, before Sovereign Bloodsword died, he used heaven-defying methods to force the patriarch of the demon-devouring clan to retreat and completely seal off the origin world, isolating it from the outside world. His goal was to buy more time for the chaos world. Patriarch Devourer Demon created the origin world. After absorbing the destiny of the chaos realm, he transformed into a cultivation holy land that everyone yearns for. In the origin world, the 5 elemental essences were perfect, the aura of primal chaos pervaded the air, and the heavenly Tao was even more perfect. Even a newborn baby could have a cultivation base of the yin-yang origin realm. One could imagine how terrifying the origin world was. Over the years, the seal outside the origin world had loosened a little, but the patriarch of the Demon Devourer clan had never taken action. It seemed that he was also wary of the means left behind by the Bloodsword Sovereign. However, he continued to send the younger generation to the chaos battlefield through the crack in order to maintain the overall combat strength of the origin world at the peak of the chaos realm. The reason why the patriarch of the Demon Devourer clan has never taken action against the chaos realm is not only because he's wary of the Bloodsword Sovereign, but also because he's raising the chaos realm in captivity, allowing the myriad races of the universe to rise from the ashes. When they reach a certain level, he will continue to launch the Godfall War, thus seizing the destiny of the chaos realm in the chaotic world. The great senior said, "Destiny was very important to become the chaos controller. Only by gathering all the destiny of the Chaos Realm in one would one be qualified to challenge the strongest throne. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath, his heart somewhat heavy. The greatest enemy of the Chaos Realm was the Demon Devourer clan, who wanted to exterminate the myriad races of the universe. However, with the current combat strength of the Chaos Realm, it was difficult to resist the Demon Devourer clan. Thinking about it, the young Marquis in the Demon Sky Fire Domain and Marquis Xiaoyao in the Chaos Battlefield should also belong to the Demon Devourer clan, right? Originally, the primal chaos void you live in had the potential to become a cultivation holy land for the primal chaos realm. Unfortunately, when the Bloodsword Paragon was establishing it, he was attacked by the devouring demon clan. As a result, there was a flaw in his plan, and he failed to establish it. After the Bloodsword Paragon died, that place was completely sealed. The top experts of the Chaos Realm thought that it was the last lair of the Bloodsword Sovereign, and could be considered the last bloodline of the Bloodsword Sovereign in the Chaos Realm. Therefore, they joined forces to seal it, and almost no one in the Godfall battlefield knows about it. Fang Chun finally understood why the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch's clone had been hiding in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Now that he thought about it, he must have wanted to completely destroy the pure land left behind by the Bloodsword Sovereign. One could imagine how much the Demon Devourer clan hated the Bloodsword Sovereign. The perfect bloodline was actually the first theory proposed by the Bloodsword Sovereign, and then we worked together to perfect it. In the end, I was the one who carried it out. The two of them were just test subjects, and they both failed in the end. You are very lucky to stand out from hundreds of millions of people and become the most promising person to succeed, the great sage said. The Demon Devourer clan was invulnerable and could devour heaven and earth, but they could not devour the perfect bloodline. If they wanted to fight against the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch, they had to create a perfect bloodline. Now, Fang Chun was the only hope of the Chaos Realm. The heaven-defying Alliance Master has been studying the Demon Devourer clan, and he did not hesitate to enter the Chaos battlefield to hunt them down. The great sage pondered. 100 years ago, the Chaos battlefield attracted the top experts of the Godfall battlefield, and then it was sealed. In fact, it was Marquis Xiaoyao's doing. His purpose was to train his son. After listening to the great sage's words, Fang Chun felt a lot of pressure. He was now only a 6th-level Holy Emperor warrior, and there was a certain gap between him and the invincible Saint Realm, let alone the Chaos Supremacy Realm. The enemy of the Chaos Realm was the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch, who was much stronger than the ordinary Chaos Supremacy. It was even very likely that he would become the Chaos Controller in the future. Such a powerful existence suppressed all the clans in the heavens. Chapter 36-24. After learning the secret of the Chaos Realm, Fang Chun's heart was heavy. He still had a long way to go, and the burden on his shoulders was heavy. The devouring demon clan leader was obsessed with becoming the Chaos Controller and had no time to deal with the Godfall battlefield. Moreover, the time was not ripe yet. Therefore, there was still enough time left for him. If there are no accidents, the devouring demon clan leader will start the Godfall battlefield in at least 100 million years. At that time, he will most likely take away all the remaining luck of the Chaos Realm. Once that happened, the devouring demon clan leader would have a great chance of becoming the Chaos Controller. At that time, he could destroy the world with a single thought. All the races in the universe would be completely destroyed. During this time, what you need to do is to increase your strength and raise the perfect bloodline to the limit as soon as possible. The great sage told him that the perfect bloodline Fang Chun had in his heart had not reached true perfection. He still lacked a bloodline. Only by merging with that bloodline could he reach the limit. What bloodline? Fang Chun asked. The devouring demon bloodline, the great sage said. Hearing this, Fang Chun frowned. The young Marquis of the Demonic Sky Fire Domain was a member of the devouring demon clan. Suppressing him should not be difficult to obtain the devouring demon bloodline. But why was the great sage frowning? It's not what you think. The devouring demon bloodline in ordinary members of the devouring demon clan is extremely rare. After countless years of reproduction, some members of the clan do not have the devouring demon bloodline at all. The great sage explained, the only true core of the devouring demon clan has the devouring demon bloodline. Only its concentration can help the perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline plan was to combine all the bloodlines of all the races in the universe to create the strongest bloodline to counter the devouring demon bloodline and deal with the devouring demon clan. Now, the last link was missing, and it was also the most dangerous one. Then what should we do? Feng Chun was stunned. He could not sneak into the origin world to hunt down the devouring demon clan, right? That was the devouring demon clan's territory, and the devouring demon clan leader, a chaos sovereign, was there. It was simply suicide. Unexpectedly, the great sage really nodded. He said to Feng Chun very seriously, "Our plan was not so fast, but your appearance forced us to speed up the plan. Now, the only breakthrough point is the origin world." But the great sage interrupted Feng Chun and continued, "It's a miracle that you were able to bring your physical body to the end of the reincarnation road. After being purified by the dark cleansing water, your Yuan spirit has reached the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul could withstand the pressure of the sea of bitterness and be reborn smoothly. Furthermore, he could reincarnate with his memories." Feng Chun was stunned. The great sovereign's intentions were clear. He wanted him to reincarnate into the origin world with his memories. This way, he would be able to deceive everyone and obtain the demon-devouring bloodline. How powerful is the devouring demon clan leader? Can he not discover it? Feng Chun was worried. After all, it was a genuine chaotic supremacy who was much more powerful than an ordinary chaotic supremacy. Hence, he dared not let his guard down. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they would die without a doubt. They might not even have the chance to reincarnate. Don't worry. Since I'm in charge of the reincarnation road, I definitely have a way to wash away your original aura so that you won't be discovered," the great sovereign said. "However, after reincarnating, you must remember not to activate the perfect bloodline. Otherwise, your aura will leak out. After reincarnating, the perfect bloodline would be sealed. Then if I obtain the demon-devouring bloodline, how do I leave the origin world?" Feng Chun asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. The heaven-defying alliance leader has been fighting in the chaos battlefield. There are passageways to the origin world that were built to train the devouring demon clan. However, over the long years, the heaven-defying alliance leader has secretly controlled a devouring demon clan and controlled a very hidden passageway. Once you succeed in your hunt, immediately head to that passageway. The heaven-defying alliance leader will receive you at that time. Feng Chun fell silent. This matter concerned the safety of the Chaos Realm. Once the devouring demon clan leader launched the God's Fall battle, his parents, wife, and daughter would all die. He would also die. All the races in the universe would be completely wiped out. While thinking, Feng Chun clenched his fists. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. Think about it first. The great sovereign said. The plan had all been planned. They were only waiting for Feng Chun to agree. Moreover, they had been planning for this plan for countless years. They absolutely could not allow any mistakes. Otherwise, once the devouring demon clan leader found out, he would definitely launch the God's Fall battle in advance. At that time, everything would turn to ashes. All of a sudden, Feng Chun raised his head. His eyes were unusually firm. "I agree." He agreed to reincarnate and enter the origin world to hunt the devouring demon clan and seize the demon-devouring bloodline. Only in this way would there be a chance of survival in the Chaos Realm. Only then would his family and friends survive. After cultivating to this point, he felt that family was irreplaceable. His wife and daughter were still waiting for him. All right, the plan will be launched in 3 years. During this time, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The great sovereign asked. "I want to go back and take a look," Feng Chun said. "No problem. I'll send you back now." At this moment, the blood cavalry saint opened his eyes and smiled at Feng Chun. "I'm very happy for you to be able to come this far. I hope you can succeed." On the other side, the Bloodline King's withered face also showed a trace of blood. You will become the hero of all clans in the heavens, the savior of the Chaos Realm. Fang Chun bowed to the two, grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for their help, it would have been difficult for him to reach his current height. Senior Blood Cavalry, Fang Chun said. The Blood Cavalry Saint seemed to have expected Fang Chun to ask something. He flicked his finger, and a ball of light entered Fang Chun's mind. I have given you the Star Knight's lair. But before going to hunt the Star Knights, you have to make a trip back to the abyss of God corpses, the Blood Cavalry Saint said. Originally, one needed to comprehend 3 origins to activate the token and re-enter the abyss of God corpses. However, since Fang Chun had come this far, the Blood Cavalry Saint naturally removed the harsh conditions. Fang Chun nodded, and then his figure disappeared on the reincarnation road. Great sage, do you think he will succeed? The Bloodline King asked in a hoarse voice. His potential is unprecedented, and he has a confidence that never gives up. If even he can't succeed, then I can't think of anyone else in the world who can. The Blood Cavalry Saint was full of praise for Fang Chun, but he still couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. The calm surface of the sea of bitterness rippled, and the aura of death filled the air. The great sage looked at the sea of bitterness and murmured, "This will be our last chance. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed." In the demonic mountain range, the Dark Sword Tomb had long been reduced to ashes, but there was still a cold sword chi surrounding it. Crash! Suddenly, a sword light soared into the sky. Chapter 36-25. Demonic Fire Domain. In the past 100 years, the young Marquis and the others have been fighting crazily. They had used a sacred item to severely injure the Nether Ghost Lord, causing the Godsfall Alliance to lose an invincible force. Now, only the Black and White Elders were left. Dong! Dong! Outside the tent, the war drums continued. The Black and White Elders' faces were gloomy. This battle had lasted for half a year. As the young Marquis showed his heaven-defying methods, more and more warriors who had been neutral joined him. They thought that the Godsfall battlefield had no future. The top leaders were trapped in the chaos battlefield, and their fates were unknown. Now, it was difficult for the 2 elders of the Holy Ji Palace to resist the attacks of the young Marquis and the others. Moreover, the mysterious No-Demon cult had gathered their remaining subordinates and joined the young Marquis, causing their strength to skyrocket. In the 100 years of battle, the Godsfall Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The young warriors who had fought with Fang Chun had all died on the battlefield. Many disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were not spared. Hearing the war drums, the Black and White Elders got up and slowly walked outside. Is it finally coming? The battle that had lasted for 100 years was finally coming to an end today. However, the young Marquis' strength had skyrocketed, and he had a magical item and a death substitute talisman. It was too difficult to kill him, and he still had many strong warriors under his command. For a moment, the Godsfall Alliance was in a heavy mood. Above the Fire Marrow mine, the young Marquis, Xiao Mu, stood with his hands behind his back. He sneered at the people in the Godsfall battlefield. The outcome has been decided. The end of you sinners is here. If you surrender and join my side, I can spare your lives. Xiao Mu was disrupting the morale of the army. Everyone, I'm sure you've seen the situation on the Godsfall battlefield clearly. The ancient war will repeat itself, and everyone will die. Only by relying on the young Marquis, entering the primal chaos battlefield, and being protected by the carefree manner will you be spared. Someone stood up and said in a deep voice. He was once a highly respected peak master of the heaven-defying alliance, and had a close relationship with the Sky Sword Peak Master and others. However, who would have thought that he would be the first to betray the Godsfall Alliance? Bastard, you still have the face to stand here? The Black Elder scolded angrily. You're the peak lord of the heaven-defying alliance, yet you're openly betraying your own beliefs. Elder Bai was furious. In response, Xiao Mu sneered. He pointed at the peak leader who betrayed the heaven-defying alliance and said, "He is your role model. A wise man submits to circumstances. From now on, he will be a capable warrior of the Xiao Yao manner. He will definitely reach the peak of martial arts in the future. Sure enough, with Xiao Mu's words and the betrayal of the peak leader, the morale of the army became unstable and they began to scatter. Some people were ready to make a move. Bang! Nether Ghost Lord flew into a rage and killed a martial artist who had caused a disturbance in the crowd with a single palm strike. Dark Ghost Lord, what do you mean? The immemorial Bull Demon clan member angrily glared at the Nether Ghost Lord. What right do you have to kill a member of my Ox Demon clan? On what basis? Although the Nether Ghost Lord was heavily injured, his foundation was still there. It was easy for him to deal with some weak Saint Realm martial artists. Moreover, his prestige was still there. In these past years, your Ox Demon clan members have pretended to be obedient, but secretly disobedient. You've been slacking off in the war and even abuse your authority for personal gain. That person just now was openly tempted by the Xiao Yao Manor's invitation and disturbed the morale of the army. This kind of trash deserves to die. Being berated by the Nether Ghost Lord like this. The faces of the Ox Demon clan members alternated between green and blue. Could it be that your Ox Demon clan wants to betray us? His words caused everyone to tremble in fear. Although the Ox Demon clan had declined, they were still one of the top forces on the Godsfall battlefield. If they betrayed them, the blow to the Godsfall alliance would be too great. What's with the nonsense? Let's start the war. Xiao Mu's servant sneered. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mu's hand suddenly shook. In an instant, a gray array appeared in the middle of the battlefield, enveloping everyone within it. At the same time, the people behind him began to attack. The shocking battle had begun. In order to protect the last pure land, Kill, the Black and White Elders were the first to attack. Their target was the young Marquis, Xiao Mu. As long as they captured him, this battle would come to an end. You two old things, I've tolerated you for a long time. Xiao Mu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he charged at the Black and White Elders. The battle in the Demon Dome Fire Domain attracted the attention of everyone on the Godsfall battlefield. They were all nervously waiting. However, Fang Chun was completely unaware that he was in the demonic mountain range, trying to use the blood essence of the Blood God clan to communicate with Lord Qing. Buzz, the blood essence of the Blood God clan spun in his mind, emitting a scarlet aura. Finally, it silently invaded the earth. After the war 100 years ago, the demonic mountain range had become a mess. The lair of the no-demon cult had been reduced to ruins. However, Fang Chun was certain that Lord Qing was still sleeping underground. Senior Lord Qing. Fang Chun called out softly as the blood essence of the Blood God clan continued to penetrate deeper. Hiss! Hiss! After a long while, Fang Chun discovered an abnormality. The power released by the blood essence of the Blood God clan suddenly stopped and quickly gathered together. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness spread out and instantly invaded the earth. He instantly discovered a weak consciousness. It's you? Lord Qing also discovered Fang Chen. You actually... Lord Qing was shocked. Fang Chen actually walked out from the end of the reincarnation road alive. It was simply unbelievable. Senior, how are your injuries? Fang Chen asked. My injuries have not healed. I can't leave this place for the time being, unless... Lord Qing said. Unless what? Fang Chen asked. I was seriously injured back then, and the death aura invaded. This is also the reason why I can't recover. All these years, I have been sleeping here to absorb the power of reincarnation to expel the death aura. Lord Qing sighed. He knew that this place was related to the reincarnation road, so he chose to sleep here. Expel the death aura? Fang Chun was stunned. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Senior, I can help you. While speaking, Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the reincarnation blade appeared. The mighty power of reincarnation crazily drilled into the ground. Lord Qing didn't believe it at first, but after seeing the power of reincarnation, he was completely stunned. Senior, hurry up and absorb it. Fang Chen's voice came. Deep underground, Lord Qing was very excited and began to absorb the power of reincarnation. 3 days later, boom! A loud noise could be heard coming from the ground. The entire demonic mountain range was shaking. Immediately after, a frightening power soared into the sky. Lord Qing. Fang Chun greeted with a smile. He didn't expect Lord Qing at his peak to be so powerful. Chapter 36:26. Qing Jun, who was at his peak, was so powerful that it made people shudder. Boom! A deafening sound came from underground, followed by the ground cracking. The entire bewitching mountain range trembled, as if a force that crossed time and space was coming at them. It gave people a feeling of ancient vicissitudes and incomparably profound. So strong, is this the strength of a former peak powerhouse? Fang Chun sighed. Even though he already had some understanding of Lord Qing's past, seeing his true self with his own eyes still shocked him. Crash! Just as Fang Chun was sighing, an old man in a green robe suddenly appeared. Junior Fang Chun greets Lord Qing. Fang Chun clasped his fists. Lord Qing stroked his beard, and a smile appeared on his old face. He nodded to Fang Chun with satisfaction. Miracle! This is simply a martial arts miracle. He looked at Fang Chun seriously, and stormy waves were set off in his heart. After being invaded by the Qi of Death, he had almost died. He had only managed to retain his last shred of consciousness. Dragging his broken body, he had fallen into a deep slumber here, constantly comprehending the power of reincarnation. He wanted to use the power of reincarnation to expel the Qi of Death in his body. However, the Death Aura's erosion was too serious, and the reincarnation road was too mysterious. It had always been difficult for him to recover. Now, he was saved by a rising star of the five elements sacred realm. Moreover, it was a martial artist he saved 100 years ago. I was just lucky. Fang Chun was modest. The reincarnation road was of great importance, and he did not explain it to Lord Qing in detail. The latter gave him a thumbs up. In any case, you're the only person I have ever seen who can walk out of the reincarnation road alive. Moreover, Lord Qing could clearly feel that Fang Chen's strength had become extremely powerful in 100 years. When he saw Fang Chen's spirit, he was stunned on the spot. It took a long time for him to recover. The world will be yours in the future. He had never felt that he had become old and that he was powerless in some things until he met Fang Chun. Little friend Fang, I, Lord Qing, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, Lord Qing said. A promise from Lord Qing was worth 1,000 gold. Senior, I just came out of the reincarnation road. I'm a little worried about the heaven-defying alliance. Qing Ju nodded and said directly, let's go now. At their level, their speed was already extremely fast. With a single thought, they could travel tens of millions of miles. On the way, Fang Chun released his powerful primordial spirit to sense the world. He instantly discovered the battle in the Magic Sky Fire region. His expression changed drastically as he sped up. In less than half a day, the two of them arrived at the Magic Sky Fire region. At that moment, the battle in the Demonic Sky Fire region was extremely intense. Xiao Mu relied on the holy artifact in his hands and the array to block the black and white elders, preventing them from saving the others. On the other battlefields, the powerhouses of the God's Fall Alliance and the Carefree Mansion were constantly fighting. Kill. Fang Chun saw that those who had joined the heaven-defying alliance with him had fought bravely and died at the hands of the experts of the Carefree Manor. At the same time, he also saw that the No-Demon Cult Protector was crazily killing the people of the God's Fall Alliance. Even though the God's Fall Alliance had the advantage in numbers, they lacked top-notch combat power. The battle was almost one-sided. In just 3 days, the God's Fall battlefield was almost completely defeated. Miserable screams came from the battlefield. At a glance, the Magic Sky Fire region was like purgatory. It was chilling. Terrifying killing intent surged from Fang Chen's body. Beside him, Qing Jun was also furious. Old bastards, I will let you all personally witness your people dying before your eyes. Xiao Mu sneered. On the other side of the battlefield, a female servant of Xiao Mu was fighting the top disciple of the Dao Palace. Puchi, Drunk Monk had already used all his strength. His combat power was comparable to an invincible saint. However, he was unable to fight back against the female servant. Umph! How dare trash like you call yourself an invincible saint? What a joke! The female servant sneered. The Chaos Realm's heavenly path was damaged and its origin was thin. At the same level, it was impossible to defeat the powerhouses of the Origin Realm. Therefore, the female servant had been suppressing Drunk Monk from the beginning. Damn it! Drunk Monk's head was bald, and his body was filled with killing intent. He was once the top disciple of the Tao Palace, and was known as a rare genius. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and had never walked around the world. Now that the God's Fall battlefield was facing a great calamity, he was duty-bound to step forward. If I don't go to hell, who will? Drunk Monk put his palms together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. His body flashed with golden light. However, those who were observant could see that the golden light was mixed with a little black luster. Seeing this, the black and white elders shouted, wanting to stop him. Stop! Drunk Monk was activating the hidden dark power in his body. He was turning dark. He vaguely remembered that the Thunder Palace Lord had said that once the dark power in his body was activated, he would be completely lost and become a killing machine. All these years, he had been cultivating Buddhism and wanted to refine it. However, he couldn't care less now. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Damn bald donkey, it's useless. The female servant looked at him with disdain. A long staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She activated her power and swung at a Drunk Monk. Rumble. Terrifying power surged. Just as Drunk Monk was about to turn dark, a palm suddenly landed on his shoulder. It instantly suppressed the dark aura in his body and woke him up. Then, Drunk Monk felt a gentle force pushing him out of the battlefield. At the same time, the person who came reached out with his bare hand. Under everyone's gaze, he easily grabbed the staff that the female servant had swung at him. Crack! Then, with a shake of his wrist, the staff shattered. Poof! The female servant was sent flying by the recoil. The person who came took the opportunity to strike with his saber. Boom! Before the female servant landed on the ground, she was killed. Her body and soul were destroyed. In an instant, the entire demonic sky, fire domain, fell silent. The battle also came to an abrupt end. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure in the dust. Fong Chun. Finally, when the dust settled, the people of the God's Fall Alliance recognized Fong Chun. Then, they were overjoyed, especially the black and white elders. They couldn't believe their eyes. What happened? The two of them looked at each other, their hearts trembling. It's you? The no-demon cult protector screamed, while Xiao Mu stared at Fong Chun. Everyone was shocked by Fong Chun's strength. How strong did he need to be to suppress Xiao Mu's female servant? Junior brother Fong? Drunken Monk was stunned. Then, he rubbed his head and grinned. It's Fong Chun from the Tao Palace. He's back. Oh my God, the genius who disappeared for 100 years has finally returned? The protector of the no-demon cult glared at Fong Chun. Xiao Mu smiled playfully. I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Do you think you can fight me with your strength? What if I join? Chapter 36:27. There are some wrinkles on the green-robed old man's skinny face. He dragged his slightly stooped body to Fong Chun's side and said, I haven't fought for a long time. It's a good time to stretch my muscles. Xiao Mu's eyes were like torches as he stared at the green-robed old man. Although the green-robed old man looked like an ordinary person, he gave him a sense of fear. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. The protector of the no-demon cult screamed. Qing Jun, 100 years ago, he fought with Qing Jun's incarnation in the demonic mountain range. In the end, the latter retreated with the Sky Sword Peak Master. Now, Qing Jun had returned. What? He's Qing Jun? Obviously, some of the old monsters present had also heard of Qing Jun's name. They looked at the green-robed old man with greedy eyes. Seeing this, the black and white elders breathed a sigh of relief. If Qing Jun had returned, then there should not be much suspense in this battle. For a time, Xiao Mu's expression kept changing. He's just a remnant of the battle of gods. So what if he's back? Xiao Mu snorted coldly. He had a sacred item in hand. In this sinner's land, he was an invincible existence. Unless heaven-defying alliance leader and the others returned, no one would be able to stop him from advancing. Everyone, follow me to kill the sinners. Xiao Mu roared. Suddenly, the battle began again. Leave him to you? Qing Jun pointed at Xiao Mu and said to Fang Chun. It's a good time to test my strength, Fang Chun said. Boom. In an instant, Fang Chun leaped and punched out, colliding with Xiao Mu's fist shadow. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the void trembled. As soon as they exchanged blows, Xiao Mu felt the aura of the Inferno Source Oregon. It's you who stole my source, or? Xiao Mu was furious, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Inferno Source, or is born from heaven and earth. I found it first, so it's mine, Fang Chun said. A mere sinner dares to go against my carefree palace? You must be tired of living. After I kill you, I'll extract the essence of the mother or from your body. Actually, Xiao Mu was also very curious about Fang Chun. A person who had fallen into the reincarnation road actually came out alive after 100 years. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. What had he gone through? What exactly existed in the reincarnation road? To him, this was a huge attraction. Everything will become clear once we suppress him. Xiao Mu snorted coldly. The power in his body vibrated, and the power of the origin spread out. His fists continued to attack. As expected, seeing the origin energy surrounding Xiao Mu, Fang Chun sighed. The great monarch was right. The devouring Devil Clan's patriarch had taken away 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's destiny, causing the heavenly Tao to be incomplete and the origin to be thin. The origin they comprehended was fundamentally different from the devouring Devil Clans. The origin that Xiao Mu had comprehended was even purer. However, this did not stop Fang Chun from making his move. Heaven-severing alchemy art. He displayed the supreme technique. The hidden star sword in his hand danced out thousands of times in an instant. The terrifying sword shadows crisscrossed and forced Xiao Mu to retreat. You're courting death. Xiao Mu stomped his foot and rushed over again, falling into a chaotic battle with Fang Chun. Let's fight again. Qing Jun stopped the protector. The battle 100 years ago was not very satisfying because his incarnation was too weak. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The protector was surrounded by black qi, forming a terrifying vortex. He struck out with both palms, but Qing Jun easily dodged them. Crack! After his attack missed, the protector cried out in alarm. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At this time, Qing Jun had already closed in on him. A palm strike landed on his back, sending him flying. Pucci! The protector spurted out blood. His face turned pale, and his internal organs trembled. If it was an ordinary person, their soul would have been scattered by Qing Jun's palm. Too weak. Qing Jun said leisurely. During the battle, Qing Jun seemed to have changed into a different person. His body was no longer bent, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. He was like a god of war, raging on the battlefield. With the addition of Qing Jun and Fang Chun, the pressure on the God's Fall Alliance was greatly reduced. Led by the Black and White Elders, they besieged Xiao Mu's servants. Crack! Under the pincer attack of the Black and White Elders, a servant was killed. In the distance, Xiao Mu gritted his teeth. He didn't care about the lives of the sinners who surrendered to him, but the 9 servants who followed him here were too important to him. Damn it! Xiao Mu vented his anger on Fang Chun. Heaven-severing alchemy art. Fang Chun exerted all his strength, put away the hidden star sword, took out the reincarnation blade, and slashed out. Hiss! Xiao Mu blocked with his fist and was instantly attacked by the reincarnation force. This is the reincarnation force. Xiao Mu was horrified and kept retreating. However, how could Fang Chun give him a chance to catch his breath? The heaven-severing alchemy art was performed again, and the blade accurately slashed on his body. Crack! One of Xiao Mu's arms hung down. Xiao Mu, who stabilized his body, stared at Fang Chun. You're the only one who has hurt me all these years. Xiao Mu said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will suppress you, refine your primordial spirit, and turn you into a puppet, never to be reincarnated. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Fong Chun said. Puchi, another servant died. Xiao Mu was so angry that he was trembling. Boom! At this time, the battle between Qing Jun and the protector of the No-Demon cult had also ended. Although the protector of the No-Demon cult was strong, he couldn't resist Qing Jun at all and was finally killed by Qing Jun. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. The protector of the No-Demon cult wanted to escape, but he was trapped by Qing Jun's powerful means, and then his primordial spirit was shattered, causing him to die completely. Then, Qing Jun and the Black and White elders joined forces and killed the remaining servants in one breath. Boom! Boom! Every time a servant died, Xiao Mu would become even angrier. Seeing his 9 servants die in front of his eyes, he was furious to the extreme. All of you sinners must die. Xiao Mu's eyes were cold. No one could save you. Originally, he just wanted to control the Godfall battlefield and didn't want to kill all of them. But now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to completely destroy the land of the sinners. Only in this way could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Especially when he saw Fong Chun. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. How is it? Do you need help? Qing Jun asked. The other battles on the battlefield were also almost over. Those forces that betrayed the Godfall Alliance were scared out of their wits and were directly suppressed by Qing Jun. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chun and Xiao Mu. Fong Chun waved his hand. Qing Jun instantly understood that Fong Chun wanted to solve it himself. Will there be any problem? The Black and White elders were a little worried. Don't worry, I have confidence in Fong Chun. Chapter 36:28. Xiao Mu held a holy artifact in his hand and called himself a god. But what he faced was a sinner abandoned by the devouring demon race. Every member of the devouring demon clan was instilled with the idea that the battlefield of gods was a cage that imprisoned the sinners from the day they were born. These sinners had once fought against the devouring demon race and committed a heinous crime. It's useless. You can't survive in front of my devouring demon race, Xiao Mu sneered. But soon he added, no, you can live. With your strength, you can become my servant. I will personally suppress you and refine your primordial spirit. You will become my, Xiao Mu's, most loyal servant. Thinking of this, Xiao Mu couldn't help but laugh wildly. What kind of expression would the self-proclaimed, most monstrous genius of the sinners have when he ordered him around like a slave? The devouring demon race is crazy. They try to control the world and kill other races. Even the heavens cannot tolerate it. Fong Chun said coldly. After learning the secrets of the Godfall battlefield from the great sage, Fong Chun didn't have a good impression of the devouring demon race. You're courting death. Xiao Mu let out a low roar as he stomped his foot. Layers of complicated runes suddenly appeared around his body. These runes suddenly intertwined together and formed a seal. Die! Xiao Mu leaped up and stepped on the seal. The holy artifact in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He waved it, and the world dimmed as a terrifying power rolled over. Seeing this, the members of the Godfall Alliance cried out in alarm. Be careful, the Black and White elders warned. Lord Green stood with his hands behind his back, controlling the situation. The Nether Ghost Lord stood to the side. Although he was seriously injured, he had also participated in the fierce battle. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times and opened his palm. There was a sticky black blood. Whoosh. Lord Green flicked his finger, and a pill appeared in front of the Nether Ghost Lord. You're too injured. Swallow it. The Nether Ghost Lord could tell at a glance that the pill was extraordinary. He said excitedly, Thank you, Lord Green. In front of Lord Green, the entire Godfall Alliance was a junior. Boom! A gust of wind rose. Fong Chun made his move. After exchanging blows with Xiao Mu, he had already determined the latter's strength. Xiao Mu's cultivation was probably at the late stage of the Ninth Order Saint realm and had yet to reach the peak. However, because the holy item in his hand was too powerful, he was able to severely injure the Nether Ghost Lord and suppress the Black and White Elders. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Xiao Mu, he had to be careful with a holy artifact. What a strange holy relic. The sacred object emitted a strange light that completely enveloped it. Fang Chen's nascent soul was unable to see through it, which surprised him. Demon-devouring clan bloodline? Suddenly, Fang Chen's bloodline stirred. Soon, he learned that the holy object contained the bloodline of the demon-devouring clan. Although it was rare, it resonated with the perfect bloodline. Crack! The sacred object in Xiao Mu's hand pressed down and shattered the void, sealing Fang Chen's escape route. Then, the seal under his feet turned into a wisp of black smoke and quickly surrounded Fang Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Formation. Following Xiao Mu's loud roar, the seals instantly crisscrossed from all directions, trapping Fang Chen within. Stupid sinner, what are you going to use to fight me? Xiao Mu's voice came into the seal. Fang Chen held the reincarnation blade and looked around. A seal formed by combining the power of the origin with the bloodline of the demon-devouring clan. Fang Chen's attainments in seals were also very high. After he understood, he immediately cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the reincarnation blade. Buzz! The blade of the reincarnation blade instantly emitted a cold aura and froze the surrounding void. Then, he suddenly slashed out with the blade. Boom! The power of reincarnation in the reincarnation blade circulated wildly. Under Fang Chen's control, it accurately bombarded the node of the seal. Crack! The seal couldn't withstand a single blow and shattered. Xiao Mu was stunned. However, after Fang Chen rushed out, he immediately used the heaven-severing alchemy technique. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light condensed into a sword that could destroy the world. It crossed the river of time and surged toward Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's face was solemn as he screamed. The supreme technique. His body swayed slightly, and a ripple seemed to have appeared in the sacred artifact. You actually have the supreme technique? Xiao Mu instantly thought of the reincarnation road. He couldn't wait to suppress Fang Chen. I have to thank you for bringing the supreme technique to me. Xiao Mu grew up in the Origin Realm, so he knew more about the Primal Chaos Supreme than anyone in the Godsfall Alliance. How powerful was the supreme technique? Xiao Mu didn't know, but he knew that in the demon-devouring clan, only the top and most outstanding elites would be bestowed with the supreme technique. Moreover, it was bestowed by the Patriarch himself. Now, the supreme technique had appeared on a sinner. He wanted to snatch it and keep it for himself. Kill. He activated the sacred artifact to suppress Fang Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too profound. Every time it was used, Fang Chen's understanding would deepen. Now he had unleashed the sky-severing alchemy technique to the extreme. Even an invincible saint would find it difficult to resist the power of his sword. Dong! The sacred artifact emitted a domineering light and collided with the hidden star sword. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the hidden star sword. The sacred artifact was also penetrated by the supreme technique, and its light weakened. Whoosh! Xiao Mu was forced to retreat. He stabilized his body and floated in the air, looking at Fang Chen greedily. The stronger the supreme technique, the more excited he was. The supreme technique is mine. Xiao Mu licked his lips. On the ground, Fang Chen felt pain in his hand. The sacred artifact is too powerful. It contains the bloodline of the demon-devouring clan and the mark of Xiao Yao Ho. It is difficult to defeat it with the sky-severing alchemy technique alone. Fang Chen pondered in his mind. He thought of the copper bowl. Although the sacred artifact was powerful, it was not at the level of a supreme weapon. The copper bowl is not an offensive supreme weapon, but it can trap the sacred artifact. When I kill Xiao Mu, the sacred artifact will become an ownerless object. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. He had already thought of a way to deal with Xiao Mu. I admit that you are strong, Xiao Mu suddenly said. Your potential is among the best in my clan. I don't want to kill a genius. If you give me the secret technique you just used and the reincarnation blade, I can let you live. Hee hee. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Xiao Mu. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? How could such an idiot say such a thing? As expected of the demon-devouring clan, they're a bunch of brainless things. Fang Chen shook his head. You, Xiao Mu was furious. You are dead. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can save you. However, at that moment, Fang Chen unhurriedly took out a copper bowl from his bosom. The dull copper bowl caused Xiao Mu to cry out involuntarily. Chapter 36:29. Supreme Weapon. The weight of these 3 words was too great. It was enough to shake the entire Chaos realm. After all, after the battle of the ancient gods, no primal Chaos Supreme had appeared in the Chaos realm. As for supreme weapons, they had appeared occasionally, but they were all incomplete. Moreover, even if a supreme weapon appeared, no one would be able to control it. But now, Fang Chen could completely control a supreme weapon. This was definitely an earthquake. Not only was Xiao Mu shocked, but even Lord Qing couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't see through Fang Chen anymore. The latter's growth experience was too legendary. So what if you have a supreme weapon? Soon, Xiao Mu regained his composure, and his father's words echoed in his mind. The Chaos realm had long been incomplete, and the primal Chaos Supreme had disappeared. Supreme techniques and supreme weapons were even more difficult to find. My sacred artifact was born in the origin world and raised with the blood of the Demon Devourer clan. It can resist your supreme weapon, Xiao Mu said coldly. He regained his confidence and held the sacred artifact in his hand. The Demon Devourer bloodline in his body circulated. Although the copper bowl gave him a heavy feeling, he felt that it was very likely to be a fake supreme weapon. He didn't believe that a complete supreme weapon could appear in such a dilapidated land of sinners. The sacred artifact suppresses the heavens, and all things die. Xiao Mu made his move. He didn't want to give Fang Chen any chance. With a leap, his figure flickered and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Fang Chen held the copper bowl in one hand and the reincarnation blade in the other. He released a powerful divine sense to sense the world. Rip! Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared behind Fang Chen. Be careful, Lord Qing shouted. However, Fang Chen seemed to have already known. He didn't even turn his head and directly grabbed the copper bowl. I've been waiting for you, Fang Chen said. His primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level. In the entire Chaos realm, no one could hide their aura under his nose, not even the Demon Devourer clan from the origin world. He deliberately revealed a flaw and let Xiao Mu make his move. As expected, Xiao Mu fell for it. The copper bowl directly enveloped the bright golden light. Devour devil and heaven. Xiao Mu roared as he activated the holy artifact with all his might. However, he was shocked to find that the sacred artifact was gradually losing its connection with him. No! Xiao Mu shook his head frantically as his demon-devouring bloodline began to circulate. However, it was useless. The copper bowl was a supreme weapon, and it had the support of a perfect bloodline, so it could easily crush holy objects. Rip! After the last connection was severed, the sacred object was instantly suppressed by the copper bowl. Dong dong dong. In the void, the copper bowl pressed down as if it could cover heaven and earth. A deafening sound came from inside. This was the sound of a holy object crashing down. Without the holy object, you are nothing. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Xiao Mu. The sacred item was bestowed by my father. It has my father's mark. How can a mere copper bowl suppress it? Xiao Mu felt the impact of the holy object and came back to his senses. He stared fiercely at Fang Chen. When the holy artifact breaks through the suppression, you will die for sure. Fang Chen shrugged. You'll have to have the opportunity to wait until then. After saying that, Fang Chen smiled playfully. He swung the reincarnation blade and attacked Xiao Mu crazily. With his current strength, his nascent soul stage primordial spirit, the reincarnation blade, and the legendary Paragon technique, Xiao Mu was no match for him. Crack! In just a few rounds, one of Xiao Mu's arms was cut by the reincarnation blade. He quickly retreated, his arm hanging down and blood dripping. Damn it! Xiao Mu was furious. It's all because of you. His plan was all ruined by this guy in front of him. "I want you dead." Xiao Mu roared angrily and engaged in a chaotic battle with Fang Chun. Indeed, as Fang Chun said, Xiao Mu without the holy artifact was like an ant in front of him. Slash! Slash after slash landed on Xiao Mu's body. The latter screamed miserably. Finally, Xiao Mu couldn't take it anymore. He burned his essence blood and used the innate ability of the Devouring Devil clan. Whoosh! However, just as the innate ability was formed, it was scattered by Fang Chen's blade. How is this possible? Xiao Mu's eyes lost focus. He had suffered a critical hit. "Let's go." Xiao Mu was scared and didn't want to continue fighting. "You want to leave?" Fang Chun chased after him with the reincarnation blade. He immediately used the heaven-cleaving alchemy technique. The sky was filled with blade light and sword shadows, crisscrossing with amazing power. Crack! However, when the reincarnation blade pierced Xiao Mu's head, a talisman instantly shattered. A substitute talisman? Fang Chun was a little surprised. He looked at Xiao Mu again. After using the substitute talisman, he had already fled far away. "It's useless. You can't escape." Fang Chun chased after him. The demonic fire domain was completely sealed, so Xiao Mu couldn't escape. Soon, Fang Chun caught up to him. Under the violent attacks of the reincarnation blade, he was on the verge of death. At this moment, a peerless aura emerged from his body. "This is a half-step chaotic supremacy." Fang Chun was stunned. The terrifying aura condensed into an illusory figure in front of Xiao Mu. "Sinners, how dare you try to kill my son?" This person was Xiao Mu's father, Xiao Ho. "Old man, you allowed your son to mercilessly slaughter the races of the chaotic realm. Now that your son is like this, you only have yourself to blame." Fang Chun was fearless. "You're courting death." Duke Xiaoyao was infuriated, but he did not make a move. "Seeing that you have unparalleled potential, if you become my son's servant and escort him back to the chaos battlefield, I can guarantee your lineage a lifetime of peace." Fang Chun snorted coldly. The illusory figure in front of him was only condensed from the mark that Xiaoyao Ho left on Xiao Mu. Compared to the original body, it was far inferior. Besides, his original body was in the chaotic battlefield and couldn't come out. "In your dreams." Fang Chun directly refused. "Your son is dead. Father, save me." Xiao Mu cried. The sacred object was suppressed, so there was no way he could escape. "Mu'er, don't worry. I won't let you die," Xiaoyao Ho said in a deep voice. He raised his eyes and looked at the copper bowl in the distance. No wonder it can suppress the sacred object. It turns out that there's a supreme weapon. However, you sinners want to use the full power of the supreme weapon. As he spoke, Xiaoyao Ho slammed his palm forward. Suddenly, an earth-shattering force roared and bombarded the copper bowl. Dong! The copper bowl was hit by a strong impact, and it shook. At the same time, the sacred object suppressed inside responded to Xiaoyao Ho and attacked wildly. Fang Chun frowned. Xiaoyao Ho wanted to cooperate with the outside to break the seal of the copper bowl, but didn't he underestimate the power of the supreme weapon too much? He knew that it was a supreme weapon. Why did he still do this? Did he have a special method? Buzz. The copper bowl shook and emitted a strong halo. In an instant, it cut the demonic sky, fire domain into pieces. Some of the weaker warriors couldn't escape in time and were directly killed. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly as he sensed the movements of the copper bowl. Suppress it. However, at this moment. Chapter 3630. The blood essence of the demon-devouring clan covered the copper bowl. This drop of blood essence was different from Xiao Mu's. It was Xiaoyao Ho's blood essence and was extremely powerful. Buzz. The copper bowl shook, but it could not shake off the blood essence covering it. This caused the copper bowl to be in a very unstable state. Boom! Inside the copper bowl, the holy artifact was also attacking. It worked from the inside and overturned the copper bowl. Whoosh! After the holy artifact broke free from the copper bowl's control, it flew back to Xiao Mu's hand. Father, I'm going to kill him. Xiao Mu's eyes were scarlet, and he bared his teeth. He wanted to kill Fang Chun with his own hands. Go! I'll hold the fort for you. Although it was only a mark, Xiao Yaoho was from the demon-devouring clan and had powerful means. His appearance directly turned the situation around. Seeing this, Qing Jun naturally could not sit still. "Old man, I'll deal with you." With that, Qing Jun leaped and came in front of Xiao Yaoho, striking out with his palm. Crack! Xiao Yaoho's illusory body dissipated and condensed again. Humph! A half-step chaotic supremacy from the land of the sinners. Xiao Yaoho's face was full of disdain. The Chaos Realm and the Origin Realm were two completely different places. It was no exaggeration to say that a half-step chaotic supremacy in the Chaos Realm was nothing in the Origin Realm. They could not even defeat an invincible saint. This was because the Chaos Realm's heavenly path was damaged and 2/3 of its fate was taken away, which affected everyone's cultivation. It could be said that the cultivation foundation of the Chaos Realm's people was too weak. At the same level, the demon-devouring clan of the Origin Realm could sweep through the Chaos Realm. Therefore, even if it was only a mark, Xiao Yaoho was full of disdain for Qing Jun Dai. Xiao Yaoho used the demon-devouring clan's technique and forced Qing Jun back with a palm. Fury of the heavens. Qing Jun and Xiao Yaoho were tangled in a chaotic battle. On the other side, Xiao Mu regained his confidence after taking back the holy artifact. He launched a crazy attack on Fang Chun. Even if you have the holy artifact, you will die without a doubt. Xiao Mu used the sky-severing alchemy technique, one move after another. He could only rely on the holy artifact to block it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen's body kept changing directions as he secretly set up the formation foundations. Die! Xiao Mu seemed to have sensed something, but it was too late. At this moment, Fang Chun was floating in the air. He raised his arm, and in an instant, a terrifying aura gathered on his body from all directions. 108 formation bases were formed in an instant. They then soared into the sky and intertwined with one another. The formation was complete. Xiao Mu panicked when he saw the array. This was because he realized that the demon-devouring bloodline was actually being restrained by the formation. Without the help of the demon-devouring bloodline, his strength would be greatly reduced. This was the biggest disadvantage of the demon-devouring clan. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, the demon-devouring bloodline was completely suppressed. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and dripped a drop of blood onto the holy artifact, forcefully activating the holy artifact to its maximum power. However, it was to no avail. This array was called the Bloodline Sacrificial Array. It was a spell formation that the Grand Monarch had passed down to Fang Chun. It was based on his perfect bloodline and the research of the myriad races in the universe. This array was the best choice to deal with the demon-devouring clan. Of course, the Bloodline Sacrificial Array could restrain the demon-devouring bloodline. On the other hand, the demon-devouring bloodline could also restrain the perfect bloodline in the Bloodline Sacrificial Array. However, the array was led by Fang Chun, so he was less affected. Before Xiao Mu could react, Fang Chun charged over with the reincarnation blade in his hand. With this strike, he was aiming to inflict injuries on both sides. After all, he had a death substitute talisman, while Xiao Mu did not. No. In a flash, the situation was reversed, and Xiao Mu was suppressed. Duke Xiaoyao, who was fighting, also noticed this scene. "Mua!" he roared, wanting to get rid of Lord Qing and rescue his son. "Your opponent is me." Lord Qing entangled him and took advantage of his unpreparedness to severely injure him with a palm. Crack! Duke Xiaoyao's mark gradually began to dissipate. "Father, save me!" Xiao Mu screamed miserably. Fang Chun did not even use the death substitute talisman and seriously injured him with one strike. Crack! Xiao Mu's arms fell to the ground. His cultivation was crippled by Fang Chun. "Sinners, how dare you kill my son? You will regret it." Before Duke Xiaoyao's mark dissipated, he issued an angry threat. Boom! Lord Qing's punch completely defeated him. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Only Xiao Mu, who was in the Bloodline Sacrificial Array, was struggling to hold on. The sacred artifact blocked most of the damage for him, but he was still not spared. Pucci! Another slash landed on his forehead. In an instant, his head was smashed. His primordial spirit wanted to escape. Die. Fang Chun ended Xiao Mu's life with one strike. Buzz. The bloodline sacrificial array collapsed, and the demonic sky fire domain was silent. Everyone looked at Fang Chun in a daze. It was too shocking. He saved the entire God-Fall battlefield with his own strength. At this moment, Fang Chun was undoubtedly the hero of all clans in the heavens. And what he played was the hero's return. We won. Some people still couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice. Ha ha ha, we won. We stopped the outbreak of the God-Fall battlefield. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause and excited laughter erupted in the demonic sky fire domain. The black and white elders were gratified. Lord Qing walked over and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. It's over. The threat that had affected the God-Fall battlefield for 100 years had finally been completely eliminated. Everyone was shouting Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen, thank you. Nether Ghost Lord walked over and cupped his fists. It's my duty, Fang Chen said with a smile. What happened in the demonic sky, fire domain, quickly spread throughout the God-Fall battlefield. Everyone was praising Fang Chen's merits. And as the protagonist, he was healing in the Holy Ji Palace. How are you? Lord Qing asked. Much better, Fang Chen said. Now the entire God-Fall battlefield sees you as their savior. Lord Qing briefly explained the situation outside, as well as the forces and cultivators who betrayed the God-Fall alliance. They were all executed by the Holy Ji Palace cultivators, led by the Black and White Elders. The God-Fall battlefield was completely peaceful again. A few days later, Fang Chen's injuries were healed. Everything was done, and the God-Fall battlefield was peaceful again. He was ready to go back to the ancient chaos to take a look. After all, he was going to reincarnate and restart his cultivation to deal with the upcoming catastrophe of the world. He didn't know when he would return. Lord Qing and the Holy Ji Palace cultivators were guarding the God-Fall battlefield. Nothing would go wrong. He set off and returned to the ancient chaos. Every corner of the God-Fall battlefield was talking about Fang Chun, the miraculous cultivator. At the same time, everyone was united against a common enemy and found all the remnants of the No-Demon cult. As for the forces that betrayed the God-Fall alliance and joined Xiao Mu, they all collapsed. All the clans applauded, and the God-Fall battlefield was back on track. All of this was thanks to one person. Chapter 36-31. Buzz. Fang Chun crushed the token in his hand, and suddenly a strange aura shrouded his whole body. The next moment, he felt the world was spinning, and he was a little dizzy. When he stabilized his body, he suddenly found that he had returned to the abyss of god corpses. Phew! A familiar smell, a familiar aura. Fang Chun opened his arms and felt the breeze blowing on his face. In his mind, the scene of the first time he came to the abyss of god corpses appeared. Back then, when he first entered the battlefield of God-Fall, it was the good fortune of Blood Cavalry Saint that allowed him to go further on the path of cultivation. However, he also did not expect that in the future he would shoulder the burden of thousands of races in the world. Splash! He walked into the abyss of god corpses. Because of the mark left by Blood Cavalry Saint in his body, there was no obstruction in the abyss of god corpses, and he soon came to the deepest part. Back then, he was only one step away from getting the last inheritance. Now he was here. Young friend, you are finally here. A picture appeared in front of his eyes. This was the will left by Blood Cavalry Saint, not his original body. Since you can come here, it means that you have comprehended 3 kinds of origins, and your strength should be considered extremely strong among the saints. Blood Cavalry Saints will continue. Splash. Suddenly, the picture went dark. Then, screams came. This was a battlefield, and the sky was filled with smoke. Countless cavalry trampled on the old, weak, sick, and disabled, with a sinister sneer on their faces, mercilessly slaughtering. Star Knights. Fang Chun clenched his fists, and anger rose. He could imagine that when the Star Knights slaughtered the old, weak, sick, and disabled, it must be Blood Cavalry Saint who tried his best to stop them. Dong! The picture came to an abrupt end, and the battlefield was still filled with smoke, but the cavalry had left. They left with high smiles and monstrous killing intent. What was left were white bones. There was also resentment that could not be dissipated since ancient times. I am not afraid of the Star Knights one-on-one, but they have a terrifying joint attack formation. Once combined, they can burst out the power of a half-step chaotic supreme. Blood Cavalry Saint said. Back then, he was besieged by the Star Knights and ended up like this. Although you have become a saint, it will be difficult to destroy the Star Knights. Voila! The Blood Cavalry Saint waved his hand, and a huge blood lion suddenly rushed out of the picture. This blood lion was my mount in the past. It has the power of an invincible saint and is extremely fast. If you ride it, even the Starry Sky Knights can't catch up with you. Whoosh! The Blood Cavalry Saint pointed his finger and sent the imprint into Fong Chen's mind. The next moment, the blood lion roared and walked in front of Fong Chen, becoming docile. The blood lion was severely injured. It needs the Tianji Saint blood pill to heal. Fong Chen nodded. Unexpectedly, what the Blood Cavalry Saint left for him was actually a blood lion. That's true. If he had developed according to the normal path, it was impossible for him to have such fighting strength. The blood lion left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint could definitely become a great trump card. Now, he finally understood what the Blood Cavalry Saint meant. He was worried that he would be too impulsive and fall into the Star Knight's encirclement. Therefore, he gave the blood lion to him. Soon after Fong Chen left, the abyss of God's corpses completely collapsed and disappeared from the world. The blood lion looked back reluctantly and finally left with Fong Chen. The Tianji Saint blood pill was an extremely high-grade pill. In the entire Godfall battlefield, the only one who could refine this pill was the Dao Palace's second senior brother, the Tianji Pill King. Fong Chen sent a message and contacted his second senior brother. The latter happened to be picking spiritual herbs in a nearby mountain range. Half a month later, Fong Chen saw his second senior brother. At a glance, the person in front of him was short and small. It was a bloated little fatty. Second senior brother? Fong Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the world-famous Tianji Pill King to be a little fatty. The fatty revealed a smile. "You're a junior brother, Fong?" He had also heard of Fong Chen's deeds and was very respectful to this little junior brother. "I can refine the Tianji Saint blood pill. I also have the required materials with me. Wait for me for a few days." The Tianji Pill King didn't say anything and directly started refining. During this process, Fong Chen also didn't waste time comprehending the sky severing alchemy technique. As a supreme technique, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. The stronger he was, the more Fong Chen felt the terror of the sky severing alchemy technique. Time passed. A few days later, a blood-red aura soared into the sky. This was a heaven and earth phenomenon. The higher the grade of the pill, the greater the heaven and earth phenomenon when the pill was formed. Whoosh! The Tianji Pill King took out 3 blood-red pills and handed them to Fong Chen. "Junior brother Fong, I've only refined 3 pills this time." Seeing the sweat on the Tianji Pill King's forehead, Fong Chen hurriedly said, "Thank you for your hard work, second senior brother. This mount of yours has an extremely strong bloodline. It might be a divine beast from ancient times. 1 Tianji Saint blood pill might not be enough, so I refined 3. Hurry up and let it eat." The blood lion's eyes widened when it saw the Tianji Saint blood pill. It wanted to eat them all in one go, but was stopped by Fong Chen. One at a time. The power contained in the Tianji Saint blood pill was too strong. Ordinary 9th rank saints would explode if they ate it carelessly. However, the bloodline's bloodline was special. In a short while, it completely digested the Tianji Saint blood pill. Its injuries were obviously getting better. Just like that, it swallowed another pill. He quickly absorbed the effects of the medicine, and his injuries were basically healed. "I feel like I'm about to break through," the bloodline said as it swallowed the last Tianji Saint blood pill. Rumble. A deafening sound came from its body. Its blood-red fur became even redder. It roared at the sky as its strength rose. Dong! With a casual swipe of its large claws, it crushed a piece of empty land. Junior brother Fong, your mount is amazing. The Tianji Pill King was shocked. He had cultivated in the Dao Palace for countless years and had never seen such a heaven-defying beast. He was especially shocked when he felt the blood lion's overbearing bloodline. This guy, Fong Chun, was speechless, as expected of a mount cultivated by the blood cavalry sage. Thinking about it, its bloodline should have been improved by the blood cavalry sage. Boom! After a long while, the blood lion stopped rolling. The entire mountain range was turned into ruins. The bloodline got up, full of energy. Thank you, Master. Not only have my injuries healed, but my strength has also greatly increased. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. At its peak, the bloodlion's strength was comparable to an invincible saint. Now that it had swallowed the Tianji Saint Blood Pill, its strength had greatly increased. Junior brother Fong, where are you going next? The Tianji Pill King asked. Thank you for the pill, second senior brother. This is a small token of my appreciation. Fong Chun handed a Sumeru ring to the Tianji Pill King. The latter took it and was instantly stunned. The Sumeru ring was filled with rare spirit herbs of heaven and earth. These were all dreams of alchemists. This, Chapter 36-32. After bidding farewell to the Pill King, Fong Chun returned to the primordial chaos. What a familiar feeling. Fong Chun opened his hands and felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. He immediately entered the forbidden land at the bottom of the sea. The altar was still there, but the offerings on it seemed to be somewhat incomplete. Buzz! The moment he appeared, the altar began to shake, and black cracks appeared on its surface. In the blink of an eye, the altar turned into ruins. In the ruins, there was a terrifying spatial storm vortex that swallowed all the offerings. Whoosh! A wisp of imprint drilled into Fong Chen's mind. This was the ultimate chant of the sky, severing alchemy art. At the same time, a voice sounded in Fong Chen's ears. I've finally waited for you. This sentence was said to Fong Chun. Bloodsword Prime was once a supreme expert of the primordial chaos realm, a supreme existence in the primordial chaos realm. However, he died in the battle against the devouring demon clan. I hope you can succeed, Bloodsword Prime said. His last wisp of consciousness turned into a file in Fong Chen's mind. Inside the dossier, there were densely packed records of Sword Dao. This was Bloodsword Prime's understanding of the Sword Dao. Fong Chun was completely dumbfounded. The Bloodsword Supreme's understanding of the Sword Dao recorded in the dossier was simply extraordinary. With just a glance, Fong Chun felt his heart beat faster. The bottleneck that had been troubling him was very likely to break through. Buzz! The altar completely shattered, the ruins completely disappeared, and the sea returned to calm. However, countless figures appeared on the surface of the sea. The fluctuation just now came from here, Ching Ho said in a deep voice. He was now one of the strongest existences in the primordial chaos, known as the puppet ancestor. This meant that the Tao of puppetry was unprecedented, and no one could compare with it. Indeed, his puppet Tao was something that even other peak experts would be wary of. Not far from him were the former experts of the primordial chaos. Before Lord Fong left, he said that this place is very dangerous and told us not to get close, someone said. Could it be a strange creature is attacking? Suddenly, the other's expressions changed. I'll send the puppets down to take a look. Ching Ho flicked his finger, and one of the puppets sank to the bottom of the sea. A moment later, there was no movement from the puppet. Crack! Ching Ho's body shook, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. How is this possible? He cried out involuntarily, with a shocked expression. Just a moment ago, he had lost contact with the Monarch Realm puppet. Puppet ancestor, what happened? Someone forcefully severed the connection between me and the puppet, Ching Ho said in a low voice. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Everyone present was a top expert in the immemorial chaos. They bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the immemorial chaos. Especially after Fong Chun left, there would occasionally be experts from the battlefield of God's Fall entering through the spatial turbulence. But in the end, they were all suppressed by them. But now, there was someone who could forcefully destroy the puppet ancestors' puppets. That person was definitely an emperor. Let's try again, Qing Ho said. Voila! However, at this moment, a water column soared into the sky, and a vast power swept across the entire sea. There was even a dragon's roar. Qing Ho and the others were on guard. Brother Qing Ho, how have you been? Suddenly, a familiar voice could be heard from the water pillar. This is... Qing Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. Fong Chun. The water column dissipated, and Fong Chun stood there, smiling without saying a word. It's Lord Fong. Lord Fong is back. Everyone was shocked and excited. Qing Ho rushed over and hugged Fong Chun. The brotherhood was at this moment. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. Brother Fong, how come you have time to come back? Qing Ho asked. I came back to take a look. They wouldn't do anything about the reincarnation road, so he just skipped it. Come, let's go back. Soon, the news of Fong Chen's return spread throughout the ancient chaos. Everyone was celebrating, and everyone was shouting Fong Chen's name. He deserved to be the leader of the human race. Sacred Land. Fong Chun held Star and Moon's hand, walked on the path of flowing light, and finally sat on the bronze throne. Xing Yu, on the other hand, was sitting beside him. Welcome, Lord Leader. Qing Ho and the others were below, leading all the cultivators in the ancient chaos to kneel down. Get up. Fong Chun waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. A grand banquet was about to begin. Fong Chun was the absolute protagonist of the banquet. Moonlit night. A cool breeze blew. Fong Chun held Star and Moon's slender waist and stood on the top of the mountain. Brother Chun. Star and Moon buried her head in Fong Chen's arms and said softly, You've worked hard all these years. The God's Fall battlefield was far too dangerous. Thus, Fong Chun ventured alone. Xing Yu and the others were arranged to stay in the primordial chaos. This place was relatively safer. Star and Moon sat side by side with Fong Chun and told him what had happened over the years. When Fong Chun left, the ancient chaos wasn't peaceful. Evil creatures appeared, causing the entire ancient chaos to be in chaos. The old faker took a few brothers to suppress them. In the end, they were defeated, and some even died. But in the end, they suppressed the evil creatures with the means left by Fong Chun. After Fong Chun learned the news, he used a heaven-defying method to resurrect Little Mouse and the others. The 5 brothers were very excited when they gathered. The old faker was beside them, talking like a charlatan. For Fong Chun, it was easy to resurrect warriors below the yin-yang origin realm. Moreover, in the ancient chaos, he was one with the heavens and the earth, and his words were the law. Most importantly, he had obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. The ancient chaos was created by the Blood Sword Supreme. Therefore, he could easily resurrect those brothers and friends who had fought side by side. Boss, you're amazing, Little Mouse shouted excitedly. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, and Pangolin were also looking forward to it. It's a pity that we're too weak and can't fight with you, Xiao Huang said. We're in the ancient chaos to protect sister-in-law, Shi-Er, and the others. We're helping you by eliminating your worries. The old faker was talking mysteriously. This is for you. Fong Chun handed a few Sumeru rings to the brothers. What was stored here were all rare cultivation materials. With these cultivation materials, the brothers could at least break through to the yin-yang origin realm. As for whether they could comprehend the origin and step into the 5 elements sacred realm, it depended on their own luck. In fact, with Fong Chen's means, he could forcibly improve their strength. But Fong Chen didn't spoil their growth. Instead, he guided them to cultivate on their own. The banquet had been going on for more than a month. But as the main character, Fong Chun, had already left. Over the past month, he had spent time with his brothers, his 3 children, and his wife. On this day, Qing Ho hurried over. Brother Fong, there are 2 people outside the sacred ground. Fong Chen scanned with his divine sense and found them. Chapter 36-33. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a hint of coldness on her peerless face. However, the moment she saw Fong Chun, she melted like an iceberg and revealed a sweet smile. She was Bai Qingqing. She had once fought side by side with Feng Chun in the universe. Back then, she was still the daughter of the Bai family on Qingyi Island, and Feng Chun was just an itinerant cultivator. Now, things had changed. However, Bai Qingqing's love for Feng Chun had never changed. "You're back." Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly. On the other side was a woman in a yellow dress with a different personality. She was once the princess of Scar Island. She had given up her status as a princess and had been following Feng Chun. Feng Chun also understood what she meant. However, he already had a wife and didn't want to hold him back. He didn't expect that after hundreds of years, they were still like this. Alas, Feng Chun sighed. "How have you been?" Feng Chun squeezed out a smile and said. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. The old faker and the others had already left, and so had Qing Ho. There were only 3 people in the courtyard, looking at each other. "How have you been these years?" Finally, Feng Chun couldn't help but break the silence and ask. Bai Qingqing shook her head. In order to follow in Feng Chun's footsteps, she cultivated crazily and almost lost her life several times. Missing is a kind of illness. Princess Xian was more direct and expressed her longing. "You've worked hard." Feng Chun sighed. He settled the 2 of them in the sacred ground and then gave them a lot of cultivation resources. Moreover, he personally guided them in their cultivation. Now Feng Chun was comparable to an invincible sage, and his understanding of martial arts had reached the peak. With Feng Chun's guidance, the 2 of them improved rapidly. Soon, they broke through the shackles and reached the yin-yang essence realm. In the past few days, Star and Moon also tacitly agreed. She had always thought that as long as her husband loved her, it was enough. Even as a woman, she pitted Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian and wanted to matchmake them. However, her husband insisted. Wang. On this day, a silent fluctuation suddenly attracted Feng Chun's attention. What happened? Feng Chun frowned. His powerful consciousness spread out and covered every corner of the primordial chaos. Azura universe. Feng Chun's expression changed greatly. He leaped into the black hole. Take care of the 2 of them. I have to go out for a while. Rip. The void was torn apart, and Feng Chun appeared at the edge of the ancient sacred primal chaos. Here, starlight flickered. 2 planets were slowly rotating. One of them was bright, whereas the other one was somewhat dim. Even its vitality was fading away. "Humph! You dare to touch my Azura universe." Feng Chun snorted coldly and rushed into the Azura universe. This universe was created by him. In this universe, he was the heavenly Tao. As soon as he entered the firmament, he saw 2 evil cultivators devouring cultivators in a mine in the firmament. Feng Chun was stunned. Star Knights. Originally, he planned to settle down in the primordial chaos and meet with his family and friends. Then, he would go to the Star Knights' lair and kill them all. He didn't expect them to sneak into the primordial chaos. In the mine, countless firmament cultivators were furious. "You demons, Lord Leader won't let you go." That's right. The Azura universe was created by Lord Leader. Every movement here can't escape his eyes. "You're dead." However, facing the cultivators of the firmament, the 2 Star Knights sneered. "Stupid guys, you're about to die, and you still dare to threaten us?" Rip. The bloated Star Knight swallowed a firmament cultivator in one bite. "Third brother, although the strength of this universe is relatively low, it contains countless essences. If we can devour all the cultivators in this universe, we will definitely recover our peak cultivation. We, the Star Knights, will be reborn soon." Wang. Suddenly, the void stopped. The 2 of them noticed that something was amiss. Raising their heads, they saw a silhouette that had appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you?" The bloated Star Knight asked in a deep voice. The other person was ready for battle. "Lord Leader. Lord Leader is here to save us." The cultivators of the firmament were very excited. You're the Lord Leader they're talking about?" Feng Chun stared at the 2. "Star Knights, how dare you enter my universe?" The 2 Star Knights were a little surprised. "Since you've heard of us, the Star Knights, you should know how powerful we are. Be good and surrender, or I'll cut off your head." Fong Chun waved his hand, and the trapped cultivators of the firmament were all rescued. "You guys leave first." He sent the cultivators of the firmament out of the mine. Outside the mine, the peak cultivators of the firmament gathered. They were very nervous. "Will Lord Leader be okay? Damn those Star Knights." Rumble. A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Just as the cultivators of the firmament were nervous, Fong Chun walked out. "Lord Leader." Everyone knelt down. "I've killed the Star Knights. The crisis has been resolved," Fong Chun said. "From now on, no one is allowed to approach this mine." The blood of the Star Knights stained the mine. Although Fong Chun had completely refined them, it was inevitable that there would be some residual blood. The 5 elements sacred realm cultivators were fearless, but they were too weak for the cultivators of the firmament. Once they came into contact with the residual blood, their souls would instantly dissipate. On this day, the Shuri universe celebrated with the heavens, and this mine was listed as the #1 forbidden area. Even after many years, the legend of the Lord Leader was still circulating. After leaving the Shuri universe, Fong Chun returned to the Milky Way universe and met many acquaintances. There were old friends from the Skybone Palace and some acquaintances from Green Bamboo Island. After that, he went to every corner of the primordial chaos to check the aura of the Star Knights. In the end, he confirmed that there were no more Star Knights in the primordial chaos. Then, he used a heaven-defying method to set up a formation around the primordial chaos. This formation merged with heaven and earth and used the incomplete heavenly path as the core of the formation. After the formation was completed, no one could break it unless they had the combat strength of an invincible saint. In this way, Fong Chun's worries were completely eliminated. The primordial chaos was like an iron bucket, and after accompanying his wife and daughter for several days, he was finally going to set off. "You can guard my hometown here for me," Fong Chun said. The blood lion shook its huge head and said, "Master, don't worry. With me here, unless the primordial chaos supreme comes in person." The blood lion was very strong. With it around, Fong Chun was relieved. Standing on top of the clouds, he looked down at the earth. A ripple appeared in Fong Chun's heart. One day, the primordial chaos realm will return to before it was destroyed. At that time, the world will be peaceful and there will be no more wars. Fong Chun thought. Chapter 36-34. God's Fall Battlefield. The Northwest was where the entrance to the Chaos Battlefield used to be. This area was called the Life Forbidden Zone. Very few people dare to come here. Once a 5-element saint stepped in, they would definitely die, unless they were invincible saints. However, today, Fong Chun came to the Life Forbidden Zone as soon as he returned to the God's Fall Battlefield. "Are you hiding here?" Fong Chun sneered. Standing outside the Life Forbidden Zone, he locked onto it with his powerful divine sense. The Star Knights were full of evil. Although they weren't from the Devouring Demon clan, they were worse than them. Back then, they killed the old, the weak, and the sick, wantonly destroyed the God's Fall battlefield in an attempt to suppress the thousands of races in the universe. The heaven-defying Alliance Master, the Blood Cavalry Saint, and other powerhouses worked together to force them back. However, they also paid a heavy price because of this. Whoosh! Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and slashed out. Crack! A thick sword light, carrying endless sword Dao aura, slashed above the Life Forbidden Zone. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the Life Forbidden Zone. A spatial storm emerged and the whole world became dark. Who dares to attack the Star Knights? An ancient and melodious voice came from the spatial storm. Whoosh! 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 Several old men rode dragons and soared into the sky, jointly suppressing the spatial storm. At the same time, they attacked together and shattered the thick sword light. Who are you? At this time, they found Fong Chun. They were shocked. The other party was in front of them, but they couldn't sense him with their divine sense. They could only see him with their naked eyes. What was going on? Star Knights should all die, Fong Chun said coldly. In his mind, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he saw in the abyss of god corpses appeared. That was the resentment of everyone. Kid, you are courting death. Provoking a Star Knight would result in 9 deaths. Kill. The old man in cyan rode the dragon and attacked Fang Chun. Roar. The dragon roared angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and spat out dragon breath, trying to kill Fang Chun. You're just a fake dragon. How dare you be fierce in front of me? With the heaven-slashing alchemy technique, Fang Chun stabbed the flood dragon with a single strike. The flood dragon let out a miserable cry. It swayed and fell into the forbidden zone. You dare to kill my mount? Hand over your life. The green-robed old man opened his palm and reached for Fang Chun's head. Dying. With one sword, the Star Knight had fallen. What? Seeing this, the other Star Knights were completely stunned. Who did you arrive at? Why we never heard of your name? Fang Chun strolled over in midair. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you have dealt with the Blood Cavalry Saint before. You are one of Blood Cavalry Saint's men? Hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. Voila! Fang Chun was too strong, and they were no match for him. They pretended to attack, but in reality, they were running away. In an instant, the Star Knight escaped into the forbidden zone of life. It's too powerful. Only our leader would be able to kill it. The leader of the Star Knights, the mastermind behind the scenes, had reached the level of an invincible saint. All these years, they had been hiding in the forbidden zone of life. Leader, something bad has happened. Crack! Before they finished speaking, the 2 Star Knights were struck by a sword light and died on the spot. Fang Chun stepped out and entered the forbidden zone of life. Buzz! A terrifying divine sense spread out, and the monsters retreated one after another. He used the ruler of heaven and earth, and soon came to the depths of the forbidden zone of life. With Fang Chun's current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent on the battlefield of Godfall. Who is it that hunted my Star Knights? A vicissitude and simple voice came from the depths of the forbidden zone of life. Whoosh! The response was still a sword. This sword contained the will of Supreme. With one sword, ghosts and gods were shocked. The huge forbidden zone of life was almost split in half. You're courting death. The leader of the Star Knights rose into the air and fought with Fang Chun. Heaven-defying alliance, Dao Palace. Lord Qing, the Black and White Elders, and the Lord of Netherghost were discussing something. All of a sudden, he felt the world shake. It's Fang Chun. They rose into the air one after another and looked up. Through layers of space, they saw Fang Chun slaughtering in the forbidden zone of life. That's a Star Knight. The notorious Star Knight was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone had the right to kill him. I didn't expect that the Star Knight had been struggling to survive, Lord Qing said. The Black and White Elders were a little worried about Fang Chun. Fang Chun is not a reckless person. Since he dares to go alone, it means that he has full confidence. In the forbidden zone of life. In the beginning, the leader of the Star Knights could still fight with Fang Chun. However, as time passed, all the methods he used were blocked by Fang Chun one by one, and Fang Chun had just begun to attack. Pucci! Sword after sword landed on his body, causing him to be covered in wounds. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The leader of the Star Knights guessed that Fang Chun should be a reincarnated powerhouse from ancient times or the chaotic ancient times. Where there's life, there's hope. He thought for a moment and decided not to continue arguing with Fang Chun. Whoosh! He rushed into the core of the forbidden zone of life. You can't escape. Fang Chun slashed out with his sword, cutting off his escape route. At the same time, the Samsara knife slashed out. No. After being hit by the Samsara knife, the leader of the Star Knights screamed in agony. Lord Qing and the others were all trembling. He's too strong. Fang Chun was chasing after the leader of the Star Knights. What on earth did he experience in the reincarnation road? They became more and more curious about the reincarnation road. Crack! After Fang Chun released his nascent soul-level primordial spirit, he directly crushed the primordial spirit of the leader of the Star Knights. The latter was bleeding from his 7 orifices and was covered in wounds. No, he was unwilling to give up. He had been dormant for countless years, but in the end, he died tragically in the hands of Fang Chun. However, Fang Chen didn't give him a chance. He killed him with one sword move. The Star Knights are eternal. Before dying, the leader of the Star Knights roared angrily. Crack! His primordial spirit was completely annihilated, and his physical body was also burned. The notorious Star Knights had completely become history, and Fang Chen had fulfilled his promise to avenge the Blood Cavalry Saint. Just as he was about to leave, the hidden star sword suddenly trembled slightly. What's going on? He felt a terrible fluctuation of sword chi at the core of the forbidden zone of life. Could it be the inheritance left by a powerful swordsman? His swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck, and he needed an opportunity to go further. This time, he felt the fluctuation of sword chi. He rushed into the core of the forbidden zone of life without hesitation. Lord Qing and the others grinned. It's so satisfying. In ancient times, the Star Knights were extremely cruel. Today, they are finally annihilated. From now on, the battlefield of Godfall will temporarily enter an era of peace. They also knew that unless the battlefield of chaos was completely pacified, there would still be wars. Of course, for Fang Chen. Next, there were more important things to do. The Source World was the real enemy of the Chaos World. Chapter 36-35. At the core of the Forbidden Zone. This place was filled with vast power, as if it had merged with the heavenly Tao. The aura of origin here was also very rich. When Fang Chen sensed the terrifying sword chi fluctuations, he did not hesitate to charge into the core area. There were towering peaks and waterfalls here. In front of the mountain stream, there was a stone tablet that was being hit by the waterfall. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the stone tablet. Buzz! The sword chi in his body instantly erupted and resonated with the stone tablet. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions suddenly came from around the mountain stream. Then, Fang Chen found that the stone tablet shattered and debris flew everywhere. A sword-shaped stone tablet appeared from the shattered stone tablet. As soon as the sword-shaped stone tablet appeared, Fang Chen felt suppressed. Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of the sword-shaped stone tablet. In an instant, the plunging waterfall became still. At the same time, the surrounding time and space seemed to be imprisoned. Everything was focused on the sword-shaped stone tablet. Seeing the words on the sword-shaped stone, Fang Chen exclaimed. His heart was filled with shock. Supreme Fujian. This sword-shaped stone carving was actually left behind by the Primal Chaos Supreme of the Primal Chaos era, Supreme Fujian. It's him. Even Supremacy Han Yi was shocked. He was an expert from the ancient Chaos era and had heard of Supreme Fujian. Back then, Supreme Fujian mysteriously disappeared. Who would have thought that he would leave a clue here? You're too lucky. Supremacy Han Yi said. After being baptized by the dark soul-cleansing water, Supremacy Han Yi's bones had shown signs of recovery. And the wisp of remnant consciousness he left behind was even more real. Now, he had been soaking in the dark, soul-cleansing water collected by Fang Chen. Once the time was right, he would fully recover. Sensing the sword chi fluctuations released by the sword-shaped stone tablet, Supremacy Han Yi was also awakened. You know him? Fang Chen asked. He had only seen him in ancient books, and they were basically simple records. After all, it had been too long since then. No one knew the details of many experts. Of course I do, Venerable Hyunyi said. Supreme Fujian was a pinnacle powerhouse who had suppressed an era. It was said that he had been one step away from becoming a chaos controller. In the end, it failed for some reason. After that, he went into secluded cultivation. After that, the ancient chaos era gradually collapsed, and the devil-devouring race took advantage of the situation to rise up. The war of gods erupted, and the ancient chaos era was completely destroyed. At first, everyone thought of Supremacy Fujian as the savior of the world. However, Supreme Fujian had yet to show up after the Battle of Godfall. How did Autarch Fujian die? This was something that Venerable Han Yi was curious about. After hearing Venerable Han Yi's words, Fang Chen's heart was heavy and he was very excited. He had already reached an extremely high level of attainment in Sword Dao. Because of this, he had also fallen into shackles. If he wanted to break through, he needed an opportunity. He believed that the sword-shaped stone carving Supreme Fu Jian had left behind were exactly what he needed. Whoosh! Fang Chun took a deep breath and looked at the sword-shaped stone engraving with a burning gaze. At this moment, the shards on the stone engraving had all fallen off. Densely packed words appeared on the smooth, sword-shaped stone carving. I, Autark Fu Jian, have cultivated my entire life to reach the peak of Sword Dao. However, I only realized in my later years that I had taken the wrong path. The first sentence from Xiao Chun shocked Fang Chun for some reason. Supreme Fu Jian had devoted his entire life to studying Sword Dao, and he was recognized as the strongest Sword Dao expert in the ancient Chaos era. However, in his later years, he thought that he had taken the wrong path. Then, where was the real path? Fang Chun fell into a daze. In his mind, he recalled the struggles he had gone through over the years. From the small divine wind nation to the outer region, then to the divine world, jumping out of the universe, the ancient Saint Chaos, the Archean Chaos, and finally to the battlefield of Godfall. This was the core of the broken ancient Chaos realm, and his cultivation had naturally broken through to the 5 elements sacred realm. When the world was first created, yin and yang were divided into 2, and the 5 elements were derived. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that those who could enter the 5 elements sacred realm were the top elites in the world, unless they could fuse with the origin and become a supremacy. However, the Sword Dao he walked had always followed his heart. Invincible Sword Dao, he murmured. For a moment, he had doubts about his Sword Dao. Swish! Cold sword light flashed in his eyes. Fang Chun came back to his senses and continued to look at the stone engraving. Be careful. Supremacy Hun, he reminded him. The stone engraving was left by Supreme Fu Jian, and it contained his life's Sword Dao comprehension. Anyone who looked at it directly would be attacked by the Sword Dao he had left behind. The weak would die instantly. Only Fang Chun, whose primordial spirit had reached the nascent soul level, could persevere and read the words on the stone engraving. Before I died, I finally understood the truth of the Sword Dao, but Supreme Fu Jian wasn't killed by others, but by himself. He cultivated the Sword Dao so hard that he went mad and died in the end. Fang Chun was filled with respect as he bowed to the sword-shaped stone carving. He was loyal to the Sword Dao. Such an elite was worthy of respect. Senior, I admire your dedication to the Sword Dao. Fang Chun cupped his fists. Senior, I'll help you reach a height that you haven't reached. Crack! The stone engraving suddenly shook, and then an inexplicable mark entered Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, the stone engraving shattered. One could vaguely hear a sigh in the void that lingered for a long time. I hope you can walk the right path and promote the Sword Dao. Fang Chun entered the Sword Dao with the Sword Dao, so there was no doubt about his Sword Dao potential. Fang Chun only released a bit of his aura, and Supreme Fu Jian chose him. Furthermore, he imparted to Fang Chun the experience of his lifetime of bitter cultivation. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. A few days later, Fang Chun opened his eyes. His gaze was inexplicably firm. My Sword Dao is the invincible Sword Dao. He used the invincible Sword Dao to cut through all the superficial things in the world. Once, when Fang Chun was still insignificant, he had created the invincible Sword Dao. However, after entering the 5 elements sacred realm, the opponents he encountered were very strong, and the invincible Sword Dao couldn't satisfy his needs. Therefore, he didn't use it for a long time. Now, he had obtained Supreme Fu Jian's enlightenment. He was more clear about his path. He also saw the flaws of the invincible Sword Dao, and he was confident that he could make it perfect. Whoosh! Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Invincible Sword Dao. The first thing was the confidence of being invincible. If he didn't even have confidence, how could he be invincible? However, Supremacy Hun, he didn't think so. Chapter 3636. There was no absolute invincibility in the world. You should follow Supreme Fu Jin's will and find the right path. All the experts of the ancient chaos era were probably influenced by Supreme Crouching Sword. They subconsciously thought Supreme Fujin's path was the strongest and the best path. The other paths were unorthodox and could not be considered elegant. Fang Chun had obtained Supreme Fujin's succession, the sword Dao he had spent his entire life comprehending. However, he was starting to understand his own heart. Supreme Fujin was wrong. So what if he had become the strongest expert in the ancient chaos era? Wouldn't he be forgotten by the world in the end? His sword Dao wasn't the real sword Dao after all. Fang Chun was a little confused. Even though he was confident when he created the invincible sword Dao, it was completely different from what he was feeling now. Invincible. The word sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have been trapped by these two words? Supreme Fujin was no exception. Your sword Dao, Supremacy Hun, fell silent. What did the invincible sword Dao mean? Every expert who stood at the top of the world knew it. How difficult was it to achieve the invincible sword Dao? Your mentality has changed, so your sword Dao will change too, Supremacy Hun, said. The invincible sword Dao. The invincible sword Dao is too domineering. Ordinary people can't control it. If you insist on it, you'll definitely walk the same path as Supreme Fujin and die from qi deviation. After all, Fang Chun had brought him out of the road of reincarnation. He had even been baptized in the dark soul-cleansing water and had a chance to be reborn. He was grateful to Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't want Fang Chun to take an unconventional path. It's right to have a firm belief, but some beliefs will make you lose your mind and doubt your life. Supremacy Hun, he was right about the invincible sword Dao. Some geniuses in the ancient chaos era had created their own sword Dao and named it the invincible sword Dao. However, they had a miserable life in their later years. No one knew what happened, but everyone knew that wherever they went was filled with misfortune. Fang Chun sat on the ground, feeling the changes in his heart. He chuckled and said, I've asked myself countless times, what is my sword Dao? However, the answer in his heart was different every time. This time, he was still asking himself what sword Dao was. After absorbing the seal that Paragon Fujin had left behind, it was as if he had followed Paragon Fujin into battle and experienced everything himself. Supreme Fujin's understanding of the sword Dao and his self-created sword Dao. Fang Chun was very clear about this. He wanted to combine Supreme Fujin's sword arts with his own. In the end, he became even more determined. The path he was about to take was destined to become a taboo path for the world. The Tao he wanted to gain enlightenment into would become a taboo to the gods. The way of the sword depended on the heart and the sword. He was fixated on what was before him. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi emerged from his body. Sword chi soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, Fang Chun soared into the sky. Holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed out. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! A mountain in the life forbidden zone was flattened by his sword. Buzz! He stood with his hands behind his back. The star-hidden sword was inserted into the ground, swaying. Sword chi crisscrossed. Fang Chun had never been so clear in his heart. My sword Dao, my path. He murmured. It was as if he was telling the world, but also as if he was talking to himself. Upholding the sword Dao in my heart is the true invincible sword Dao. At this moment, he was suddenly enlightened. The so-called invincible sword Dao was not invincible in terms of sword Dao attainments, but invincible in the heart. If the heart was invincible, the sword Dao would also be invincible. Boom, boom, boom. Unparalleled sword chi was released from Fang Chun's body one after another. Venerable Hun, he was completely stunned by this scene. What's going on? Supremacy Hun, he exclaimed. He checked carefully. In the end, he came to a shocking conclusion. That was, the young man in front of him might really be able to do what Supreme Fujin had never done. At this moment, Fang Chun began to reshape the invincible sword Dao. After all, when he was creating it, he was too weak causing the invincible sword Tao to have many shortcomings. Now, he was finding them one by one and correcting them one by one. Time passed. In the life-forbidden zone, it was extremely silent. Apart from Lord Qing and other invincible saints, no one else knew. The super genius of the God's Fall battlefield, the strongest disciple in the history of the Tao Palace, had received Supreme Fu Jin's Sword Tao inheritance and was undergoing a transformation. This guy, Lord Qing sighed. Fang Chun could always surprise him. The mission of the Heaven-Defying Alliance over the years has finally been completed. When the Heaven-Defying Alliance was established, in addition to fighting against the demon-devouring clan, they also had a mission, which was to find as many geniuses as possible in the Chaos Realm. He's comprehending the Tao. Elder Black and White smiled. Once he succeeded in comprehending Tao, Fang Chen's strength would reach a whole new height. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, the appointed day with the Supreme Venerables at the end of the reincarnation road was coming. In the life-forbidden zone, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Tao had reached an incredible level. Over the years, he had perfected the invincible Sword Tao. Whoosh! Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The invincible sword Qi on his body was powerful and domineering. Even Supremacy Hun, he was awakened. You succeeded? Supremacy Hun, he exclaimed when he sensed Fang Chen's aura. Fang Chen nodded. The invincible sword Tao has finally been perfected. Whoosh! He waved his sword, and all the monsters in the life-forbidden zone felt their hearts palpitate. He had once created 11 swords. But after this refinement, he only managed to condense 3 swords. Although it's condensed into 3 swords, its power has increased by 100 times. The current invincible Sword Tao was the true invincible Sword Tao. And the invincible Sword Tao had truly reached the level of a half-step supreme technique. Whoosh! Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. It was too difficult to create a half-step supreme technique. Only knew how difficult it was. When all 9 sword moves are derived, the invincible Sword Tao will become a true supreme technique. Fang Chun murmured to himself. In his mind, the plan was very clear. After condensing the invincible Sword Tao, there would be a total of 9 swords. When all 9 swords were created, it would be a true supreme technique. Of course, by then, his strength would be comparable to a supreme venerable. It's about time. He raised his head and bowed deeply to the mountain stream. Then, he left the life-forbidden zone. Senior Qing Jun, 2 elders. Fang Chun returned to the myriad Tao world and met the 3 of them in the Tao Palace. I have something important to do, which is related to the survival of the God's Fall battlefield. Chapter 36-37. After perfecting his sword principle, Fang Chen's sword heart had become more tenacious. He was also clearer about the path he wanted to take. After bidding farewell to Lady Qing and the others, Fang Chun didn't go to the reincarnation road to find the great sage. Instead, he went at every corner of the God Fall battlefield. He was looking for the immortal scepter. 3 months later, a battle of gods broke out in the southern wilderness. The reason why it was called a battle of gods was because the people involved were all Saint Realm experts. The strongest had even reached the 6th level of Saint Emperor. Demonic clothing old man, how dare you attack my Green Fire Temple? Green Fire Temple Master said angrily. The southern wilderness was the territory of Green Fire Temple. Not long ago, a scepter was found on the southern wilderness mountain. Anyone who approached would be repelled by the power emitted from the scepter. Soon, the news spread throughout the southern wilderness. Green Fire Temple naturally sealed off the scene immediately, but it was still too late. Demonic clothing old man rushed over and started a massacre, wanting to monopolize the scepter. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Demonic clothing old man was too strong. The experts of Green Fire Temple were no match for him. Poochie. Everyone retreated, and many people died at the hands of demonic clothing old man swoosh. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the peak of the southern wilderness mountain, looking at the immortal scepter in front of him. Finally, he found it. Fang Chun reached out and gently stroked the immortal scepter. Buzz! Dazzling light emitted from the immortal scepter. Fang Chun was a little surprised. After not seeing it for so many years, the immortal scepter had completed such an amazing transformation. A saint weapon? The immortal scepter contained an extremely strong origin power. The power left by the immortal emperor? Fang Chun frowned. Back then, the immortal emperor was the only expert who entered the emperor realm after the Godfall battlefield, and he created the immortal creation department to cultivate talents for the Godfall battlefield. But he had mysteriously disappeared. Many people thought that he had died. But today, Fang Chun knew that the immortal emperor had not died. Then, where did he go if not in the Godfall battlefield? Fang Chun looked in the direction of the northwest. Chaos battlefield? Fang Chun murmured. Boom! The immortal scepter let out a resonant cry, as if responding to Fang Chun. The latter pulled it up, and the earth shook. Quintessence saint weapon. The demonic clothing old man's eyes were bloodshot. He took a step forward and rushed to the peak of the southern desolate mountain. Kid, who are you? Fang Chun said nothing. Give me the scepter in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, the demonic clothing old man threatened. This is my scepter. Why should I give it to you? While speaking, Fang Chun took the immortal scepter and prepared to leave. You are courting death. The demonic clothing old man bellowed and struck out with his palm. The vast palm power slammed onto Fang Chun's body like a torrential flood. Wong. The latter sent the demonic clothed old man flying with a thought. Thud, thud, thud. The demonic clothing old man steadied himself and landed on the plane. He looked at Fang Chun with a grave expression. Who is he? The demonic clothing old man asked. He didn't remember such a young Saint Realm expert. Could he be a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? The demonic clothing old man subconsciously thought of Fang Chun from the Doctrine Palace. But soon, he shook his head and rejected the idea. It was ridiculous. Who was Fang Chun? He had single-handedly saved the Godfall battlefield. He was a savior. Why would he come to such a place? The demonic clothing old man. The Green Fire Temple Master also realized how powerful Fang Chun was. How about we work together? No matter what, the scepter had appeared in the southern desolate land. He couldn't let an outsider get it. We can work together, but how do we split the scepter? The demonic clothing old man asked. The Green Fire Temple Master had already thought about it. Give the scepter to the Green Fire Temple, and the Green Fire Temple will give you half of the authority of earthly flame. How about that? Okay, deal. Obviously, the authority of earthly flame was more attractive to the demonic clothing old man than the scepter. Boom! The two experts stared at Fang Chun cautiously. Whoosh! Fang Chun strolled down the southern desolate mountain. Boy, I don't care who you are. Hand over the scepter. What if I don't? Fang Chun shrugged. Do it. With the Green Fire Temple Master's order, the people of the Green Fire Temple attacked. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The people of the Green Fire Temple set up a formation to trap Fang Chun. The demonic clothing old man and the Green Fire Temple Master joined forces to deal with Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head in the face of the encirclement. He was just taking back his belongings. Why bother? Crack! He flicked his finger and the formation shattered. The people who set up the formation all fell to the ground. Oh no! The Green Fire Temple Master took a deep breath and attacked even more fiercely. Suppress. The demonic clothing old man used his strongest skill. Fang Chun did not move, allowing the attacks of the two to land on his body. There was a layer of invisible runes on the surface of his skin that easily blocked the two experts' attacks. Huh! The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man were shocked. How is this possible? They exclaimed. The two of them could even fight a saint if they joined forces. However, they couldn't break the defense of the person in front of them. Get out of here before I get angry. Fang Chun said. Dong! The two experts were sent flying. The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man rolled a few times on the ground and got up quickly. Who did you get? The Green Fire Temple Master asked as he looked at Fong Chen's back. Fong Chen. Fong Chen disappeared as soon as he said that. The two powerhouses were left bewildered and shocked. Fong Chen from the Doctrine Palace. Oh my God. We try to suppress Fong Chen from the Doctrine Palace. The Green Fire Temple Master and the demonic clothing old man were shocked. It's terrifying. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, Fong Chen didn't want to kill. Otherwise, there would be a river of blood. After a long time, the demonic clothing old man and the Green Fire Temple Master looked at each other. There was a smile on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. I didn't expect that we would fight with Fong Chen. The scepter had been taken away by Fong Chen, and the demonic clothing old man had also left. The Green Fire Temple Master looked in the direction where Fong Chen had left, deep in thought. From today onwards, the Southern Wilderness Mountain will be renamed Mount Shun. Build a scepter on the mountain peak with the best materials. The Green Fire Temple Master ordered. Even he didn't know that Mount Shun was built to commemorate Fong Chen's visit. He didn't expect that countless years later, it would become a cultivation holy land in the southern wilderness. The Green Fire Temple also became a top force in the Godfall battlefield. Of course, this was all in the future. In the demonic mountain range, Fong Chen found the entrance to the Reincarnation Road. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the Reincarnation Road, the great sage sensed it. With a flash of golden light, Fong Chen appeared at the end of the Reincarnation Road. Are you done? At the end of the Reincarnation Road, the statue opened its eyes and asked. Fong Chen nodded. The primordial chaos had been arranged. Unless a half-step chaotic supremacy came, it was impossible to break the seal. He had also killed the Star Knights and found the immortal scepter. Everything that needed to be done was done. Chapter 36-38. Everything around him had been dealt with. The crisis of the God's Fall battlefield had been resolved. His wish had been fulfilled. Fong Chen felt his heart heavy. He shouldered the hopes of billions of living beings. If he failed, the entire Chaos Realm would disappear completely. So this time, he had to succeed. However, he knew nothing about the unknown origin world and the devouring demon race. Moreover, the origin world was the territory of the devouring demon race. If he was not careful, he would be exposed. So this mission was extremely dangerous. Reincarnation is not an easy thing, especially for a five-element Saint Realm martial artist like you. The great sage said in a deep voice. He had controlled the Reincarnation Road for countless years and had a deep understanding of it. Therefore, he knew very well how difficult it was for Fong Chen to reincarnate. However, since they had planned for so long, they naturally had a way. Go to the Bitter Sea first and absorb the power of the Bitter Sea. With a wave of the Grand Monarch's hand, Fong Chen lost control of his body and found himself in an endless sea of bitterness. Plop! His body sank into the Bitter Sea and did not pick up any splashes. The Bloodline King and the Blood Cavalry Saint opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes full of worry. Great Sage, will he succeed? The Bloodline King asked. What if he causes too much of a commotion when he reincarnates and the devouring demon race finds out? These were all things that needed to be considered. However, the Great Sage pondered. To reincarnate into the origin world, the first condition is to form the nascent soul. Fong Chen's nascent soul had successfully formed the nascent soul after the baptism of the dark soul-cleansing water. He was the first five-element Saint Realm martial artist to cultivate his nascent soul to the nascent soul level. Moreover, he had the perfect bloodline. Although it had not reached the ultimate level, it was very compatible. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the most likely to succeed in the world. What if even he failed? Then the Chaos Realm would really become history. The Great Sage had studied countless times and had a clear understanding of Fong Chen's situation. He was full of confidence. The Bitter Sea was also known as the Lake of Reincarnation. It was filled with the mysterious power of reincarnation. Anyone who was reincarnated had to go through the baptism of the Sea of Bitterness before they could reach the other shore, step onto the divine bridge, and be reborn. However, Fong Chen's destination was the origin world. That place was very special. The heavenly Tao was perfect, and the source energy was many times denser than the primal chaos realm. The spatial structure was also very firm. Therefore, before his reincarnation, Feng Chun needed to absorb enough of the bitter sea's power to refine his body. Hiss. In the depths of the sea of bitterness, Feng Chun sat cross-legged and relaxed his body and mind, allowing the seawater to hit his body. Rip! He could clearly feel that the seawater contained an extremely strong power of reincarnation. Not long after, his skin was burned. However, he soon found out the tempering of the sea of misery was actually targeted at the essence soul. The little golden man in his mind swayed continuously, enjoying the impact of the sea of bitterness. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Beside the sea of misery, the great senior, who had been paying attention to Feng Chen's every move, revealed a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with Feng Chen's performance in the past 3 years. It's about time, the great senior murmured. At this time, Feng Chen's essence soul had undergone enough refinement. Next was the most important reincarnation. Feng Chun. The great senior's voice entered Feng Chen's ears. Feng Chun was startled. He knew that the time was ripe. Reincarnation into the origin world is different from normal reincarnation. I will use heaven-defying methods to open a gap in the sea of bitterness. The gap led to the origin world. However, this passage was very special and contained the profound mysteries of reincarnation. Once the physical body approached it, it would be destroyed. Therefore, he could only enter the passage in the form of his essence soul. After walking out of the passage, he had to seize a body as quickly as possible. This way, he could complete his reincarnation. In fact, according to the normal process, after reincarnation, he would definitely come out of his mother's womb. However, Feng Chun was going through an abnormal channel, and it was a plan that the great senior and the top powerhouses had been planning for countless years. Therefore, it was feasible. Do you understand? The great senior said. At the same time, he also told Feng Chun that after he seized a body, the heavenly Tao of the origin world would not reject him. However, once he released the aura of the perfect bloodline, he would be punished by the heavenly Tao and his identity would be exposed. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, he must not expose his perfect bloodline. Soon after, Feng Chun nodded and prepared. Buzz! The statue shattered, and the great senior's true body was revealed. He opened his hands and constantly formed hand seals. In the incomparably calm sea of bitterness, a violent wind suddenly blew, and the end of the reincarnation road was filled with a vast power. Open! The great senior shouted. At the bottom of the sea of bitterness, cracks gradually appeared, and a gap was forming. At the same time, in the chaos battlefield, many top powerhouses of the Godsfall Alliance, led by the heaven-defying Alliance Master, crazily bombarded the entrance to the origin world. Kill! The heaven-defying Alliance Master shouted, falling into madness. The war that broke out on the chaos battlefield attracted the attention of the origin world. The devouring demon clan sent out experts to suppress the chaos battlefield. However, in the process, they were completely unaware that an incomplete primordial spirit burst out from a gap in the void. Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven-defying Alliance Master and the others fled and hid. How is it? An expert asked. The heaven-defying Alliance Master nodded. Success. He had a special way of communicating with the great senior. Not long ago, it was the great senior who told him to attack crazily to attract the attention of the devouring demon clan and buy time for Feng Chun. Now, the great senior had successfully sent Feng Chen's primordial spirit into the origin world. Their mission was completed, and they quickly hid. Success or failure depends on this. The human expert said, at the end of the reincarnation road, beside the sea of bitterness, the great senior stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the sea of bitterness. Great senior, will Feng Chun be discovered? After all, the devouring demon clan's patriarch was an existence infinitely close to becoming a chaos controller. Even if the Bloodsword Paragon was alive, it would be difficult for him to be a match for him. The great senior shook his head. If the devouring demon clan's patriarch wants to become a chaos controller, he must absorb the chaos realm's providence and merge his body with heaven and earth, truly merging with the heavenly Tao. Now he is at the most critical moment of the fusion and has no time to be distracted. It was precisely because of this excellent opportunity that they dared to send Fong Chun into the origin world. I hope it will succeed. The great senior muttered. If it failed and the devouring demon clan discovered it, the chaos realm would definitely be destroyed. This was something they did not want to see. The origin world. The origin world's power was extremely rich, and the heavenly Tao was not lacking. It operated perfectly. This place was simply the holy land of cultivation that every saint realm expert dreamed of. However, the ruler of this place was the cruel, devouring demon clan. On this day, it suddenly snowed heavily in a small border city. Chapter 36-39. The origin source aura was more than 10 times thicker than the chaos realm. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was perfect and its providence was invincible. This place was simply a holy land for cultivation. The origin world was the lair of the Fiend Devourer clan. It was also a manifestation of the Fiend Devourer clan's leader's ambition. He used the billions of lives in the Chaos realm as the price to achieve his position as the Chaos controller. Once he succeeded, the Chaos realm would completely become history. Fong Chun, shouldering the mission of billions of lives in the Chaos realm, descended upon the origin world. Thousand Autumn City, one of the 28 cities under Carefree Manor. This city was located at the edge of the origin world, and it was a veritable border town. Originally, the climate of Thousand Autumn City was very dry. Ever since the birth of the origin world, it had never snowed. But now, the entire Thousand Autumn City was draped in silver. Heavy snow continued to fall from the sky. Outside the city, in a barren mountain range. Rip, a figure covered in blood escaped from the depths of the mountain range. However, the angry roar of a beast came from behind. Bang! The figure did not take a few steps before falling to the ground. Not long after, the origin spirit shattered and lost its vitality. Roar! The demon beast got closer and closer, letting out an angry roar as it quickly shuttled through the snow-filled barren mountain range. Just as it was about to pounce on the already dead human, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of it. Following that, a gray aura wrapped around an incomplete golden figure shot out. The moment the golden figure appeared, the heavy snow instantly stopped. Whoosh! At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, the incomplete golden figure entered the dead human's mind. At this time, the demon beast had already fallen into the void crack. It wanted to struggle, but to its horror, its body was being swallowed by the darkness. Roar! It let out an angry roar before it was completely swallowed by the darkness. The heavy snow stopped, and the barren mountain range regained its calm. In Thousand Autumn City, everyone was discussing what this heavy snow that had been falling for 9 years meant. Could it be that a genius had been born? Or that the ruins of a powerhouse had appeared? In short, there were different opinions. Young master, are we really going to enter the Thousand Autumns mountain range? There was a group of people in front of the bare mountain range. The person in the lead was the famous young master of the Han family in Thousand Autumn City. The Fiend Devourer clan was a prehistoric race that had developed to this day. His clansmen were spread throughout the entire origin world. From this, it could be seen how much the clan had multiplied. The Han family was just a small branch of the demon-devouring clan, and their bloodline was very thin. In recent generations, they could not even activate their demon-devouring bloodline. If it weren't for the fact that the Han clan's old ancestor had suppressed many experts with his unparalleled strength, many powers in Thousand Autumn City would have already made a move against the Han clan. Han Lin, the young master of the Han family. During the 9 years of great snow, he had inadvertently heard people say that it was very likely that the ruins of a powerhouse had appeared. Very few people have ever dared to venture into the Thousand Autumn mountain range. Perhaps the remains of an expert are inside. Han Lin said in a low voice. But young master, the butler wanted to stop him, but Han Lin's attitude was firm. His intuition told him that the inheritance of the devouring demon clan's experts might be in the Thousand Autumn Mountain Range. Oof. Just wait until I activate my devouring demon bloodline and gain the favor of the Carefree Palace. At that time, those forces that are suppressing my Han family will be annihilated. Han Lin said ferociously. After that, the group entered the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range. Towering trees stood tall, and the heavy snow stopped. However, the snow accumulated on the branches slowly fell. On the ground, there was a figure that seemed to have died a long time ago. Suddenly, his fingers moved. Immediately after, he felt pain all over his body. Am I not dead? That was the first sentence he said. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. In his mind, memories appeared like a tide. I am Fong Chun. Fong Chen's incomplete primordial spirit had taken over this dead human body. However, the memories of the original owner still existed. Is this the origin world? Fong Chen murmured. At this time, he was seriously injured and could not move an inch. After struggling for a while, he gave up and began to receive information from the original owner. Not long after, Fong Chen knew that the original owner was a rogue cultivator named Lin Chun. He entered the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range to find the supreme inheritance. However, he encountered a stronger demon beast and died. First-level Holy King? Fong Chun pursed his lips. He did not expect the cultivation of this body to be so weak. Moreover, the strength of this body could not be compared to his own. However, when he thought of the Supreme Sage's words, he understood. He could carry his memories and reincarnate into the origin world. It was the plan of all the Almighties in the Chaos Realm for hundreds of millions of years before they succeeded. His goal in coming here was to collect the purest demon-devouring bloodline, and then transform it to its strongest state. Forget it. Fong Chun shook his head. If his body was weak, he could cultivate. If his realm was low, he could also improve quickly. The most important thing now was to adapt to the living environment of the origin world and then wait for an opportunity. At this moment, Fong Chun heard footsteps. Young master, there's someone over there. The butler pointed to the front. Han Lin walked over quickly and saw Fong Chun. Who are you? Han Lin's expression was grave as he dared to barge into the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range alone. Young master, he is, the butler recognized Fong Chun. Lin Chun, a rogue cultivator. He's somewhat famous in the Thousand Autumn City. Oh, Han Lin's eyes darted around before he asked, why are you seriously injured? Fong Chun immediately recognized that Han Lin was from the demon-devouring clan. I accidentally entered the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range and was attacked by demonic beasts. Han Lin smiled. Your injuries are very serious. I can save you, but you have to work for me. Okay. Fong Chun agreed immediately. Then, Han Lin gave Fong Chun the Han clan's secret healing panacea. The latter swallowed it, and his complexion improved after a while. What do you need me to do? Fong Chun asked. At this moment, he could already move, but his strength had not recovered. He looked around. Among Han Lin's group, the butler was the strongest. He was a third-level Holy King, while the others were second-level Holy Kings. In his current state, it was impossible for him to defeat them. Help me scout the way, Han Lin said. It never snows in the Thousand Autumn City, but this time it has been snowing for 9 years. It must be the remains of a strong cultivator. What you need to do is to help me scout the depths of the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range. If you can find the remains of a strong cultivator, I will reward you handsomely. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned. 9 years of snow? He was in the reincarnation passage opened by the great sage, and his primordial spirit had undergone reincarnation. He did not expect that 9 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and said, I am willing to serve you, master. Han Lin was very satisfied with Fong Chen's performance, but the butler remained vigilant. Soon, Han Lin and the others arrived at the depths of the Thousand Autumns Mountain Range. Young master, we can't continue. You go scout the way Han Lin said coldly. Chapter 3640. At the core of Aeon Mountain Range. The deeper he went, the more pressure Fang Chun felt. He sighed helplessly. If he was in the chaotic realm, his chaos or body would have reached its peak and would not be suppressed. However, he had just been reborn and his original body was too weak. It would take some time to activate the chaos sword body and cultivate it to its peak. However, Fang Chun believed that it would not take long. After all, this was the origin world. With such rich origin energy, one's cultivation speed would be increased by at least 100 times. Young master, can Lin Shin find anything with his strength? The butler asked softly. Han Lin sneered. Humph, it's a joke to expect a piece of trash like him to find a relic of an elite. However, after pondering for a while, he said, since there's a relic of an elite in the depths of Aeon Mountain Range, there must be a supreme beast guarding it. His value is to attract the attack of the supreme beast. Hearing this, the butler and the other servants understood and gave Han Lin a thumbs up. Wonderful. Han Lin's eyes were filled with lust. It was as if he could already see Fang Chun attracting the attack of the supreme beast while they easily entered the relic and obtained the inheritance. Just you wait. I, Han Lin, will make a name for myself one day. When that time came, even the elites of Carefree Mansion would beg him to join. However, Han Lin's ambition was not there. His biggest dream was to enter the ancestral land of the Devouring Demons clan and be summoned by the clan leader. Phew! Han Lin took a deep breath and shook his head hard to stop thinking about it. At the core of Aeon Mountain Range, Fang Chun stopped and released his divine consciousness to sense the situation in the mountain range. Although his primordial spirit was injured after passing through the reincarnation passage, it was still a nascent soul primordial spirit. Such a powerful primordial spirit was not something an ordinary person could compare to even if it was injured. The conversation between Han Lin and the others was clearly heard by Fang Chun. Using me, Fang Chun sneered. After learning about the battle of gods in the chaotic realm, he did not have a good impression of the Devouring Demons clan. Now that he had just been reborn, he met Han Lin and the latter wanted to kill him. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. After a long while, Fang Chun withdrew his divine sense. His primordial spirit was not strong enough to support him for a long time, but it was enough to deal with Han Lin and the others. There aren't any powerful demonic beasts in the Thousand Autumn Mountain Range, Fang Chun muttered. Then, he began to set up the array. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation. This array was enough to deal with ordinary Saint Realm martial artists. Rip. A moment later, Fang Chun finished setting up the array. Then, he deliberately punched a towering tree not far away. Rumble. A deafening sound spread in the direction of Han Lin and the others. What's that? Han Lin and the others, who were waiting for an opportunity, were overjoyed. It must be Lin Chun. Han Lin took the lead and rushed towards the core area. At the same time, Fang Chun was hiding in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Array. He's here. A while later, Han Lin and the others arrived. There are traces of a battle here. Lin Shin must have lured the peerless demonic beast away. Han Lin's eyes emitted a lustful light. Search immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find the remains of the powerhouse. Han Lin and the others did not notice the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Killing Array at all. Whoosh! When the entire group of people entered the formation was abruptly activated. A storm and a terrifying killing intent instantly spread out. Oh no! The first to sense the danger was the steward. He took a step forward and stood beside Han Lin. Young master, be careful. The biting cold wind blew crazily. What's going on? Han Lin was puzzled. Why would an array appear in the depths of the Thousand Autumn Mountain Range? Could it be that someone had beaten him to it? For a moment, he thought of Fang Chun, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. He's just a rogue cultivator. How could he set up such a powerful array? Han Lin's body tensed up, and he was ready to attack at any time. Young master, don't worry. This array is unstable. Let's attack together and destroy it, the steward commanded calmly. Whoosh! However, at this moment, A dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Combined with the power of the heavenly cycle stellar killing array, it instantly killed a servant. The servant did not even have time to scream before he fell limply to the ground. "Who is it?" the steward roared. Whoosh! Another sword slashed, and another servant fell to the ground. "Be careful," the steward roared. However, no matter how careful they were, they still could not block it. The swordsmanship was too powerful. As long as they were stabbed, they would definitely die. As expected of the source world, Fang Chun sighed secretly. Although this body only had the cultivation of a first-level holy king, with his peak combat strength, he could easily kill a few holy kings. However, in the source world, he needed the help of the heavenly cycle stellar killing array to do so. Everything was because warriors of the same level who cultivated in the source world had a solid foundation and a deeper understanding of the source world, so they were more powerful. According to Fang Chen's speculation, the combat strength of a third-level holy king in the source world was comparable to an ordinary fifth-level holy emperor in the chaotic realm. Let's end this quickly. The biggest threat was the steward. As long as he killed the steward, Han Lin was not worth mentioning at all. With that thought in mind, Fang Chun displayed the invincible swordsmanship. The terrifying invincible sword chi surrounded him. The sword chi crisscrossed and could swallow the sun and moon. "Get lost!" The steward punched out and collided with the long sword, producing a deafening sound. Thud, thud, thud. The steward retreated. He looked up to the sky and roared, extremely furious. The heavenly cycle stellar killing array limited his power, so he could not fully deal with Fang Chun. As a result, he was constantly suppressed in the battle. "Sir, we are from the Han family of Chinchou City. Who are you?" The steward asked coldly. "That's right. I am Han Lin from the Han family. If you dare to touch me, the Han family will not let you off." "Is the Han family very powerful?" A disdainful voice came from the void. "Invincible swordsmanship." Fang Chun appeared behind the steward like a ghost. Pucci. The battle became more and more intense. Although the steward was very strong, he was still powerless in the face of Fang Chun. After an hour of fierce battle, the steward was killed. In the end, Han Lin was the only one left in the heavenly cycle stellar killing array. "No!" Han Lin shook his head frantically, not daring to believe the scene in front of him. "Die!" Fang Chun appeared and pierced his throat with his sword. "It's you?" Before he died, Han Lin saw Fang Chen's true face. He looked ferocious and wanted to send a message, but his limbs did not listen to him, and he fell to the ground. Whoosh! The array collapsed. Fang Chen leaped and disappeared into the darkness. This was the origin world, the nest of the demon-devouring race. If he was not careful, his identity would be exposed. Fang Chen naturally would not leave any clues. A few days later, Chapter 3641. In the tavern, Fang Chen leaned against the window and drank alone. The tavern was the fastest place to obtain information. Fang Chen was new here and was unfamiliar with the origin world. The only thing he remembered was what the great sage had told him. However, the great sage had never been to the origin world, so he did not know how far the devouring demon clan had developed after countless years. After a long while, Fang Chen drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He sighed. He now had a rough idea of the overall layout of the origin world. The overlord force of the origin world was the devouring demon clan. However, after generations of development, they eventually evolved into other branches and clans. For example, the Han family of Thousand Autumn City. Although their ancestors were also from the devouring demon clan, their bloodline became thinner and thinner due to generations of inheritance. In Han Lin's generation, they could no longer activate the devouring demon bloodline in their bodies. Such a clan was at the bottom of the hierarchy in the origin world. They had almost no right to speak. The identity of the devouring demon clan did not guarantee their survival. Thousand Autumn City was a small border city in the origin world. It was one of the 12 cities of Carefree Manor. Speaking of Carefree Manor, Fang Chun was naturally no stranger to it. In the demonic sky fire domain, He had once killed the young Marquis, Xiao Mu, and defeated Carefree Manor's spirit body. I didn't expect this. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not expect that he would reincarnate and come to Carefree Manor. Right now, what he needed to do was to stabilize his position and gain a foothold in the origin world. He could not rush for success. Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, he would definitely die. At that time, the vast primal chaos realm would also completely vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Fang Chen's ears twitched as he heard some useful information. The selection of Thousand Autumns Mountain. What is this? Fang Chen was surprised. However, he soon understood. 9 years of heavy snow in Thousand Autumns City, a phenomenon fell from the sky. Carefree Manor took it very seriously and personally ordered to send an envoy to Thousand Autumns City to select geniuses. Heavy snow promised a bountiful year. 9 years of heavy snow, Thousand Autumns City would definitely produce geniuses. Many people were discussing it. Once he passed the selection of Chinchou Mountain, he would be able to cultivate in Carefree House. Thousand Autumns City basically doesn't have any core members of the Devouring Devil clan. If you want to obtain the blood essence of the Devouring Devil clan, you have to go to a bigger stage. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He had decided to participate in the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection. After paying the bill, he walked out of the restaurant. At this moment, Fang Chen saw a carriage coming towards him. What attracted his attention was not the carriage. Instead, it was the person pulling the carriage. That's right, in front of the carriage, there were 2 old men in tattered clothes. They were pulling the carriage forward. This is a human? Fang Chen frowned. The origin world was the territory of the demon-devouring race. They had a blood feud with the races of the Chaos Realm. Why would a human warrior appear here? As expected of the young master of the Li family. How imposing. Of course, the Li family's ancestor has already personally appointed the Li family's young master as the next patriarch. His status has greatly increased. He's always been an arrogant and despotic silk pants. Now that he's the young master of the Li clan, he's even more arrogant. These 2 coachmen are so pitiful. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. What's there to pity? A man with sword-like eyebrows said coldly. They're all sinners and should be punished in the land of the sinners. However, our demon-devouring race brought them here and spared them from punishment. They should be grateful. Seeing this, the others did not dare to say anything. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. It seemed that there were many beings of the Chaos Realm in the origin world, and they were all enslaved. Fang Chen sighed. In the Chaos Realm, perhaps they were strong. However, after being captured and brought to the origin world, they were powerless to resist and could only be slaughtered. Fang Chen could sense that the 2 men's cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. In the Chaos Realm, they had the ability to protect themselves. But here, unknowingly, Fang Chen clenched his fists. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. If I want to save the world, I have to obtain the blood essence of the demon-devouring race and let my perfect bloodline transform completely. Then, I'll destroy the demon-devouring race's patriarch's plan. Fang Chen murmured to himself. This was only the tip of the iceberg. He believed that the more central the demon-devouring race was, the more powerful beings of the Chaos Realm would be enslaved. He even guessed that the once unparalleled powerhouses of the Godsfall battlefield had mysteriously disappeared. Were they secretly captured and brought here by the demon-devouring race? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart became even heavier. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. Therefore, he had to be more careful. He could not act on impulse, and he could not pity them. Fist salute. Fang Chen looked at the 2 of them with some guilt. With his current strength, he could rescue the 2 of them, but he could not expose himself. A few days later, the envoy of the Carefree Mansion arrived. The powerhouses of the Thousand Autumn City welcomed him. Welcome, envoy. The city lord of the Thousand Autumn City cupped his fists. Behind him were many patriarchs of the various families. Are you ready? The envoy was dressed in green and had a cold expression. We're ready. We're just waiting for the envoy to arrive. With that, the Thousand Autumn City lord waved his hand, and all the contestants came to the square. Fang Chen was among the crowd. He was participating in the 1,000 Autumn Mountain selection in the name of Lin Shun. The Marquis attaches great importance to this selection. I hope that you can all do your best. After the envoy finished speaking, he sat on the rostrum. Next, the 1,000 Autumn City Lord explained the rules of the selection. Outside the 1,000 Autumn City, there was a towering mountain called the 1,000 Autumn Mountain. There were many obstacles on the 1,000 Autumn Mountain. Whoever could successfully reach the peak would pass the selection. Only the top 20. The envoy closed his eyes. With the order of the 1,000 Autumn City Lord, all the contestants came to the foot of the 1,000 Autumn Mountain. Boom! The prodigies of the various families directly climbed the mountain. Fongchen stopped and watched for a long time. In the city, on the rostrum. Congratulations, patriarchally. The Li family has produced an incredible genius. Yes, Li Xiaoqiu's strength is almost invincible in the same realm. He will definitely pass this selection. Some of the family heads complimented each other. Among them, the Li and Mo families were the leaders. On the 1,000 Autumn Mountain, the disciples of the Li clan and Mo clan did not disappoint the crowd. They were taking the lead and charging forward. Patriarch Han, why isn't Han Lin participating? Suddenly, someone asked, could it be that Han Lin doesn't want to participate? Patriarch Han glanced at the envoy and hurriedly explained, Han Lin went out on a mission and hasn't returned yet, so the Han family had already declined, and he did not want to anger the envoy. Hey, what's that guy doing? At this moment, everyone noticed Fong Chun. He stood at the foot of the 1,000 Autumn Mountain with his hands behind his back, staring at the peak. That guy is called Lin Shen. He's a wandering cultivator. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Such people could be found everywhere. Chapter 3642. The onlookers were all laughing at Fong Chun. He had participated in the selection, but was scared silly at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shun was probably the first in the history of 1,000 Autumn City. The carefree Manor's envoy shifted his gaze. In his eyes, Fong Chun was just one of the countless ants he had seen in his life. 1,000 Autumn City is a small city after all. The carefree Manor's envoy muttered to himself. 1,000 Autumn City was the smallest city of the 12 cities of Carefree Manor. It was also the most peripheral city. If it wasn't for the 9 years of snow, Carefree Manor would have forgotten that there was such a city under his command. Could it be one of them? The envoy frowned. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun. From the looks of it, these two people were at the top level. Their climbing speed was extremely fast, leaving the others far behind. However, the envoy could feel that although these two were the top geniuses of the younger generation of 1,000 Autumn City, they were still lacking something. Forget it. Let's continue watching. The envoy muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Fong Shan was still in a daze at the foot of the mountain. Many people were no longer paying attention to this sensationalist. They were all discussing who would be first in the selection, Li Xiaoqiu or Mo Yin. I see. After a while, Fong Shun came back to his senses. He sighed. To think that a random mountain in the origin world would contain such a dense amount of origin energy. As expected of the origin world that took away 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's luck. It seemed that the origin world's development over the countless years was much faster than expected. Fong Chun sighed. If he had come here to cultivate earlier, his speed would have been even higher. He might have been able to comprehend all 5 origins. Of course, this was knowledge. He had just roamed the 1,000 Autumns Mountain with his powerful divine sense and saw through all the tests. The 1,000 Autumns Mountain hid dense origin energy. Therefore, according to the distance and position of the mountain, there would be different resistance. Let's begin. He glanced at Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun. They were about to reach the top of the mountain, while the others were too far behind. Whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen's figure flashed like an arrow leaving the bow. His speed was extremely fast. Look, Lin Shen moved. How can he be so fast? What happened after we arrived? Someone in the crowd noticed Fong Chun. Following that, countless cries of surprise rang out. This was because Fong Chen's speed was too fast. As soon as he started, he turned into a series of afterimages and flew towards the peak of the mountain. In just a breath's time, he had already surpassed some of the contestants. This. Many family heads were also dumbfounded. What was going on in the sect? His movement technique? At this moment, the envoy of the Carefree Mansion also noticed the uniqueness of Fong Chen's movement technique. One exquisite movement technique. The other youths of the Thousand Autumns City simply can't compare to him. The emissary exclaimed in admiration. He's already halfway up the mountain. Heavens, isn't his speed too fast? Even the Sage Emperor can't compare to him. To a small place like Thousand Autumns City, holy emperors were already peerless powerhouses. However, to the emissary of the Carefree Mansion, the Saint Emperor was nothing. However, for Lin Shun to have such speed as a first-level Holy King, it was really surprising. Interesting. Finally, the envoy began to take the selection seriously. Fong Chun ignored the shock of the crowd and sped up, quickly catching up with the second group. Too slow. Fong Chun shook his head. Along the way, he encountered many obstacles. However, his understanding of the origin had already reached an incredible level, and he easily passed through the obstacles. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun, who were about to reach the peak of the mountain, turned their heads and saw this scene. Lin Shun, Mo Yun was puzzled. He had heard of Lin Shun before. He was a rogue cultivator in Thousand Autumns City with average strength. However, why was his speed so fast? First place is mine. Soon, Mo Yun collected his thoughts and snorted coldly. He sped up and rushed towards the peak of the mountain. At the side, Li Xiaoqiu was full of confidence. He also took a step forward to compete with Mo Yun for first place. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chun. They really wanted to know if this rogue cultivator called Lin Shun could break the monopoly of the two great geniuses. After a few more minutes, Fong Chun caught up with the first group, side by side with Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun. Damn it, Mo Yun was unwilling to give up and threw a punch. Dong! Fong Chun leaped and cleverly dodged Mo Yun's attack. The first place is between me and Li Xiaoqiu. You get lost. Mo Yun looked coldly at Fong Chun and said coldly, "You can't beat others, so you use such despicable means?" Fong Chun looked at him in disdain. "Is this the way your Mo family does things?" Mo Yun was furious. In Thousand Autumns City, Patriarch Mo was a little embarrassed. He originally thought that Mo Yun would be the first place, but who knew that Lin Shun would appear out of nowhere? Ignorant junior. Patriarch Mo snorted coldly. "I don't think so," the envoy of Carefree Manor said playfully. He came this time under orders to select a genius. If he couldn't select a genius, he would definitely disappoint Carefree Manor, and by then, it would affect his future development. Seeing Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun's performance, he even gave up. However, Lin Shun's appearance made him see hope. His intuition told him that Lin Shun was the genius he was looking for. Lord Envoy. Patriarch Mo wanted to say something but stopped. On Thousand Autumns Mountain, with a swoosh, Fong Chen's speed suddenly increased and surpassed Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu. How is this possible? The two of them cried out involuntarily. Their speed had already reached the limit, but Fong Chun could still increase his speed. What level is his movement technique? Li Xiaoqiu looked at Fong Chun meaningfully. Stop him. The two of them reached a consensus and continued to attack Fong Chun. Despicable. Some people in the crowd were disdainful. The disciples of the two families were usually very arrogant and domineering in Thousand Autumns City. Now, there was someone who surpassed them with his own strength. However, they held a grudge in their hearts and wanted to join forces to attack. How shameless! Fong Chun snorted coldly. His speed increased again, leaving behind a shocking back view. No, Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu's attacks missed. They couldn't believe it. However, when people saw Fong Chen's figure again, the latter had already reached the peak of Thousand Autumns Mountain. Lin Shun reached the peak. Heavens, under the encirclement of two geniuses, he actually reached the peak so easily. Too strong. Many people shouted. The envoy's eyes shone with golden light as his hands trembled. That's right. Lin Shun was the person he was looking for. Patriarch Mo and Patriarch Li looked at each other, unable to hide their disappointment. How could this be? Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin walked to the peak unwillingly and glared at Fang Chun. Haha, wonderful. Chapter 3643. At the peak of Thousand Autumn Mountain, Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking domineering. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silhouettes came one after another. They glared at Fang Chun. Brat, you cheated. The one who spoke was Mo Yin. He did not believe that a rogue cultivator could surpass him. If Li Xiaoqiu had gotten first place in the selection, he would not have said anything. However, he was indignant that Fang Chun had gotten first place. In the end, it was because Fang Chun had not displayed unparalleled strength. If he could suppress everyone, Mo Yin would naturally have nothing to say. As the envoy applauded, the other onlookers also applauded. They were extremely envious. Lin Chen's performance was too outstanding. Some even suspected that Lin Chen might have gotten the inheritance from the 9 years of snow in Thousand Autumn City. Of course, there was no evidence, and it was only a guess. The envoy narrowed his eyes and felt that Lin Chen was more to his liking. Haha, this trip was not in vain. The envoy laughed heartily. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. He felt that there was a layer of mystery around the ladder. He did not expect that a rogue cultivator would be able to suppress Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yin and get first place in the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soon, the top 20 were all selected and the rest were dejected. In particular, the two who were ranked 21st and 22nd were filled with anger towards Fang Chun. They had once argued with Lin Chen, but that was because they looked down on the ladder. They did not expect Lin Chen to reach such a level in such a short period of time. What a lucky bastard. He must have obtained a profound movement technique. If I had that movement technique, I would definitely be in the top 20. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. If Lin Chen had not appeared out of nowhere, the two of them would have had the highest chance of entering the top 20. I won't let this matter rest if you cut off my cultivation path. The two of them snorted and left Thousand Autumn Mountain. Not long after, the 20 people came to the square, and the envoy gave each of them a token. The black token had the word Xiao written on the front, which was Xiao Yao Ho's surname. On the back was a fiery red lion. It was said that Xiao Yao Ho's mount was this fiery red lion. Moreover, this mount had become the Carefree Mansion's guardian divine beast. Finally, the emissary's gaze fell on Fang Chun. Your name is Lin Chen? The emissary asked. Fang Chun nodded and didn't say anything else. The demon-devouring bloodline in your body has yet to be fully activated. It is not easy for you to have such a performance. The emissary continued. But don't worry. When you reach the Carefree Palace, there will be experts who will help you activate your demon-devouring bloodline. As he spoke, the emissary took out a golden token and handed it to Lin Chen. Seeing this, the expressions of the others changed drastically. The black token represented the identity of an ordinary disciple of the Carefree Mansion. As for the golden token, it represented the target of attention. Moreover, in order to be promoted to a guest of Carefree Mansion, one must possess a gold token. Before joining the Carefree Mansion, they were already inferior to Fang Chun. Naturally, they were not convinced. Lord Envoy, the one who spoke was Mo Yin. With a look of dissatisfaction, he said bluntly, Lin Chen was the first to reach the peak of the Thousand Autumn Mountain with his movement technique. I, Mo Yin, am not convinced that you gave him a gold token. I, Li Xiaoqiu, am not convinced either. The others voiced out their dissatisfaction. If only one or two of them were not convinced, the emissary naturally wouldn't care. But now, the other 19 people were not convinced. The emissary glanced at Fang Chun. Just as he was about to speak, the latter spoke first. What do you want? Fight with me. If you can defeat me, no. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I will admit your ability, Mo Yin said coldly. The onlookers were deep in thought. Everyone knew that Lin Chen was a rogue cultivator. In terms of cultivation techniques and resources, he was definitely not as good as Mo Yin. But now, Mo Yin wanted to use these advantages to humiliate Fang Chun. 10 moves, Fang Chun left. Kind people were often bullied. It seemed that there were bullies everywhere. Since that was the case, he would beat them until they were terrified. Sure. Fong Chen agreed. Mo Yun looked at the emissary, and the latter nodded. In that case, let's have a spar. The emissary drew a circle in the square with his palm. You guys can spar in this circle. Whoever leaves the circle first will lose. Fong Chen stepped into the circle. Mo Yun snorted coldly and stood in front of him. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Mo Yun said. In his opinion, it was fine to let Lin Chun have 10 moves. It's too troublesome. Fong Chen shook his head. He didn't want to waste time. If everyone wanted to challenge him, wouldn't he be exhausted? Moreover, that wouldn't have a deterrent effect. Moreover, if he wanted to get in touch with the core of the Devouring Demons clan as soon as possible, he had to display heaven-defying talent to attract the attention of the higher-ups. What do you mean? Mo Yun berated. Fong Chen pointed at Li Xiaoqiu. Both of you, come meet together. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Even the emissary was stunned. He looked at Fong Chen in shock, thinking that he had heard wrongly. What kind of joke is this? Lin Chun wants to fight 2 people at once. Does he really think that he's invincible after getting first place in the selection? He's too arrogant. Many people thought that Lin Chun was too arrogant. Even the emissary shook his head slightly, a look of disappointment in his eyes. He was too arrogant. Such a person wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. However, he didn't interrupt the spar. Are you insulting me? Mo Yun glared. If he and Li Xiaoqiu teamed up, they could even fight against the Saint Emperor. What was Lin Chen to them? Why did he have to make them team up? Li Xiaoqiu's face darkened as he clenched his fists. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. Patriarch Mo smiled while stroking his beard. Yeah, they think that they're invincible just because they're proud. Patriarch Li shook his head. They secretly observed the emissary's expression and realized that the latter was unhappy. They were secretly delighted. If Lin Chun was defeated in this battle, if that was the case, his future would be ruined. Insulting you? Fong Chen was sleepy. I'm giving you a chance. You're courting death. Mo Yun attacked. He stomped his foot and instantly came to Fong Chen's side. His angry attack went straight for Fong Chen's head. This attack was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Fong Chen didn't move, allowing Mo Yun's attack to get close. Seeing that it was about to hit Fong Chen's head, Mo Yun was secretly delighted. However, at this moment, all of a sudden, he felt a terrifying power that blotted out the sky and covered the earth coming straight at him. He subconsciously changed the trajectory of his fist, wanting to block it. However, boom, a deafening sound rang out. Out of everyone's expectations, Mo Yun was directly sent flying. Bang! There were signs of cracks on the ground. Mo Yun's throat moved as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You deserve to die. Mo Yun bared his teeth. Chapter 36:44. At this moment, everyone realized how powerful Lin Chun was. This, Mo family's genius, Mo Yun, was sent flying with a single blow. This explosive news instantly swept through the entire square. Everyone was astonished by this. It was too shocking. In the past, the title of Thousand Autumn City's strongest genius had always been fought between Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu. But today, the strength that Lin Chen displayed was not weaker than the two of them. Moreover, when they thought of the Thousand Autumn Mountain selection, Lin Chen's incredible movement technique, it was too shocking. Mo Yun underestimated his opponent. Lin Chen's sneak attack is nothing. That's right, if Mo Yun fights seriously, Lin Chen will definitely lose. Just watch. Lin Chen has completely angered Mo Yun. He's dead for sure. Of course, there are also some people who express different opinions. They still thought that Mo Yun's strength was much stronger than Lin Chen's. Everything that happened just now was just Lin Chen's luck. The fist was the absolute truth. Luck could not always be there. The emissary narrowed his eyes, as if deep in thought. As for the Li family and Mo family, their faces were somewhat solemn. I'm going to kill you. Mo Yun stood up, erupting with a vast amount of power, and rushed towards Fong Chen. The two of you can come together. Fong Chen's lazy voice sounded. Since that's the case, don't blame us for having an unfair advantage. Li Xiaoqiu naturally realized Lin Chen's strength, and to be safe, he decided to join forces with Mo Yun to deal with Lin Chun, as long as they defeated him and made him lose face. At that time, the emissary would naturally give up on him and choose the two of them. Okay, Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu looked at each other, and they could see the killing intent in each other's eyes. The two of them cooperated very well, one attacking the upper body, the other attacking the lower body. Their attacks were very vicious, and they both had the intention of crippling Fang Chun. He's dead. Everyone shook their heads. With the two geniuses joining forces, apart from the top Saint Emperors, who could beat them? Just a lone cultivator, Lin Chun? Impossible. The battle seemed to have already ended. It was just that some people did not believe it. Too weak, being on the same team as the two of you, is simply an insult to martial arts. Fang Chun said coldly, "From today onwards, the #1 genius of Thousand Autumns City belongs to me, Fang Chun." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the energy in his body. With a flash, he shuttled through the void and appeared behind the two of them in an instant. What an exquisite movement technique. The emissary's eyes lit up. Even he was a little surprised. Boom! Without any complicated means, Fang Chun simply threw out a punch. A terrifying fist radiance instantly condensed in the air. Radiance circulated within the fist radiance. Under his control, the enormous fist aura with unparalleled power directly bombarded the two of them. Crack! Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu were unable to put up any resistance and were instantly suppressed. A crisp sound rang out in the air. Following that, the two screams of agony could be heard. Rip! Blood splattered in the air as two figures crashed to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. At this moment, Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun were covered in blood. They were lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Most importantly, the yin-yang origin in their bodies had been shattered. This means that, from now on, they were crippled. Everyone's heart trembled at this. They raised their heads. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back as he shuttled through the void. Behind him, a brilliant golden light flickered as if he was a Buddha walking in the mortal world. Lin Chun, how can he be so strong? Everyone was shocked by Fang Chun's strength. Even the emissary was a little moved. Lin Chun, I want you dead. Suddenly, two furious roars roused everyone from their stupor. They turned around and saw that the two patriarchs had attacked in anger. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun were geniuses that the two families had spent all their resources to cultivate. But now, their yin-yang origin had been shattered by Lin Chun. All their efforts had been for naught. How could they not be angry? The two patriarchs were 6th-level Saint Emperors. The moment they attacked, the entire void was suppressed. Even if I die 100 times, it will not be enough to appease the hatred in my heart, Patriarch Mo said coldly. However, stop. A slightly dignified voice spread out. The emissary waved his hand and stopped the two patriarchs. Li Xiaoqiu and Mo Yun only have themselves to blame. The emissary said, I hope that the two patriarchs can consider the big picture. Lin Chun is already a member of Xiao Yao Manor. What he meant was, if they insisted on attacking Lin Chun, then they would be enemies with Xiao Yao Manor. Instantly, the two patriarchs' faces turned gloomy. They were stunned on the spot and did not dare to attack. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to attack the people of Xiao Yao Manor. Xiao Yao Manor was a powerful existence. One order from him could turn Qinqiu City into ruins. Not to mention the two families that were struggling at death's door. Damn it! Patriarch Li clenched his fists. He was furious, but he suppressed it in the end. Lord Emissary, you are right. Earlier, it was our Mo clan's recklessness. It was Mo Yun who provoked us first. He only has himself to blame. Our Mo clan will naturally punish him. After saying that, the Mo clan's patriarch left with Mo Yun. The emissary nodded. He looked at Fang Chun with satisfaction. Pack up and follow me. The selection of Qinqiu Mountain had ended, and his mission was completed. He was in good mood. There is no need to pack up. We can leave now, Fang Chun said. Watching the two leave, the people in the square felt like they were in a dream. Oh my God, was what I just saw real? When did Lin Chun become so powerful? It's too scary. Even the emissary is speaking for Lin Chun. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was Lin Chen's fist crippled Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu's yin and yang energies. Just imagining it made them shudder. The news quickly spread throughout Qinqiu City. Everyone was talking about the relationship between Lin Chun and the 9-year snow. Some people even thought that the 9-year snow was the heaven and earth's recognition of Lin Chun. Lin Chen's potential attracted the heaven's praise. Therefore, the heaven and earth phenomenon descended. When this news came out, it caused a wave of shock. Although Lin Chun had left, his legend had been circulating in Qinqiu City. As for Mo family and Li family, seemingly influenced by the emissary, the city lore mansion began to suppress the two families. Not long after, the two families had completely declined. Of course, this was a story for later. Half a month later, Fong Chun followed the emissary to the core of Carefree Manor, Carefree City. Lin Chun, you are the champion of the Qinqiu Mountain Selection. Cultivate well, and your future will be limitless. The emissary said. Fong Chun nodded. I will arrange a place for you to stay. When Lord Carefree Duke comes out of seclusion, he will meet you. Fong Chen's heart tightened. In the Battle of the Demonic Sky, Fire Domain, he killed Carefree Duke's son, Xiaomu, in front of his spiritual body. Chapter 3645. The Carefree Mansion encompassed 12 cities. Carefree Duke was one of the 27 generals under the demon-devouring clan leader. As the core of the Carefree Mansion, Carefree City was majestic. The demon-devouring clan could be seen everywhere in the city. Moreover, Fong Chun could clearly feel that the demon-devouring bloodline in these demon-devouring clan members was much stronger than the demon-devouring clan in the Thousand Autumn City. Standing on the street, Su Mo looked around. Fong Chun sighed. The origin world was indeed a holy land for cultivation. The origin energy was abundant, and the heavenly way operated perfectly. Martial artists could comprehend the origin of the 5 elements. Compared to the chaotic realm, this was heaven on earth. Unfortunately, this was the demon-devouring clan's lair. There were many enslaved humans on the street. These were some of the experts from the chaotic realm. They had entered the chaotic battlefield and disappeared. Suemo did not expect to be captured and enslaved here. There was a courtyard in the northwest of Carefree City. Fong Chun was arranged to stay here. A human servant was serving him. Master, please have some tea. He could feel that the hands of the human servant were trembling. He was afraid that Fong Chun would be unhappy and kill him. You are not from the demon-devouring clan? Fong Chun asked deliberately. To be safe, his identity could not be exposed. We are living beings from the chaotic realm. We were captured and enslaved by the demon-devouring clan. The human servant told Fong Chun about his experience. After hearing this, Su Mo took out a healing elixir and threw it to the servant. The sudden appearance of the elixir made the human servants feel a little surprised. He looked at Fong Chun in shock. For you. Thank you, master. The human servant kept thanking him. After the servant left, Fong Chun looked at the sky with deep eyes. The burden on his shoulders was so heavy that it made it hard for him to breathe. However, the more it was like this, the more he wanted to save the world. If the demon-devouring clan leader's plan succeeded, the world would be completely dead. The chaotic realm would also become history. After understanding the evil of the demon-devouring clan, Fong Chun hated them to the core. One day, I'll flatten the origin world, Fong Chun said to himself. For the next few days, Fong Chun had been cultivating in seclusion. A few days later, his cultivation level rose to the level of a second-level Holy King. Relying on the powerful cultivation memories of his previous life, his cultivation had no bottlenecks at all. Moreover, with the help of the cultivation environment in the Chaos Realm, he was able to comprehend the origin again. Not long after, he comprehended his first origin, the origin of fire. This was also the first origin that he had comprehended in his previous life. Wong. Fong Chun flicked his finger, and flames erupted from his fingertip, condensing into a fire dragon in the air. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared, its aura shaking the heavens. As expected, the quintessence comprehended in the origin world was much more profound and powerful than in the primal chaos realm. Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the door. With a thought, Fang Chun restrained his aura. The emissary arrived. Lin Chun. The emissary smiled. I've reported your situation. The Marquis is very happy and will meet you personally soon, the emissary said. However, before that, the first place in the selection of the 12 cities will have to undergo a screening. Oh, Fang Chun listened attentively. It turned out that, in addition to the selection in Chinchou City, the other 11 cities also had selections. The first place in each city selection will be the focus of the Xiaoyao Mansion. However, before meeting the Xiaoyao Mansion, the 12 of them would have to compete with each other to determine the first place in the selection. The Xiaoyao Mansion would reward them handsomely. You have to seize this opportunity. Don't dream about the first place, but the top 3 is still possible. He was the one who brought Fang Chun back. The higher the ranking, the more benefits he would receive. Therefore, he analyzed the first place in the selection of the other 11 cities for Fang Chun. At the same time, he told him the secret techniques they cultivated, the origin they comprehended, the weapons they used, and other detailed information. Moreover, he also set a goal for Fang Chun. That was the top 3. The 12 people would fight in pairs. As long as he won 2 matches, he would be able to enter the top 3. Of course, those who could become the first place in the selection naturally had extraordinary means. It was not easy to win. Moreover, among the 12 people, Fang Chun's cultivation was the lowest. You don't have to be disappointed. With your cultivation, if you can enter the top 3, the Xiaoyao Mansion will reward you handsomely. The emissary comforted him. In fact, even if Fang Chun couldn't enter the top 3, the Xiaoyao Mansion would also meet him. Moreover, the Xiaoyao Mansion placed great importance on the first place in the selection of Chinchou City. After all, there was a phenomenon in the sky and 9 years of snow. This was a very strange thing. When does it start? Fang Chun asked. It starts in the afternoon, the emissary said. I'll take you there now. Along the way, the emissary kept reminding Fang Chun. If he faced Xiao He or Jing Fei, he would admit defeat directly. Of these 2 people, one was the first place in the selection of Carefree City and was also the descendant of the Xiaoyao Mansion. He had endless cultivation resources since he was young. As for Jing Fei, he was the first place in the selection of Flying Cloud City. His strength was second only to Xiao He. These 2 people were also the most popular among the 12 people in this competition. After a while, Fang Chun and the emissary arrived at the square. It was already crowded here. Many people were the top 20 of the selection of the major cities. However, they were not the first place. Therefore, after coming to Carefree City, they were not valued at all. We are also in the top 20 of the selection. Why do we favor the first place so much? That's right. Compared to us, they're only slightly stronger. They're truly lucky. The rules of the Carefree Mansion have always been like this. Many people were filled with helplessness. They racked their brains to enter the top 20 of the selection. However, after coming to the Carefree Mansion, they realized that the top 20 of the selection was not important. What was really valued was the first place in the selection. As long as we are given the same resources, we will not be worse than them. As they spoke, the first place in the selection of the 12 cities had already arrived at the center of the square. There was an arena here. A white-haired butler was in charge of this competition. The 12 of you should know the purpose of this competition, the butler said. Now, we will begin to draw lots. You will fight in pairs. After the first round, 6 people will be eliminated. The 6 people who were eliminated will be sent to the military camp to hone themselves. After the second round, the 3 people who were eliminated will be given the position of general. As soon as this was said, the square was filled with exclamations. In the military camp, a general was already a very high position, second only to the commander-in-chief. They did not expect that the 3 people who were eliminated in the second round would be given the position of general. However, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. What were the rewards for the top 3? The third place will be given the position of deputy commander-in-chief. The second place will be given the position of commander-in-chief. The first place, the butler paused for a moment. The square was instantly silent. Even Fong Chun was a little curious. Chapter 3646. Soon, the drawing of lots ended. Lu Chun drew number 12, which meant that his match would be the last one. The drawing of lots has ended. The competition officially begins. The butler announced. Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on the arena. The first place of the 12 represented the top talents of the younger generation of the Xiao Yao mansion. No matter who it was, the battle would be very exciting. Number 1, Jing Fei, stepped onto the arena. His opponent was number 7. This guy is too unlucky. He met the seeded contestant, Jing Fei, in the first round. Yeah, Jing Fei is the second most popular candidate after Xiao He. I wonder how many moves he can take from Jing Fei. Everyone knew the result of this battle. They were discussing how many moves Jing Fei would take to defeat his opponent. Boom! Jing Fei stood in the ring with his hands behind his back with an imposing manner. He stared at his opponent and said in a deep voice, "Admit defeat. Don't waste your time." His voice contained a terrifying power that shook people's hearts. You're the first place of the selection. Am I not? The person snorted and attacked. Whoosh! Jing Fei made his move. He lightly threw out a punch. Dong! A deafening sound was heard as his opponent was smashed to the ground. Jing Fei wins. The crowd cheered. Jing Fei was too strong. He defeated his opponent in one move. The rest of the contestants looked at each other with worry in their eyes. If Jing Fei was so strong, how strong would Xiao He be? For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with sadness. Number 2, Xiao He against number 8. What was shocking was that Xiao He didn't even make a move. He just stood on the arena and defeated his opponent without a fight. I admit defeat. His opponent knew that Xiao He was too strong. Once he made a move, it was hard to say if he could survive. Instead of that, he might as well admit defeat. Number 3 against number 9. Number 4 against number 10. Number 5 against number 11. The next 3 matches weren't as exciting as the first 2. Overall, they were just average. The last match, number 6, Su Gue, against number 12, Lin Chun. Kid, you're not my opponent. Although Su Gue wasn't the best of the 12, he had investigated the other contestants. He concluded that Lin Chun was the weakest of the 12. When he picked Lin Chun, he was secretly happy. At least he could get into the top 6. That was enough. If he was lucky, he might be able to enter the top 3. Fong Chun didn't say anything. He was too lazy to waste his breath. I'll give you 3 moves. Seeing Fong Chen's attitude, Su Guang mocked. No need. If he was allowed 3 moves, Su Gue would not even have the chance to attack. How arrogant. Thousand Autumn City had always been at the bottom of the carefree manners hierarchy. How many years had it been since they had produced a genius? Just because you say so? Su Wang said, I, Su Wang, am a man of my word. I saw let you have 3 moves, so I'll let you have 3 moves. Is that so? Fong Chen nodded and said no more. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Suda in an instant. Boom! A punch landed on Su Yu's body, and the latter's defense instantly shattered. Su Guang took a few steps back and stabilized himself. Insignificant skill. Boom! The second move was still a single punch. This punch forced Sunking Big Head back, and his internal organs were shaken. Su Guang frowned. Fong Chun was much stronger than he had imagined. However, since he had already said it, he naturally could not take it back. There's still one last move. You have to seize the opportunity. Su Guang mocked. However, out of everyone's expectations, Fong Chun didn't throw another punch. Instead, he strolled in front of Suda. Under the gaze of everyone, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on Su Guang's body. Bang! Su Guang's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood became a mess. A miserable scream came out from Su Guang's mouth. Interesting. Jing Fei smiled. Among the people present, only he and Xiao He could see through Fong Chen's means. The first 2 punches had shattered Su Guang's internal organs. It caused his energy to become chaotic, and in the end, with a light tap, the chaotic energy instantly exploded. This was the result of Su Guang acting cool. The square was filled with exclamations. Many people did not know Fang Chen at the beginning, but after this battle, Lin Chen's name had spread. The first round of the competition ended. Lin Chen had surprised everyone, and even the butler praised him. Soon, the results of the second round came out. There was almost no suspense in the 3 rounds. In the first round, Xiaohe won without a fight. In the second round, the two fought fiercely, and the winner was finally decided after 2 hours. In the third round, Jing Fei fought against Fang Chen. No one doubted that Jing Fei would lose the competition. Everyone was pessimistic about Fang Chen, and they did not think that he had the ability to end the competition. However, after the battle began, Fang Chen's performance stunned everyone. He used his finger as a sword and displayed the invincible sword technique. This was the invincible sword technique that he had recondensed after coming back from the reincarnation road. With his attainments in the sword Dao and the recondensed invincible sword technique. At the Saint King level, invincible, swoosh, he stabbed out with his finger, and streaks of sword light danced in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the beginning, Jing Fei could still resist, but soon he was exhausted. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? Jing Fei was furious and desperately tried to resist. Swoosh. In the end, he was still stabbed by a streak of sword light, and blood spurted out. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. He had created a miracle and defeated the seeded contestant, Jing Fei, to enter the top 3. How is this possible? After a long time, exclamations came from the crowd. He actually blocked Jing Fei from the Flying Cloud City from entering the top 3. It's unbelievable. His sword technique is invincible among his peers. In the crowd, praises for Fang Chen were endless. The butler's eyes shone with golden light, and he was a little moved. What an exquisite sword technique. It was hard for him to imagine that a young man could display such an ancient sword technique. Jing Fei, you deserve to lose. The messenger who brought Jing Fei back sighed. Xiaohe finally began to look at Fang Chen seriously. His sword technique is not bad. It's finally not so boring. I have an opponent, Xiaohe said. After 2 rounds of the competition, the top 3 had been decided. This meant that Fang Chen was at least the deputy commander. The martial artists from the Thousand Autumn City who were dissatisfied with Fang Chen were shocked and speechless. After 2 rounds of the competition, the top 3 have been decided. The butler said, "The final competition will determine the ranking of the 3 of you." The competition system was very simple. It was a challenge system. Anyone could challenge the other. As long as they were in an invincible position, they would be worthy of being first in the overall selection. Xiaohe stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent. The other person looked away from Xiaohe with fear and landed on Fang Chen. "Lin Chen, I want to challenge you." Only by defeating Lin Chen could he secure the second place. He would get the position of commander that he still coveted. "I've reserved the first place." Fang Chen was very domineering. "You two discuss who will be second." Chapter 36:47. "First, I've already reserved it." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. He stood there like a god of war with an imposing aura. "Haha, you're quite arrogant." Another person mocked. Xiaohe glanced at Fang Chen and did not say anything. However, everyone knew that he was angry. They were worried for Lin Chen, who dared to anger Xiaohe. Even a messenger who brought Fang Chen here was a little anxious. This guy is provoking Xiaohe? The other messengers smiled meaningfully. "I don't want to repeat what I said. Don't waste time." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave the arena. Arrogant. Another person's face was completely gloomy. He roared and attacked like thunder. No matter what, he was still a genius of the city. But he was ignored by Lin Chen of the Thousand Autumn City. He was very angry. Heart of heavenly fire. He soared into the air, his entire body shrouded in a dazzling light as he used his strongest move. As soon as this move was used, it attracted a lot of exclamations. However, Fang Chen did not think much of it. "I've given you a chance. He used his finger as a sword and used the invincible sword technique again. The sky-severing alchemy technique was too shocking. It was a supreme technique. If it was accidentally recognized, it would be troublesome. At the Saint King level, the invincible sword technique could sweep through everything. Swoosh! Dazzling sword light crisscrossed. In a flash, the person who attacked Fang Chun was pierced by the sword light and fell to the ground. He got up and wanted to fight again, but he was shocked to find that he had no combat strength left. He looked at Fang Chun in horror. At this time, the onlookers also realized how powerful Fang Chun was. Oh my God! When did Lin Chen become so powerful? He's too strong. He defeated his opponent with one sword and entered the top 2. I wonder who is stronger between him and Xiao He. At first, people were still doubting Lin Chen's strength. However, after this battle, even Xiao He started to pay attention to him. He's worthy of me making a move. However, that was that. Xiao He was still very arrogant. Lin Chen's strength was only worthy of him making a move. Make your move, Fang Chen said. I never go back on my words. First, he booked it. Xiao He could only be second. But I also want to be number 1. Xiao He laughed sinisterly. Since you've met me, Xiao He, it's destined that all your efforts will be in vain. Is that so? Fang Chen didn't say anything more and directly attacked. After recomprehending the invincible swordsmanship, Fang Chen's comprehension of swordsmanship had also undergone a major transformation. The power of the invincible sword technique was unstoppable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen swung his sword again and again. The sword light crisscrossed, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Everyone trembled. As it turned out, Lin Chen had not used his full strength at all. Those martial artists from Thousand Autumn City were incomparably shocked. Back then, Mo Yun and Li Xiaoqiu had actually doubted Lin Chen's first place in the selection. Now that he thought about it, it was truly laughable. How could people like them be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Chen? In a moment, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. It had to be said that as the descendant of Lord Xiaoyao, Xiao He had countless cultivation resources since he was young. His strength was much stronger than ordinary saints. Even Fang Chun had to use his full strength. You're very strong. After a collision, Xiao He retreated, stabilized his body, and stared at Fang Chun. If you're willing to follow me, I'll give you a bigger stage and cultivation resources. Xiao He cherished talent and wanted to recruit him. This person had great potential. If he could recruit him, he would definitely be a great help in the future. He might even help him defeat other competitors and become the next lord of Xiaoyao Manor. No one could refuse this temptation. Sorry, you're not qualified, Fang Chun said mercilessly. Indeed, in his previous life, he had already cultivated to the peak. Although he was only a 6th-level holy emperor, his combat strength was comparable to an invincible saint. In the chaotic realm, he was considered a top expert. Moreover, Xiao He was from the demon-devouring clan, the natural enemy of the chaotic realm. His goal was to find the demon-devouring bloodline with extremely high concentration and then complete the perfect bloodline. With this, he could destroy the demon-devouring clan, revitalize the chaotic realm. Therefore, they were destined to be enemies. You're courting death. Xiao He was furious and attacked like lightning. However, no matter how he attacked, Fang Chun could easily resolve it. Not long after, an angry roar was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that Xiao He had actually reverted back to his original form. A gigantic demon swallowing beast opened its bloody mouth and released an unparalleled evil power. You're dead for provoking me, Xiao He. The demon-devouring beast spoke in human language, stomped its hooves, and charged directly at Fang Chun. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chun tiptoed and came above the demon-devouring beast's head, performing the invincible sword technique. Kaboom! The two fought fiercely on the top floor of a tower. An elder in brocade clothes stood by the window, looking down. The battle between Fang Chun and Xiao He was in full view. To be able to fight to a draw with Xiao He is indeed extraordinary. The elder stroked his beard. Most importantly, he has not activated the demon-devouring bloodline. Sir, do you want to take in a disciple? the servant asked in a low voice. The elder laughed and appeared in front of the arena in the next instant. Whoosh! The old man casually separated the two people who were fighting fiercely. The battle ends here, the elder said. In this competition, Lin Xian is first and Xiao He is second. As soon as he said this, it caused an uproar. Many people didn't recognize the old man. Who exactly was he? Seeing this, the housekeeper on the rostrum hurriedly said, "So it's Lord Demon Mountain." The square was in an uproar. Demon Mountain, the expert who had once killed millions of sinners in one breath? It's actually Demon Mountain? Why would he come to our Xiaoyao mansion? The sound of discussion was endless. Demon Mountain's strength was not inferior to Xiaoyao Ho's. Since he had appeared, the competition naturally would not continue. I'm not convinced. Although Xiao He was wary of Demon Mountain, he was not convinced. If the battle continues, I will definitely be able to suppress him. Demon Mountain shook his head. The two of you are equal in strength. Even if the battle continues, there will be no winner. The reason why I said that he is first is because he has not activated the demon-devouring bloodline. Once he enters the demon blood pool and activates the demon-devouring bloodline, his strength will definitely rise to another level. The housekeeper and the others nodded. However, Xiao He continued, not everyone can activate the demon-devouring bloodline. Indeed, there are many failures. Otherwise, the demon-devouring clan would not have thousands of branches. Some branches no longer had the demon-devouring bloodline. However, their ancestors were pure demon-devouring clan members. Little guy, you don't have to say anymore. Even if he gets first place, it will not affect you. Demon Mountain smiled. He turned around and looked at Fong Chun. Chapter 3648. Originally, the reward for first place was the possibility of becoming Xiaoyao Ho's disciple. It was just a possibility. But now, Fong Chun had taken first place. But demonic Mountain Zun wanted to take him away. There was silence in the square. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was demonic Mountain Zun, one of the top experts in the source world. His reputation was much greater than Xiaoyao Ho's. The most important thing was, he had cultivated for countless years and became famous very early. There were even rumors that he was one of the first to leave the source world and went to the Center Land to kill. Fong Chun was a little surprised. He was not in a hurry to answer. Sure enough, demonic Mountain Zun was a little anxious. Fong Chun's potential was too strong. If he had a good teacher to guide him, he would definitely become a top expert in the source world in the future. He even had a chance to become the right-hand man of the demon-devouring clan patriarch. This was a supreme honor. At that time, as Fong Chun's master, he should be respected by everyone. Lin Xian, you don't have to worry. Since I'm taking you away, I will definitely teach you well. Demonic Mountain Zun promised. If you are willing, I will take you as my last disciple. As soon as these words came out, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists exclaimed. Even the few messengers and stewards were shocked. Demonic Mountain Zun's last disciple? This was a great honor. In the territory of Xiaoyao Manor, there was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch Demonic Mountain Zun's eye. But now, Demonic Mountain Zun wanted to take this guy as his last disciple. Before you, I had taken 3 disciples. Demonic Mountain Zun said. The first disciple, Saber Saint, died in the Center Land. The second disciple, Demon Hand, died in the Khanate Source World. The third disciple, Extinction Dragon, is still missing. As he spoke, Demonic Mountain Zun's mood was very low. However, the people in the square were already shocked to the point of no return. Oh my God, Saber Saint is actually Demonic Mountain Zun's first disciple? Demon Hand, the one who was angry for a woman and did not hesitate to fall into the demon path to save his beloved? Too terrifying. Everyone thought. Demonic Mountain Zun had no disciples. But today they found out. Venerated Fiend Mountains means we're much stronger than they had imagined. These 3 disciples were all experts whose names shook the entire Origin world. Especially the eldest disciple, the Sword Saint, who had once killed 9 invincible saints with a single slash. What a powerful battle record. Unfortunately, he had mysteriously disappeared. Now, people finally understood. It turned out that The sword saint perished in the land of the sinners. What a pity. If we don't get rid of the sinners, our devouring demon clan won't be at ease. For a moment, everyone was infuriated. Lin Chun remained silent. The demon mountain venerate was waiting for his response. Just agree. Do you still need to think about such a good thing? If I were Lin Chun, I would have knelt down and acknowledged him as my master. That's right. Out of the 3 disciples, 2 of them have fallen, and the whereabouts of the last one are unknown. That is to say, if Lin Chun were to acknowledge a master, he would be the only disciple of the demonic mountain reverend. The butler's heart was in turmoil. He even sent a message to Duke Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, the latter was in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. He had no time to be distracted and did not check the message at all. The emissary who had brought Fong Chun here secretly sent a message to Fong Chun. Lin Chun, hurry up and agree. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chun. I already have a master. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were in an uproar. He actually refused to acknowledge the demonic mountain venerate as his master. This, everyone could not imagine. Some people hated Lin Chun, while others mocked him for being stupid. In fact, the reason why Fong Chun refused was that he did not want to acknowledge a demon devourer as his master. In the future, they were destined to meet on the battlefield. He did not want to leave behind an inner demon. In that case, I won't force you. The demonic mountain venerate restrained his expression and said coldly, I wish you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic mountain venerate's figure flashed and left directly, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. Cough, cough. After a long time, the butler coughed lightly, pulling everyone's thoughts back. I announced that this competition is over. In the end, the first place was awarded to Xiao He. After all, the latter was the direct descendant of Duke Xiaoyao. As for Lin Chun, without the demonic mountain venerate as his backer, the butler was naturally fearless. Humph! Xiao He snorted coldly, his face full of mockery. On the other hand, Lin Chun was very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. From today onwards, Lin Chun will be the commander of the Xiaoyao army. The butler handed a token to Lin Chun. The most powerful force of the Xiaoyao mansion was the Xiaoyao army. Countless resources of the Xiaoyao mansion were provided to the Xiaoyao army so that they could be of use in times of war. It was no exaggeration to say that. The position of commander was second only to Duke Xiaoyao and some of the higher-ups of the Xiao family in the territory of the Xiaoyao mansion. Congratulations. The messenger cupped his fists. After the competition, Lin Chun gave him a lot of surprises. Go back and rest. Duke Xiaoyao will summon the top 3 in 3 days, the butler said. Soon, everyone in the square had left. Before Xiao He left, he came to Fong Chun and provoked him. The battle between us has just begun. Fong Chun glanced at him, disapproving. On the way back, the messenger reminded him, Xiao He is vengeful. You suppressed him in the competition and stole the limelight. He has a grudge in his heart, so you have to be careful. After all, the Xiaoyao army belonged to the Xiaoyao mansion. With Xiao He's influence, it was easy for him to hinder Fong Chun in the Xiaoyao army. At that time, it would delay the military. If Duke Xiaoyao was angry, Lin Chun, as the commander, would definitely be punished. Don't worry, Fong Chun said. He wouldn't stay in the Xiaoyao mansion for too long. After getting the demon-devouring bloodline, he would leave. Have a good rest. I'll take you to see Duke Xiaoyao in 3 days. In the courtyard, Fong Chun raised his hand, and there was a trace of blood on his fingertip. This was Xiao He's blood. Buzz. Fong Chun activated the power in his body and refined this trace of blood. After a while, the blood was successfully refined. Fong Chun clearly felt that the perfect bloodline seemed to have transformed. As expected, Fong Chun was slightly moved. The demon-devouring bloodline was the last condition for the perfect bloodline transformation. Unfortunately, although Xiao He was a direct descendant of Duke Xiaoyao, the concentration of the demon-devouring bloodline was still not enough. Fong Chun's eyes flickered. I wonder if the concentration of Duke Xiaoyao's bloodline is enough? Then, he shook his head. He couldn't bite off more than he could chew for the time being. The The plan had to succeed in one go. Once it failed, the chaotic realm would face a disaster of destruction. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He could still wait. He had to wait for the best time to act. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. Fang Chun muttered to himself. This body was too weak. He had to practice what he had learned in his previous life. At least, he had to have the power to fight against the saint. It was a magnificent mansion. Xiao He was angry. Young master, we have investigated Lin Chen's information. You mean? Lin Chen is an itinerant cultivator in the Thousand Autumn City. He used to be ordinary, but after the 9 years of snow, his strength skyrocketed? Xiao He frowned. Yes, so I suspect that he is related to the heaven and earth phenomenon, the servant said. Huh? Xiao He smiled sinisterly. Chapter 3649. An audience with Duke Xiaoyao. When a messenger brought Fang Chun to the mansion, Xiao He and Yilong were already there. Obviously, Yilong was already with Xiao He. He glanced at Fang Chun, but did not bow. After all, he was now the deputy commander of the Carefree Army, and Fang Chun was the commander, his direct superior. He was using his power to bully others. Yilong, the messenger said coldly, why don't you bow to the commander? Just as Yilong was about to speak, Xiao He spoke. Uncle Lu, you haven't met the Duke yet. Lin Chen's position as the commander is unworthy of his title. It's only right that Yilong doesn't bow to him, Xiao He said. Yilong nodded in agreement. Fang Chen didn't care about this. His purpose of coming here was to obtain the extremely dense, demon-devouring bloodline. He wasn't fighting for power with Yilong and the others. The Duke summons you. The butler called out. Don't talk so much after you go in. Just answer whatever the Duke asks you. The messenger said in a low voice. After a while, Fang Chun and the other two entered the main hall. In the main hall, as soon as they entered, they felt extremely oppressed. This aura was familiar. On the throne at the top, there was an old man in plain clothes. If someone didn't know him, they would think that he was a sickly old man. However, he was the famous Duke Xiaoyao. He was the right-hand man of the demon-devouring clan and was in charge of the territory of the Xiaoyao Palace. Greetings, Duke. The three bowed slightly. Xiaoyao Ho stared at the three of them. His cloudy eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Even Fang Chen's heart tightened, but soon he felt relieved. The Supreme Master had personally opened the reincarnation passage and helped him to be reborn in the origin world. This was a plan that many top giants of the chaotic realm had painstakingly planned for countless years. How could a mere Duke Xiaoyao discover him? When Duke Xiaoyao saw Fang Chun, he exclaimed softly. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone who could enter the top 3 of the overall selection hadn't even activated the demon-devouring bloodline. He asked, You're from the Thousand Autumn City? Fang Chun nodded. Xiaoyao Ho looked at him with a serious expression. Xiao He and Yilong were filled with resentment. Lin Chen had actually stolen their limelight. Xiao He, as a disciple of the Xiao clan, you have countless resources for cultivation. I'm very happy that you were able to get first place. From today onwards, you will be the 38th disciple of Deputy Xiaoyao. Thank you, Master. Xiao He knelt down with a thud, extremely agitated. The Xiao family was a huge family, and every disciple dreamed of becoming a disciple of Xiaoyao Ho. And now, Xiao He had finally succeeded. All right, you can leave now. Xiaoyao Ho waved his hand, and Xiao He left the hall. Lin Chun, as second place in the selection, I bestow upon you the commander's golden seal. From now on, you will be in charge of the Carefree Army. I hope you will not disappoint me. Fang Chun put away the commander-in-chief's golden seal. After that, Duke Xiaoyao bestowed the deputy commander-in-chief golden seal to Yilong. When the two were about to leave, Xiaoyao Ho called out to Lin Chun. Lin Chun, you stay. Yilong's face was filled with envy, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. Do you have any orders for me to stay? Fang Chun asked. I have investigated your identity. You used to be an ordinary rogue cultivator in the Thousand Autumn City. Although your potential is not bad, you should not have grown to this extent. Xiaoyao Ho said meaningfully. Not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the Thousand Autumn City, the 9-year snow. At this point, Xiaoyao Ho's expression became more serious. I suspect that there is a relic of an expert. That is why I sent a messenger to select geniuses. Lin Chen's growth did not conform to common sense. It was suspicious. Can you tell me what kind of inheritance you have obtained? Fang Chun was stunned and quickly thought about it. Finally, he raised his finger and condensed his qi into a sword. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light danced in the void, emitting a shocking power. Even Duke Xiaoyao was quite shocked. This Xiaoyao was shocked. What an exquisite sword technique. This is definitely not a secret technique of the Devouring Demon clan. Could it be? Xiaoyao Ho thought of a possibility. A sword technique from the chaotic realm? He was almost certain that this sword technique must have come from the chaotic realm. He stared at Fang Chun. This is the inheritance you have obtained? Fang Chun nodded. The Thousand Autumn City is very close to the chaotic battlefield. At that time, I was training in the Thousand Autumns mountain range. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light burst from the distant sky. I wanted to dodge, but my body was out of control. I was pierced by the sword light and then fainted. When I woke up, the chant of this sword technique was already engraved in my mind. Xiaoyao nodded. This sword technique is very mysterious. If you can comprehend it, it is possible for you to become an invincible sage. Xiaoyao did not suspect that Fang Chun was from the chaotic realm. After all, he had never come into contact with reincarnation. Therefore, he did not know. In the past, there had been inheritances from the chaotic battlefield from the chaotic realm. All right, you may leave. Xiaoyao rolled his eyes and said, cultivate well. When you step into the Holy Emperor realm, I will give you a drop of demon-devouring blood to help you activate your bloodline. Hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned. Buzz! Xiaoyao raised his palm and a drop of blood appeared. This drop of blood contained a strong demon-devouring aura. This is a drop of blood that I condensed with my own blood. I originally wanted to give it to my son, but unfortunately, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The son that Xiaoyao mentioned should be Xiao Mu, who he killed. You may leave. After Fang Chen left, the messenger walked in. Lord, the messenger said. Xiaoyao grinned and kept the drop of blood. Ever since Mu'er died, I've been thinking of ways to destroy the trash in the sinner's land. Now, after seeing Lin Shun, I have an idea. It turned out, Lin Shun had obtained the inheritance of the chaotic realm's sword technique and did not activate his demon-devouring bloodline. Xiaoyao came up with a plan. When Lin Shen's strength grew to a certain level, he would quietly send him to the chaotic realm and let him hide and secretly kill the living beings in the chaotic realm. When the time was right, he would kill them all. Is it reliable? The messenger asked. Everything is under control. Xiaoyao probably never dreamed of it. The Lin Shun that he wanted to use was the person who killed his son. Moreover, the purpose of coming here was to find the demon-devouring bloodline and completely destroy the demon-devouring clan. On the way back, Fang Chun was also deep in thought. He was worried that Xiaoyao would discover his identity. I don't think so. He deliberately said that he had obtained the inheritance of the sword technique so that he could clear his name. Otherwise, it would make Xiaoyao suspicious. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. When he stepped into the Holy Emperor realm, he would be able to obtain a drop of Xiaoyao's blood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, isn't this the commander? Yilong blocked Fang Chen's way. What's the matter? Yilong narrowed his eyes. I say, Commander, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Fang Chen frowned. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of my way. Oomph. Yilong snorted coldly. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the commander? He took out a token from his bosom. Chapter 3650. Xiaohe's token. Fang Chen glanced at it, ignored Yilong, and left. Lin Chun. Seeing this, Yilong's face was gloomy and a little angry. You dare to openly disobey young Master Xiaohe's order? Fang Chen sneered. Trying to suppress him with a token? What joke? Besides, even if Xiaohe himself came, what could he do, let alone Xiaohe's token? Fang Chen stopped. All I know is that if you dare to continue to jabber on and on to me, I, as the commander-in-chief, will execute you on the spot. Hearing this, Yilong shrunk his neck. He clearly remembered the battle prowess that Lin Shun had displayed in the competition. It was simply too heaven-defying. With his strength, he was no match for Lin Shun. Humph, just wait and see. Yilong stomped his feet. After Xiao, he became Lord Xiaoyao's disciple. His status was completely different. In the past, there were not many people in the Xiaoyao army who respected him, but now, seeing the token was the same as seeing the person. No one dared to ignore Xiao He's token. This token was his trump card. Military Palace. It was located in a mountain range thousands of miles away from Xiaoyao City. Looking from the outside, it was an endless mountain range. But only when one walked in would one realize that the prosperity of the mountain range was no less than that of Xiaoyao City. The Xiaoyao army was under the jurisdiction of the military palace, and the commander was the biggest leader of the military palace. Today, in the military palace, several generals were walking around anxiously. It's a great shame to let a brat be the commander. That's right. We are all generals who have experienced hundreds of battles. We will not allow a brat to point fingers at us. We will jointly write a letter to the Lord Marquis, asking him to dismiss the commander and the deputy commander. The two highest leaders of the military palace had died in a war a few years ago. Since then, these two positions have been vacant. There was once a rumor in the military palace that General Li Shu was the most likely candidate to take over the position of commander. Li Shu naturally thought so too. He had a lot of power in the military palace. Almost half of the generals were on his side. Moreover, he had a close relationship with some of the higher-ups of the Xiaoyao Palace. With all these factors combined, the position of the commander was obvious. However, just as Li Shu was about to throw a celebratory feast, such a shocking piece of news came. Duke Xiaoyao personally gave the order to select the third and second place as the highest leaders of the military palace. When Li Shu received this news, he almost overturned the main hall. "General Li Shu, what do you think?" someone asked. The old man in armor had a hunched back. His expression was grave, and he seemed a little displeased. "What can I do? This is an order personally given by the Marquis. Could it be that we can disobey?" Li Shu shook his head. No matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't show it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they were caught red-handed. "Vice Commander has arrived." Right at this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Yilong walked in with his head held high. "Greetings, Vice Commander." Yilong nodded. He was rather satisfied with the generals. "From today onwards, I am the Deputy Commander of the Military Palace. You must carry out my orders," Yilong said. "Deputy Commander." Li Shu took a step forward. "You are Li Shu?" Li Shu nodded. Hearing this, Yilong grinned. Then, he took out Xiao He's token and said, "Young Master Xiao, he told me that you will need to rely on General Li Shu's guidance in the future." As expected, Li Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao He's token was a signal. It meant that Yilong was on their side. Li Shu is willing to serve you. With Li Shu taking the lead, the generals began to express their stance. Of course, there were also some who were not convinced. Brat, it's not impossible for us to listen to you. As long as you can tame the Black Orchid group and make them obey your orders unconditionally, we will naturally obey you." The burly General Ma Song said coldly. When the generals heard the Black Orchid group, their expressions changed drastically. Even Li Shu frowned a little. Everyone knew that Ma Song didn't get along with him. It was just the beginning, and he was deliberately making things difficult for the deputy commander. "Ha! Shouldn't this be the commander's business?" Yilong said with a smile when he saw Li Shu winking at him. "That's right. Taming those troublemakers of the Black Orchid group should be the commander's business," Li Shu echoed. Creak! The door of the hall opened, and Fong Chen walked in. "Lin Chun." "Oh no, it should be Commander Lin," Yilong said. "Many of the generals are people who have experienced life and death battles. They are not willing to be ordered around by a brat like you." Clang! Fong Chun threw the commander's golden seal in front of everyone. "I'm the commander personally appointed by Xiaoyao Ho. If you're not convinced, you can go and argue with Xiaoyao Ho." Fong Chen's cold gaze swept across everyone. "Brat, what are you so arrogant for?" Ma Song said angrily. "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is the commander's golden seal." Fong Chen didn't want to repeat himself. "Ew, Ma Song glared at Fang Chun and wanted to slap him to death. But in the end, he restrained himself. Attacking the commander was a crime punishable by death. Even if he complained to Xiao Yao Ho, it would be useless. Humph. Ma Song was terrified. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave. Fang Chun didn't have time to care so much and directly used the commander's golden seal to suppress everyone. Commander, we have an independent regiment in the army palace called the Black Orchid Regiment. There are some troublemakers in it, and we have been thinking about how to tame them. Li Shu smiled and said, if the commander can tame the Black Orchid Regiment, you will definitely be supported by everyone. If you can't even tame a regiment, what do I need you generals for? Fang Chun scolded. Commander, you may not know, but the members of the Black Orchid Regiment all have forces behind them. If they're not the sons of high officials, they're the sons of unparalleled experts. We really can't do anything. I'll leave this matter to you. Fang Chun said coldly as he turned his head to look at Yilong. If you can't complete the task within 3 months, get lost. After saying that, he left the main hall without looking back. Too arrogant. Just wait. I will kill him sooner or later. Li Shu narrowed his eyes and thought. Yilong snorted. In the commander's residence. Cultivate in seclusion. Although he was given the position of commander, he only wanted to cultivate. He could leave the miscellaneous matters to Yilong. It had to be said that the chi of origin in the commander's residence was even stronger. This was indeed an excellent place to cultivate. Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to cultivate in seclusion. Li Shu and the others secretly spread the news of the commander's arrogance. They didn't forget to add fuel to the fire and create a negative image of Fang Chun. For a time, the entire army palace was full of complaints about Fang Chun, especially the Black Orchid Regiment. When they learned that the commander was going to attack them, they were furious. Chapter 36:51. After all, the powerful cultivation experience in his previous life made it much easier for Fang Chun to raise his cultivation level. During his seclusion, he mainly comprehended the invincible sword technique. As for the sky-slashing alchemy technique, he did not dare to use it easily. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, that was the legendary supreme technique. In the secret chamber of the commander's mansion, Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a strong origin energy aura. He opened his palm, and the strong origin energy gathered in his palm and condensed into a water droplet. At the same time, in Fang Chun's mind, dense water element aura appeared. This is the water origin. I see. Fang Chun sighed. He did not expect the second origin to be comprehended to be the water origin. Moreover, it was obviously much easier to comprehend it compared to when he was in the Chaos Realm. Rumble. At this moment, the water droplet in his palm suddenly exploded. A terrifying power swept over and instantly enveloped Fang Chun. The huge secret chamber turned into a boundless sea and drowned Fang Chun's body. Have I broken through? Fang Chun muttered to himself. He did not expect to be able to break through after comprehending the origin. Not long after, the power in his body stabilized. Peak 3rd level Holy King. With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to fight against a 5th level Holy Emperor. Fang Chun muttered to himself. However, he did not bring anything with him when he reincarnated. Until now, he did not have a suitable weapon. Let's get a weapon first. After stopping his cultivation, Fang Chun got up and left the secret chamber. General Ho? Fang Chun was a little surprised. He could clearly feel that General Ho was waiting for him. Commander, you are finally out of seclusion, General Ho said anxiously. He was one of the few generals who supported the commander, and Fang Chun had a deep influence on him. It was also because of this that he was hated by the faction led by Li Shu. What's wrong? Fang Chun asked. Not long after you went into seclusion, an independent battle group that we sent out on a mission was completely annihilated. General Ho said, we suspect that this incident is most likely targeted at you, Commander. Soon, Fang Chun understood what had happened. It turned out that the independent battle group that was destroyed was the battle group under General Ho, daring to attack the military palace in the territory of the Carefree Prefecture. How audacious! Fang Chun's face was cold. Initially, he did not want to lower himself to the same level as Li Shu, Yi Long, and the others. He only wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could obtain Xiao Yaoho's blood. Who would have thought that they would force him again and again? Did he really think that he was a pushover? Where did it happen? Fang Chen asked. The Five Rivers Battle Group was quite powerful in the military palace. The fact that the Five Rivers Battle Group could be wiped out without anyone noticing was enough to prove that the enemy had come prepared. Moreover, it had to be a sane emperor at the very least. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. It's in a mountain range outside the military palace. General Ho told Fang Chen the location of the incident. I'll go take a look, Fang Chen said. Commander, General Ho was worried and wanted to stop him. It's okay, I know what to do. Then, Fang Chen quietly left the military palace. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Outside the military palace. At a glance, the endless mountain range was lush and green with towering trees. Fang Chen leaped and quickly arrived at the location of the incident. It was a hidden valley. As soon as he approached the valley, Fang Chen felt a strong killing intent. The valley was empty. However, the smell of blood still lingered in the air. Fang Chen closed his eyes and released his divine sense to capture the remaining aura in the air. Soon after, his mind was shaken. Then he waved his hand, and a wave of water spurted out from his palm and sprinkled in the void. The next moment, an image appeared in the void. In the image, there was a pattern of a black butterfly. As expected, Fang Chen was angry. This black butterfly was the symbol of the Highland Battle Group. Are you trying to intimidate me? He deliberately left the symbol of the battle group for Fang Chen to see. No wonder he ranked second in the overall selection of the younger generation of the Carefree Mansion. His vision is really good. Suddenly, a black-clothed figure walked out from a dark corner. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Who I am is not important. The black-clothed figure added. What's important is that you must die. Fang Chen stared at the black-clothed figure. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Swoosh. He took the lead and used his finger as a sword to perform the invincible sword technique. First sword. Second sword. He stabbed 3 times in a row. The terrifying sword light crisscrossed and forced the black-clothed figure to retreat. You're courting death. The black-clothed figure was angry and threw a black ball at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen dodged subconsciously. Boom! The black ball exploded violently, and the earth shook. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black-clothed figure continued to attack Fang Chen. At the same time, in the military palace, Li Shu stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him, Yi Long was a little worried. General Li Shu, are you really okay? After all, the Highland Battle Group's symbol was left in the valley. Once Fang Chen reported it to Xiao Yaoho, they would all die. Killing each other was strictly prohibited in the military palace. This was an iron law. Anyway, the Highland Battle Group is a group of troublemakers. I've long wanted to deal with them. Li Shu was full of confidence. If Lin Chun is not strong enough and dies in the valley, then this matter will be over. If he can escape, he will definitely go to the Highland Battle Group and punish them. At that time, we will sit on a mountain and watch them kill each other. Yi Long's eyes were shining. This move was indeed vicious. Killing with a borrowed knife. Lin Chun and the Highland Battle Group would fight to the death. In the end, one side would be defeated. No matter what the result was, it was very beneficial to them. They were already in an invincible position. As expected of General Li Shu, Yi Long gave a thumbs up. Young Master Xiao, he promised that when he has a firm foothold, he will take me over and cultivate together. At that time, the position of commander-in-chief of the military palace will still be taken by General Li Shu. Yi Long's ambition was not here, but Li Shu was different. He was very ambitious and wanted to completely control the Xiaoyao army. Outside the military palace in the valley, after a fierce battle, the black-clothed figure was stabbed by Fang Chen. How is this possible? The black-clothed figure's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly dodged, so how could he be stabbed in the back by Fang Chen? Die! The sword pierced through the black-clothed figure's chest. Boom! The black-clothed figure's body suddenly exploded. The turbulent air wave sent Fong Chun flying. He steadied himself and frowned. It seemed that the matter was much more serious than he had imagined. A Saint Emperor expert would rather explode than be captured by him. They did not want to leave any evidence. However, Chapter 3652, in the military palace. When Fong Chun returned, it was already late at night. He immediately started an investigation and checked all the information of the independent battle groups in the military palace. In the end, his gaze landed on the file of the Black Regiment Battle Group. The black butterfly symbol was the symbol of the Black Orchid Battle Group. There was a black butterfly symbol in the valley. No matter what, the Black Orchid Battle Group couldn't get away with it. The next day, Fong Chun personally went to the Black Orchid Battle Group. He actually came back alive? Li Shu was a little surprised. The commander didn't die in the valley. He was deep in thought when Yilong walked over. General Li Shu, Lin Shin came back alive. Yilong's expression was a little ugly. He originally thought that there was no need for a second plan, but he didn't expect Lin Shin to come back alive. It seems that he is hiding a lot of secrets. Yilong's heart trembled. During the general selection competition, he had fought with Lin Shin. At that time, he felt that the latter was not simple. It's useless to say more. The Black Orchid Battle Group is not to be trifled with. Li Shu sneered, waiting to see Lin Shin make a fool of himself. In the Black Orchid Battle Group, guys, the new commander hasn't come to our Black Orchid Battle Group for so long. What does he mean? Is he looking down on our Black Orchid Battle Group? If he dares to come, I will teach him a lesson. In the huge military palace, the Black Orchid Battle Group was the most special battle group. There were countless thorns in it. Before Fong Chun came, it was the biggest headache for the generals in the military palace. Almost no one was willing to care about the Black Orchid Battle Group. This also caused the members of the Black Orchid Battle Group to be even more arrogant and despotic. They didn't even put the generals in their eyes. Not to mention the new commander-in-chief. He had less experience and was from the younger generation of Thousand Autumn City. The members of the Black Orchid Battle Group were all geniuses of the major families and forces. They were proud and arrogant. How could they submit to Fong Chun? The commander has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The members of the Black Orchid Battle Group looked at each other, and an imperceptible smile appeared in their eyes. Speak of the devil. Come, let's go and meet this new commander. Let's see how capable he is. A group of people walked out of the tent. Who is the new commander? The armored man had a deep scar on his face. He was the vice commander of the Black Orchid Legion. I am, Fong Chun said calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes focused on Fong Chun. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect Fong Chun to be so young. After a long time. Only then did the vice commander react. He looked at Fong Chun with disdain as he sneered and said, "May I know why commander has come to my Black Orchid group?" He looked humble, but he was actually arrogant. I say, Lord Commander, you've just been appointed. Are you going to lead our Black Orchid Legion to the battlefield? Someone jeered. The others burst into laughter. Impudent. Fong Chun's personal guard reprimanded him. The Lord Commander is here. Do not be rude. However, the only response he got was a crisp slap. A hairy man flashed and instantly appeared in front of the bodyguard. He slapped him without hesitation. Who do you think you are? The hairy man said coldly. This is the Black Orchid Legion. What right do you have to speak? The bodyguard was annoyed. It seems that you still don't learn your lesson. After that, the hairy man continued to slap him. Slap. This time, the crisp sound was heard again. However, everyone found that the hairy man didn't hit the commander's bodyguard. Instead, he was stopped by a palm. The hairy man used all his strength to break free, but he was shocked to find that the commander's palm was like a pair of pliers, firmly clamping him. You dare to hit my men? The Black Orchid Legion is really something. Crash. Fong Chun suddenly loosened his grip. A hidden force drilled into the hairy man's body. There was a loud bang. The hairy man's body flew out and smashed onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere. This sudden turn of events caused the members of the Hei Lan battle group to turn solemn. Commander, what is the meaning of this? At this time, The deputy commander stood out and questioned. I didn't come here to watch the performance of the Black Orchid Legion. Fang Chun was indifferent. Your arrogance and despotism is useless to me. Others were afraid of their background, but Fang Chun didn't care about this. Your so-called background is worthless in my eyes. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. Fang Chen's cold gaze swept across everyone, and then he said in a deep voice, I came here today to condemn you. Crash! Fang Chun flicked his finger, and a smooth mirror suddenly appeared in the void. A scene appeared on the mirror. A black butterfly appeared out of thin air, causing the void to ripple. An independent legion of our Black Orchid Legion was ambushed while carrying out a mission, and all of them died. I went to the scene and found this black butterfly. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. Please explain to me, what does this mean? Humph, slandering us? You want to slander us? It must be the new commander who wants to punish our Black Orchid Legion. For a moment, everyone in the Black Orchid Legion was filled with righteous indignation. You think it was us who did it? The deputy commander said in a deep voice. Otherwise, Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back. The deputy commander was silent, his eyes turned, and he was thinking in his mind. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chun again. I got it. Boom. A violent aura suddenly burst out from his body. He took a step forward, and thunder surged. With boundless power, he looked down at Fang Chun from a high position. My Black Orchid Legion is an independent legion. If you want us to surrender, why do you need to use such despicable means? Besides, even if it was my Black Orchid Legion who did it, so what? The Black Orchid Legion was furious. Not to mention that it wasn't them. So what if it was them who did it? Killing a fellow disciple is a capital crime. Fang Chun said calmly. Everyone in the Black Orchid Legion deserves death. You dare? Everyone was furious. It will be carried out in 3 days. If you don't agree, go find Xiao Yao Ho. After leaving these words, Fang Chun no longer paid attention to the people of the Black Orchid Legion and left the place. He left behind a group of furious people. Deputy Commander, the commander is too much. Humph, if you really think you are the commander, you should look in a mirror and see what you look like. You want to use this to wipe out my Black Orchid Legion? Dream on. Back in the main hall. Commander, the personal guard couldn't help but ask. Does it matter if they were the ones behind this? Fang Chun asked. If they did it, then they should accept the punishment. If they didn't do it, they would definitely find the real culprit. When I had to know that Fang Chun had given them 3 days,